Noam Chomsky. On Power, Knowledge, and Human Nature. Peter Wilkin. Lecturer. Department of Politics and International Relations, Lancaster University. 1. Modernity, Human Nature, and Knowledge 1. 2. Chomsky's Methodological Naturalism 25. 3. Chomsky's Naturalism and Political Philosophy 54. 4. The Responsibility of Intellectuals, Problems of Ideology, Knowledge, and Power, 85. 5. Political Culture in the USA, Manufacturing Consent 115. 6. Chomsky on Libertarian Socialism, Reconciling Solidarity and Diversity. 150. There are many people who should be thanked for their help and encouragement in making sure that this project reached completion, and I will attempt to include most of them here. First and foremost, my appreciation goes to Professor Raymond Plant and Dr. Diane Blakemore of St. Catherine's College, Oxford and Southampton University respectively for their guidance, criticisms, and comments on my research. Others who deserve thanks for their advice and criticisms over the past few years include Professor Trevor Pateman, Professor Preston King, Professor Bob McKinley and Dr. Gordon Hans. In particular, I owe a great intellectual debt to 4 people without whom I would never have pursued an academic career: Dr. Caroline Thomas, Dr. Julian Sarin, Ian Broad, and Brian Loader. With regard to the book itself, I would like to express my gratitude to Professors Carlos Otero, Harry Bracken, Richard Popkin, Hilary Putnam, and also to Roy Boscar, all of whom found time to answer my queries in a friendly and prompt manner. At Macmillan/St. Martin's Press, I would like to thank Tim Farmill for his support and understanding over both the research itself and deadlines missed. At Southampton, John Glenn, Simon Eagle, and Lloyd Pettiford were crucial in providing the kind of friendship that helped me through the main part of this research. At Lancaster, I have incurred debts to people who have given me help in a number of ways. Andy Stafford has kindly proofread and offered critical commentary on the text, and I am extremely grateful for his intellectual and collegial support. In addition, I would like to thank Kat Hull-Smith, Ariana Bove, Martin Elvins, Ged, and Sarah Griffin-Keene for their companionship, encouragement and comradeship in my time at Lancaster. They helped to make a difficult transition easier than I could have hoped. Also, thanks must be extended to Alison Edgley, with whom I have had the opportunity to discuss some of the issues raised here. I would like to express my appreciation of the wonderful people working at AK Press who have helped introduce me to a range of materials and ideas that I would otherwise have missed. They have been a source of lasting inspiration, and in particular I would like to thank Ramsey Cannon for his friendship and encouragement. Inevitably, my thanks and love go to my parents and to my wife, who between them have helped to keep me on track and heading in the right direction. It is to Jackie, Eddie, and Jules that this book is dedicated. Finally, I owe a debt of gratitude and inspiration to Professor Chomsky, who has been more helpful in the course of this project than I had any right to expect. I hope that this work does some justice to the contribution that he has made to contemporary intellectual and political life. Peter Wilkin. Lancaster University, June 1996. Introduction. The aim of this book is reasonably straightforward. My first concern is to examine Chomsky's ideas about naturalism in the context of contemporary debates about this theme in social and political inquiry. In so doing, I will illustrate the ways in which his ideas help to defend naturalist approaches to social inquiry. My second and related aim is to give an overview and defense of Chomsky's ideas about knowledge, power, and human nature. The latter task means that I am concerned not only with his critical writings about contemporary social and political issues, but also with his prescriptive and normative ideas about libertarian socialism and human emancipation. The intention here is not to set Chomsky up as a grand theorist, but to present him as someone who synthesizes a number of important ideas in social and political thought at a time when these ideas have fallen out of favor. This book is not intended as an overview of every aspect of Chomsky's work. Such a task would be difficult to achieve in depth in a single volume. It will become clear to the reader that in addition to setting out the nature of Chomsky's ideas and the problems that they face, I have also sought to build upon his thought in areas where Chomsky has written less extensively. This is particularly the case, for example, with regard to his account of human nature and its significance for social and political thought. It is worth stressing, therefore, that this is not simply an account of what Chomsky has written and said but is also an attempt to explore the implications of these ideas more fully. As such, the arguments I am developing are derived from ideas put forward by Chomsky and are not ones that he would necessarily agree with. Noam Chomsky's work reveals him to be a modernist who recognizes the power and importance of science as a means to provide us with explanations about events and phenomena in the natural and the social world. It is clear, though, that for Chomsky science is not the only form of knowledge open to us, nor is it the most important. Ethical judgments about the nature of justice and how we should order society are central to his concerns and frequently recur in even his overtly linguistic texts. Chomsky, 1989 c. pages 152-4. In this chapter I will explain how Chomsky's ideas about knowledge, arising as a result of his theories about the physical properties that underlie our acquisition of language, lead him to a view about human nature that has significance for his social and political thought. Although committed to Enlightenment ideas of justice, truth, and reason, Chomsky recognizes that there are no absolute foundations for knowledge, that absolute certainty is no longer an option for us, and that, as a consequence, some kind of epistemological humility is required if we are to secure a more just world order. So where does this leave Chomsky as a bearer of the modernist intellectual tradition? What kind of Enlightenment tradition is it that he champions? My aim is to explore Chomsky's ideas about the possibility of fulfilling these Enlightenment ideas. As we will see when we consider Chomsky's ideas about scientific knowledge, his work falls into the framework of contemporary debates about naturalism. Outhwaite, 1987, Pateman, 1987. Contemporary naturalists such as Chomsky tend to argue that our knowledge about the world and about society will change over time as old ideas are rejected and new and more powerful ones are established. Despite this epistemological relativism, Chomsky and other naturalists retain the idea that not only are there ways of establishing grounds for knowledge, not absolute, but still rational, but also that there are ways of evaluating competing theoretical claims. This is an important point as it is a claim that naturalists will defend against the intense criticism of humanist writers. As a consequence, naturalists argue that it is not the case that any theory goes nine or that cultures are absolutely incommensurable. In addition, then, we will be able to consider the extent to which Chomsky's ideas about knowledge and human nature provide us with adequate grounds for rejecting any absolute cultural relativism. It will be argued that his ideas about the cognitive faculties which lie at the root of human nature provide us with a model of human nature that is neither reductive nor narrowly deterministic. Rather, what I have called Chomsky's account of our generative human nature presents a conception of universality that is also able to incorporate an explanation of human diversity. This account argues that such diversity rests upon the physical mechanisms that are uniform across the species and which serve to generate differing social and moral practices. This is a universality seen as a range of generative mechanisms, our cognitive faculties, that are uniform across the human species, barring pathology, and which are capable of generating a range of actions, outcomes, beliefs, and so on, in conjunction with our experience. It does not mean a form of universality that posits a uniformity of behavior or thought. These mechanisms serve both to constrain and enable the way in which we grow and mature as human beings, setting probable limits to human development in the context of the social and historical situation in which we find ourselves. Experience is important to this development, but it is not determining of our faculties and capacities. In this respect, Chomsky's defense of a naturalist understanding of human nature is the antithesis of traditions such as existentialism and post-structuralism that have sought to present a conception of human beings as essentially malleable creatures. As we will see throughout this book, Chomsky is concerned with the impact of external factors upon human growth and maturation, but he equally defends the naturalist idea that human beings are part of the natural and social world. We are structured, physical beings with a range of properties and potentials that we can try to outline and understand. So what kind of modernist is Chomsky, and what does he take from the Enlightenment tradition? As a modernist, Chomsky recognizes and supports the importance of science as a means to help bring about human emancipation. Chomsky, 1987 d. p. 22. However, he is by inclination a left libertarian with roots in anarchist thought, and so is immensely hostile to many of the dark aspects of what have been dominant strands of modernist thought. The power of the state and bureaucracy, concentrated power, whether in the private or public sector, absolutist claims to knowledge about the nature of human beings and society, when in fact our knowledge about why human beings act as they do is extremely limited. All of these factors influence Chomsky's left libertarian, or libertarian socialist, ideas. I will argue that they present us with a view of Chomsky as what we might call a critical modernist who has, in part, sought to expose what he views as the great evils that have been perpetrated by powerful private and public institutions and that have subsequently been written out of modern history. Chomsky's goal has been to revive and defend those aspects of Enlightenment thought that have stressed the need for self-determination and freedom for people to control and shape their own lives as far as is possible. Chomsky's is a vision of politics and morality that is in direct opposition to the prevailing conception of politics in modernity as an instrumental technical practice. For Chomsky, it is this transition to a politics of quantitative analysis and piecemeal adjustments to an unjust social order that has led to the curtailment of meaningful democratic practice and to the triumph of power over justice, of control over freedom. These latter points have been especially important for Chomsky in his work, as he has sought to expose the ways in which history has been shaped and incorporated into the frameworks of the dominant, or hegemonic, social forces in modern society. In essence, this has meant that those who have been the victims of this process of control and exclusion have had their history either erased or written for them by others. To this end, Chomsky has sought to keep alive in his work the idea that the possibility of progress in history does not equate with centralist power imposing a series of absolute truths upon the world. His commitment to libertarian socialism has led Chomsky to conclude that we can only reach a more just or free society if there is a continuation and revision of classical libertarian ideals, a tradition that he sees as leading from aspects of the work of Jefferson, Rousseau, Humboldt, Marx, Bakunin, Rocker, and Dewey, among others. It is important at this stage to set out the context in which his critical modernism leads him to support a strand of Enlightenment thought that has tended to be overlooked in many contemporary critiques of modernity. It is the vision of a society within which people might exercise their capacities to the full while taking into account the wider obligations that they have towards the rest of society that animates Chomsky's concerns. Equality is the means towards securing and preserving the most just and libertarian social order for all of society. It is not the end in itself. The ends remain whatever it is that we care to pursue in cooperation with others or independently, always keeping central to our thoughts that such a social order should strive to avoid meeting these ends at the expense of any group within society. The implications of these general ideas will be explored in later chapters, but for now what I have set out serves to situate Chomsky within the context of the libertarian socialist and anarchist tradition. An equally important theme for Chomsky has been that of the role of the intellectual or expert who, in Kissinger's terms, has a vested interest in commonly held opinions. Elaborating and defining its consensus at a high level has, after all, made him an expert. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. p. 23. Following in the tradition of the public intellectual as opposed to the technician, a theme explored by Sartre and taken up recently by Edward Said. Chomsky's defense of Enlightenment ideals leads him to see the intellectual as one who seeks to tell the truth to power, Said, 1994. Given the limitations on our claims to knowledge and legitimate authority, the intellectual has taken on increasingly important roles in modern society, in effect replacing the religious authority that had previously been used to sustain the state's legitimacy. Bauman, 1987, pages 74 to 86. As I will discuss more fully in Chapter 4, Chomsky's concern is not just with the question of how we acquire knowledge in an ideal sense, as with generative grammar, but with how the knowledge that we acquire about the world generally has been constructed and shaped. What Chomsky usually describes as the manufacture of consent is a significant and dangerous feature of modernity as it has developed thus far, and is a theme that can be traced back at least as far as de Tocqueville's essays on the United States in the 19th century and to Hume's essays on government and consent, de Tocqueville, 1963, Hume, 1993, p. 276. The manufacture of consent is the antithesis of democracy in the tradition that Chomsky defends and is instead the history of attempts at control and manipulation in democratic politics, most significantly through the state but also through any form of centralist and unaccountable power. It does not suggest that ordinary citizens are the mere dupes of ideological control, however, in a simple and deterministic way. On the contrary, Chomsky emphasizes that people can and do resist this process continuously. If they did not, there could be no possibility of freedom or progress in human history. It does, though, illustrate the way in which the most powerful institutions and actors in society have used their authority to present accounts of social, economic, and political phenomena as though they were absolute and natural truths. If nothing else, Chomsky has been at pains to show that this is simply false. Building upon the tradition first put forward by Rousseau, Chomsky emphasizes the way in which it is human beings that create their culture, institutions, and procedures, and that as a consequence they have the possibility of changing them to make them more just. Chomsky's commitment to naturalism does not see him committed to a view of human nature that makes particular social forms an inevitable outcome of human practice. A good society has to be fought for, and I will turn to this question in the last chapter when I consider Chomsky's normative ideas about libertarian socialism. To make these changes in society raises the very questions that are central to Chomsky's concerns: the problem of finding grounds for knowledge and practice when we are simultaneously confronted with radical skepticism in certain realms of contemporary thought, and also with a powerful absolutist and homogenizing conception of the meaning of freedom and development within capitalist democracy itself. This chapter, then, aims to set out some of Chomsky's ideas about epistemology and what, in turn, we can observe about the possibilities of human nature itself. Beyond this are the questions raised for us by what we might call the anti-naturalist canon. We can begin, though, by considering the way in which Chomsky's work enhances and radicalizes the rationalist tradition he endorses. Chomsky's methodological naturalism. Chomsky has recently talked about the way in which his approach to inquiry can be usefully called methodological naturalism, which he juxtaposes with metaphysical naturalism. Chomsky, 1993 d. He sees the latter as ultimately a concept that cannot be formulated, as it rests on ontological assumptions about the distinction between the physical and mental that are not grounded in empirical study. By contrast, what he terms methodological naturalism holds that a study of the mind, and by extension of human nature, is an inquiry that examines features of the natural world, which, as Chomsky says, includes things that have been called mental events, processes and states, and that we should investigate these aspects of the world as we do any others, attempting to construct intelligible explanatory theories that provide insight and understanding of phenomena that are selected to advance the search into deeper principles. We do not assume a metaphysical divide when we speak of chemical events, processes and states, and the same should be true of the domain of the mental, if we borrow traditional terms for descriptive purposes. Chomsky, 1993 d. Thus methodological naturalism is an approach which embraces empirical inquiry in order to evaluate theoretical claims. It is a fallible approach that recognizes the limitations of theoretical claims to truth and knowledge, but which nonetheless holds out the possibility of more rigorous and accurate understandings of the natural and social world. Metaphysical naturalism, by contrast, evades empirical critique in its very formulation, which assumes certain ontological truths about the mental and the physical which are beyond empirical testing. There are many links, I would argue, between the methodological naturalist approach of Chomsky and contemporary critical realists, a view that is shared by Roy Bhaskar, who has argued that Chomsky is, in effect, working in a critical realist framework. 2.1 will substantiate these similarities more fully in Chapter 2 when I contrast Chomsky's approach to science, knowledge, and truth with those of pragmatism and positivism. Suffice to say that it is reasonable to see Chomsky as working broadly along the range of philosophical assumptions adhered to by contemporary naturalists such as Bhaskar. We can now turn to the reasons why Chomsky pursued such an approach to science and knowledge. Chomsky's rationalist epistemology developed as a result of his rejection of the dominant structuralist approach to linguistics that prevailed in the USA in the 1940s and 1950s. 3. For Chomsky, this structuralist empiricist account of language failed to answer a range of questions that were fundamental in explaining our acquisition and use of language. In particular, Chomsky has sought in his work to address the following questions. 1. What is the structure of the system of knowledge that is the language faculty of the mind/brain? 2. How is this system acquired and how is it represented physically in the mind/brain? 3. How is it used? Chomsky, 1990a. Chomsky's work is primarily concerned with the first of these three questions. In order to answer them, Chomsky has consistently argued that linguistics must reject its structuralist empiricist approach and adopt a revived, and radicalized, rationalist tradition that he has sought to outline in such works as Cartesian linguistics. The reasons for this are essentially straightforward in that Chomsky has argued that it is impossible to construct an explanatorily powerful grammar on the basis of empiricist inductive reasoning, as the range of sentences in a language is potentially infinite. They cannot be learned in the way that inductive empiricist approaches suggest. As a consequence, linguistics needs to uncover the system of knowledge that underpins our ability to produce a, potentially, infinite array of sentences and to acquire a particular grammar. I am concerned with Chomsky's linguistic theory, then, only to the extent that it informs his ideas about knowledge and human nature generally. The significance of Chomsky's ideas can be seen in the way that they led to a major shift of focus within linguistics, one which challenged the prevailing structuralist tradition in American linguistics. He argued that rather than focusing upon the apparent differences between languages, which for Chomsky reduces the role of the linguist to one of a taxonomist, linguistics should concern itself with uncovering the universals in grammatical structure that must exist in all languages if we are to explain how it is that we acquire language with the ease and speed that we do. For the goal was to explain universal grammar, the universal principles underlying the speaker-hearer's knowledge of language. This meant that linguistics should regard the study of spoken language as important insofar as it allows us to gain an understanding of the underlying system of knowledge which enables us to acquire and use language. Thus, Chomsky's theory is avowedly mentalist, insisting that the language faculty is a real module of what he terms the mind-brain, emphasizing the ontological uncertainty surrounding the mind-body issue, whose structure can be inferred from our language use. To support this view, Chomsky has frequently raised the Platonic problem of attempting to account for the richness and depth of knowledge that we possess, in this case in the area of language, given the limitations of our experience. 5. This is usually referred to as the poverty of stimulus thesis, Chomsky, 1976, pages 5-6, 1965, pages 49-51. Such knowledge could not be explained away through empiricist accounts of induction, habit, or learned responses. This led Chomsky to believe that the alternative was to give some account of the innate structures of knowledge, which must exist within the mind-brain in order for us to acquire our knowledge of language. He has been expressly concerned with the syntax of language, which he sees as an autonomous structure derived from our biological inheritance as opposed to being shaped by the environment. Thus, Chomsky sees the mind as endowed with a number of distinct powers that are triggered by the environment into growth. Piatelli Palmerini, 1980. Knowledge becomes a question of maturation and development as opposed to learning by habit. This has led Chomsky to argue that if we are to gain any deep understanding of our ability to acquire knowledge, if we are to purge what Ryle called the ghost in the machine, 6. We must attempt to realize the structure of the mind-brain, and the systems of knowledge that exist therein. By contrast, empiricist accounts of knowledge have conventionally argued that the mind is devoid of ideas at birth. 7. Instead, the mind possesses dispositions and inclinations that lead us to acquire knowledge through learning, habit, and induction. The idea here is that contact with the environment enables us to build new structures of knowledge in the mind, rather than allowing to grow those that are already present. But in what way does Chomsky fit into the rationalist tradition, and why is it a radicalized approach? Classical rationalism rested upon an understanding of the world which was at best agnostic with regard to the existence of an independently existing reality, or at other times was clearly idealistic. Apel, 1980, pages 180 to 224. Rationalist thought argued that what was real were our ideas about the world rather than the world itself. We could know nothing directly of an externally existing and independent world, and, in fact, constructed the order that appeared to exist in the world through our ideas, essentially through our minds. Empiricism, too, could be idealistic in its assumptions about the nature of the world. Priest, 1991, pages 66 to 7. Equally, empiricists have tended to be what Bhaskar calls empirical realists. Bhaskar, 8. 1991, pages 9 to 13. Arguing that there is an independently existing objective world which we can know directly through our senses. The problem that empiricists have faced here is that, following on from the ideas established by Locke, they have tended to develop a correspondence theory of reality that tells us that we can know what the world is like in a direct manner through our senses. Everything is as it appears to be. Putnam, 1981. Chomsky's rationalism and that of contemporary naturalists has rejected this framework entirely, and instead argues that the world is structured and complex in such a way that we can never know it directly. If everything was simply as it appeared to be, there would be no need for scientific inquiry of any kind. What we can do is construct theories about the natural and social world that recognize that phenomena as diverse as social power, social structures, and the faculties of the mind-brain are not explicable by use of the senses alone, but require the construction of theories that make inferential judgments as to the nature of the mechanisms and structures that underlie what we do perceive. Blakey, 1993, pages 162 to 96. As a consequence, they conclude that causes are not always observable, clear, and distinct, and nor are they merely constant conjunctions of events, as Hume argued. Hume, 1977b. For naturalists such as Chomsky, the onus is upon us to develop theories which, while they only approximate reality, still possess an explanatory power that can be assessed in the light of their internal consistency and their ability to explain the events in question. They are empirical theories, and therefore, as Chomsky argues, we can agree that classical rationalist and empiricist doctrines should be recast, or perhaps replaced, so as to be more directly susceptible to empirical test, and that empirical evidence should be brought to bear, as far as possible, in determining their validity. Those who fashioned the traditional doctrines would not have quarreled with this principle. Chomsky, 1976, p. 127, thus not every theory will be equally explanatorily powerful, and we have to use all of the powers at our disposal, such as imagination, intuition, reason, and experience, to evaluate them in a critical and open way. At the same time, we must recognize that theories will change over time as new understandings of the world are revealed to us and new paradigms come to dominate our epistemic concerns. Chomsky has said repeatedly that his own theoretical insights in linguistics will be surpassed and replaced in time, and that the greatest significance of his work lies in the fact that linguists may now be asking the right kind of questions, even if their answers are weak. A key question raised here is one which recurs throughout this book: to what 9. extent can this be seen as a rational process, and to what extent is it merely a question of the power of a particular discourse? This question focuses upon the meaning of transformations in knowledge, to what extent these changes represent a qualitative change, or alternately to what extent are they a reflection of the emergence of new forms of dominant discourse that construct rather than reveal the world, as anti-naturalists will assert. Naturalists of all persuasions, Chomsky included, will generally argue that the former is the case, even though they recognize the importance of the hermeneutic or social factors on the acquisition of knowledge. The naturalist claim is that there are rational grounds to be established for evaluating and constructing theories about the natural and social world, as I have set out already. Those we might describe as anti-naturalists will argue that this is not, in fact, the case, and that at their most critical, they will argue that science merely offers us another form of faith and or domination in its accounts of the world. Feyerabend, 1975 p. 295. 8. As a consequence, we can see why it is reasonable to describe Chomsky's epistemology as a form of radicalized rationalism. It does not depend upon the classical rationalist accounts of a priori knowledge that were central to the work of Leibniz or Descartes, but it does maintain that we possess significant faculties of the mind-brain that provide us with the ability to acquire and develop our knowledge of the natural and social world. The goal, then, in part, becomes to explain what kind of system these faculties are and how they relate to what we might take to be our distinctive human nature. Chomsky's assumption is that our mind-brain provides us with the creative innate ability in conjunction with a suitable environment to construct theories about an objectively existing world. As a consequence, our theories are never infallible. We have no privileged position from which to make judgments about the world. We realize that theories change over time and are subjective responses to objective conditions, and as such our knowledge can only ever be partial insights and imaginative leaps with no absolute certainty. Working to these ideas, we might see our understanding of the world as akin to an unfinished jigsaw puzzle with as many pieces missing as connected. In our theories we attempt to construct explanations derived from our imagination, guesses, hunches, and so on. The picture is never completed in an absolute fashion, and it can be open to a range of theoretical interpretations. From there, we can evaluate these interpretations considering what we take to be concrete and fixed in the world at a given time and place. We cannot avoid using our judgment in qualitative style to evaluate, to test, to deepen, or ultimately to reject these theoretical claims. At the same time, these pictures or maps are never entirely free-floating, as postmodernists such as Baudrillard might claim. Poster, 1995. For the naturalist, the map or jigsaw has an objective. 10. Existence independent of our experience of it. For the anti-naturalist or extreme nominalist, all that our pictures reveal are contingent relations between phenomena at any given time, whereas realists are concerned to locate both the necessary and contingent relations that must exist for the events to have occurred at all. Sayre, 1992, pages 111-12. Naturalists like Chomsky argue that there is a need to separate what Sayre calls our knowledge of objects, epistemological claims, from the objects of knowledge, our ontological claims. In so doing, we are conceding that our knowledge about these objects, while still constructed from a particular time and place and within a hermeneutic, what Chomsky has called an epistemic space, will be fallible and change over time as new theories offer deeper accounts of the objects in question. Thus they change for rational reasons and in the light of empirical evaluation rather than simply because of the contest between particular discourses. Anti-naturalists tend to slide the two concepts together so that the objects of knowledge are simply what our knowledge tells us they are, and as a consequence these objects have no existence independent of us and our thoughts as specific individuals. We are therefore bound within a pragmatic or hermeneutic moment that constructs the world rather than a hermeneutic as defined by naturalists such as Chomsky, which is one that can be changed on empirical grounds and through rational insight. We might note here in passing that the position of those influenced by what is often called the linguistic turn in philosophy, anti-naturalists, who seek to explain our knowledge of the world by reference to the language games and conceptual structures of a particular community, are themselves reverting to the very essentialism they wish to overturn. Rorty, 1979, p. 13. If communities have clear and discrete forms of conceptual knowledge, we can, presumably, only know this by establishing the essential features of that community. This in itself seems to be the antithesis of anti-naturalist claims. By contrast, Chomsky's premise of a universal cognitive framework acting as a generative mechanism which realizes itself in diverse ways at different times and places and allows us to interpret the world as we do, offers a contrasting research agenda to anthropology, the history of ideas, epistemology and social and political thought. Having set out Chomsky's relationship to classical rationalist and empiricist accounts of knowledge and explained how his work has sought to advance upon this tradition, we can now consider what I take to be the three main issues of Chomsky's concern with knowledge, human nature, and power: Plato's problem, Descartes' problem, and Orwell's problem. Chomsky, 1989a. 11. Problems of knowledge and understanding. As a critical modernist, Chomsky has sought to develop a left libertarian strand of social and political thought, a strand neglected in recent critiques of modernity and the Enlightenment. What has been most striking and important about Chomsky's role here is his effort not only to maintain the classic Enlightenment ideal of the role of the intellectual as an agent who seeks to challenge the claims to authority that reside with those in positions of power, but also the way in which he has consistently sought to expose the limits to knowledge that we face. Falk, 1994. Hence Chomsky's concern with the way in which powerful institutions and dominant social groups in modernity have been able to establish a hegemonic position whereby conceptions of what is good, true, real, and universal have taken on the appearance of natural laws which bind us to a specific and seemingly inevitable social order. While modern societies present us with the possibility of greater freedom and security in our lives, it is well recognized that they also possess the institutions and forms of power that threaten the very opposite. It is these latter possibilities that have become increasingly ascendant for Chomsky, forming part of what he sees as capitalist democracy's foreclosing of modernity, along with what increasingly is presented as being the only viable route to social, political, and economic development. The recent revival of the end of history debate is perhaps a consequence of the way in which capitalist democracy, in its various forms, has become the parameter for debate in conventional political discourse. Chomsky has concentrated his work around three main themes or problems that occur throughout his writings, and in their way they act to provide the spine of this book. They link Chomsky's diverse ideas about the way in which we might acquire and use knowledge, the way in which human nature leaves us capable of resisting ideology, the shape that social and political power and control takes in capitalist democracy, and its relationship to the construction of what is said to constitute knowledge. How does Chomsky set out these problems? Plato's problem. We have already alluded to this problem earlier in the chapter, but its main question asks, how can we account for the depth and diversity of our knowledge given the limitations of our experiences? It might be phrased more pointedly as, how do we know so much given that we know so little? Plato's problem recurred throughout his work but is most commonly associated with Protagoras and Meno, where Socrates attempts to explain the principles of geometry to the slave boy Meno. Plato, 1966. For Chomsky. 12. This problem has taken on a renewed epistemological importance, most obviously for his linguistics but not exclusively so. Chomsky's methodological naturalism leads him to view human beings as part of the natural world, biological beings with a specific structure. Chomsky, 1993d, p. 45. As a consequence, we are beings with a structure and constraints as well as important powers and faculties. A task for science might be to give us an insight into these properties. There are, then, constraints on the type of knowledge that we can acquire in different areas of human experience, although, as will become clear when I turn to Chomsky's account of generative human nature, these constraints allow for the generation of a significant degree of diversity in practice. Plato's problem has led Chomsky to speculate that it might not be unreasonable to assume that these cognitive constraints also apply to other areas of our knowledge and practice, so that even concepts such as justice and power are not solely social constructions but reveal and depend upon aspects of a powerful human nature. 9. Chomsky is a naturalist in the sense that these concepts reflect real aspects of human nature and our cognitive framework, accepting, as I have said, that they can be realized in various forms at different times and places. Once again, though, these constraints allow for wide diversity in human thought and practice, but importantly they do not exclude the possibility of agreement on such concepts between different cultures or communities. This is an important theme in Chomsky's work as it means that there are clear limits to the claims of cultural relativism. Plato's problem leads Chomsky to raise some interesting ideas for developing an ethical naturalist account of the grounds for our values, and at the same time it forces us to consider the way in which modernity presents us with obstacles to the possibility of achieving wider and uncoopted agreement on the requirements of a just and freer society. Both parts of this question are raised and discussed in Chomsky's work. 2. Descartes problem. Descartes parable of the demon god, Descartes, 1991. Pages 73 to 122, can be appropriated to describe one of the persistent concerns in Chomsky's social and political thought: how do we know when we are being informed, and how do we know when we are being manipulated? Descartes' problem raises the issues of ideology, knowledge, and power to be discussed in the rest of this book, and focuses on what Chomsky has described as the need for intellectual self-defense. Chomsky, 1987b. Pages 610 to 31. The dominant social and political institutions and social forces of modernity have constructed elaborate genealogies of such concepts as truth, knowledge, justice, nature, freedom, law, and so on. Part of the task of overcoming Descartes' problem 13 is to understand how contrasting forms of knowledge have been, and continue to be, excluded, or are rendered illegitimate. Chomsky's attempts to expose forgotten or buried aspects of the history of the liberal state and scholarship can be seen as a part of this process. A central claim here for Chomsky is that the power of dominant social, economic and political institutions rests upon both their ability to carry out physical acts of force, in the case of the state, as well as their capacity for establishing and maintaining an ideological hegemony. Thus in Chomsky's work, power is a multidimensional phenomenon which moves from the national to the global, from the use of military force or coercive state institutions through to the control and manipulation of ideology and the misuse of new technology. In such instances, power is controlled and exercised through centralist, hierarchical institutions in which the legitimacy of this private and public power is largely unquestioned or unchallenged. It is these received truths that Chomsky has sought to call into question in the interests of a more libertarian society, and I will consider these claims later. 3. Orwell's problem. Finally, Chomsky has raised the issue of Orwell's problem, which highlights the way in which knowledge can be distorted, manipulated, and controlled. Chomsky asks how it is that, given the volume of information and knowledge in modern society, we have such divergent interpretations of what is actually happening in the world. Simply put, we might ask, how is it that we seem to know so little, given that there is so much evidence available? Orwell first considered this question explicitly during the Spanish Civil War, when he found that reports of the fighting in Western newspapers were a distortion of the events as he had experienced and understood them. Orwell, 1962, p. 64. How could this be explained? As with his later protagonist O'Brien in 1984, Orwell began to consider the impact of this kind of ideological dominance upon our ability to resist propaganda generally. What grounds do we have for trusting our own judgments as agents, or the judgments of what are seen as legitimate sources of information in modern society? To take more recent examples of this problem, we might ask, why is it that some tragedies constitute historic and well-publicized events, such as the Khmer Rouge atrocities in Cambodia in the mid to late 1970s, while others, such as the invasion of East Timor by Indonesia which occurred at the same time, do not? Why is it that at one point in time particular governments and regimes are seen as being comparatively benign if not overt allies, Noriega in Panama, Hussein in Iraq, while at a later moment they become demons and threats to world security? At what point in time did this transformation take place, and why did it come about? Why is it that we do 14. Not view the genealogy of these events as part of the problem of international justice? These are the type of questions that Orwell grappled with and which Chomsky has taken up in his own work. The demonization of useful enemies is a common aspect of state policy in modernity and serves to legitimize a host of actions, from public subsidies for high-tech arms and electronics industries to cuts in public welfare expenditure. Mack and Lansley, 1986, p. 221. These themes of knowledge, representation, and manipulation are often presented as necessary and stabilizing features of liberal democratic society by a range of sympathetic liberal writers from Reinhold Niebuhr to Walter Lippmann. Chomsky, 1982, pages 60 to 85. It is Chomsky's contention that they remain as dominant a feature of liberal democracy as ever. We will return to these three themes throughout the book as they serve to guide us through many of the ideas about knowledge, power, and human nature that Chomsky raises in his work. We can now consider more explicitly Chomsky's ideas about human nature and in what way they are distinctive. On human nature, Chomsky has had this to say regarding human nature and value judgments: the question "what is human nature?" has more than scientific interest. As we have noted, it lies at the core of social thought as well. What is a good society? Presumably, one that leads to the satisfaction of intrinsic human needs and human rights, and in turn, on the human nature that must be presupposed in any serious account of the origin and character of these needs and rights. Correspondingly, the social structure and relations that a reformer or revolutionary seeks to bring into existence will be based on a concept of human nature, however vague and inarticulate. In the study of human languages, at least, there are substantive hypotheses, which I believe have a considerable force and explanatory power, as to the general character of the genetic program that provides for the growth of the capacity for language and the particular forms that it assumes. I see no reason to doubt that the same will prove true in other domains, as we come to understand the structure of human cognitive capacity. If so, we may think of human nature as a system of a sort familiar in the biological world, a system of mental organs based on physical mechanisms that are now largely unknown, though not beyond investigation in principle, a system that provides for a unique form of intelligence that manifests itself in human language in our unique capacity to develop a concept of number and 15. Abstract space, to construct scientific theories in certain domains, to create certain systems of art, myth, and ritual, to interpret human action, to develop and comprehend certain systems of social institution, and so on. Chomsky, 1973, p. 12. Chomsky's concern with human nature and its possibilities ties together his general commitment to the idea of a more libertarian form of social organization and his account of both the acquisition of knowledge and its more general abuse in modernity. For Chomsky, accounts of human nature lie at the basis of all social and political thought. Even when such theories reject the concept of human nature, any serious social science or theory of social change must be founded on some concept of human nature. Chomsky, 1969b, p. 32. 10. To this end he has noted that, it is reasonable to suppose that just as intrinsic structures of mind underlie the development of cognitive structures, so a species' character provides the framework for the growth of moral consciousness, cultural achievement, and even participation in a free and just community. It is, to be sure, a great intellectual leap from observations on the basis of cognitive development to particular conclusions on the laws of our nature and the conditions of our fulfillment. Chomsky, 1976, pages 133-4. Chomsky's work and ideas in this area reveal two main and related points. First, that we actually know very little of any significance about human nature and why human beings behave as they do. Second, that as a consequence we should be deeply suspicious of those who do make absolutist claims about human nature as the justification of this or that particular and inevitable social order. Chomsky's naturalism comes to the fore here as he has sought to put the study of the mind-brain at the center of his own account of human nature. As he has noted, there is frequently what he calls a bifurcation thesis, or more recently methodological dualism, at work here in that while it is accepted as being legitimate to study the body's organs generally in terms of their initial structure, the mind-brain is often seen as an exception to this rule. As Chomsky has commented, it is generally argued that in these domains, social environment is the dominant factor. The structures of the mind that develop over time are taken to be accidental and arbitrary. There is no human nature apart from what develops as a specifically historical product. But human cognitive systems, when seriously investigated, prove to be no less marvelous and intricate than the physical structures that develop in the life of the organism. Why? 16. Then, should we not study the acquisition of a cognitive structure such as language more or less as we study some complex physical organ? Chomsky, 1976, p. 20. The cognitive account of knowledge and human nature that Chomsky has developed provides us with an original and revealing insight into both the biological generative structures that underpin and are, in part, causal of human diversity and also the necessary constraints upon this diversity. Our experiences and the society into which we are born remain the other part of this causal structure. Drawing these points together and how they might relate to an understanding of culture, Chomsky has observed that, at every stage of history, our concern must be to dismantle those forms of authority and oppression that survive from an era when they might have been justified in terms of the need for security or survival or economic development, but that now contribute to, rather than alleviate, material and cultural deficit. If so, there will be no doctrine of social change fixed for the present and the future, nor even, necessarily, a specific and unchanging concept of the goals towards which social change would tend. Surely our understanding of the nature of man or of the range of viable social forms is so rudimentary that any far-reaching doctrine must be treated with great skepticism, just as skepticism is in order when we hear that human nature or the demands of efficiency or the complexity of modern life requires this or that form of oppression and autocratic rule. Chomsky, 1973, p. 152, we can see that for Chomsky a concern with human nature is very much a concern with those qualities that differentiate human beings as a species, their creativity, diversity, and ability to construct and change their mode of organization being of the utmost importance here. Chomsky's understanding of the acquisition of knowledge and the potentially free and creative use of human talents and skills leads him to present an overview of human nature that suggests that there are a wide range of potential social forms and values that might be realized in human history. It does not mean that social and cultural development is unbounded though, as there will be significant constraints on what we can know about the world as well as upon how we might live and organize ourselves. These constraints have frequently become reified or naturalized in different epochs by prevailing ideologies to leave us with a conception of human nature and attendant values that sees it as being not only invariant and universal but quite literally unchanging in terms of the possible form that societies might take. 17. Chomsky follows aspects of Rousseau's thought here, in that he endorses Rousseau's criticisms of Hobbes' ahistoric account of human nature and society. For Rousseau, the aim was to show people that their institutions and practices were social constructions that could be changed by human will and reason, with all of their limitations. This dialectic between the constraints and possibilities that arise as a consequence of the relationship between human nature and society leads Chomsky to make the following observations as to how they might be studied. A serious study of morals or of social systems would attempt the same thing. It would ask itself what kinds of social systems are conceivable. Then it would ask itself what kinds have actually been realized in history, and it would ask how they came into existence, given the range of possibilities that exist at some moment of social and cultural development. Then, having reached that point, the next question is whether the range of social systems that human beings have constituted is broad or narrow, what is its scope, what are its permutations, are there kinds of social systems humans would not possibly construct, and so on. We have not really begun this kind of investigation. Hence, it is only a guess when I say that the range of possible social systems may be very narrow. Of course, there is an enormous human significance in living in one social system rather than another, in capitalism rather than feudalism, for example. 11. To explain this further and its centrality to Chomsky's ideas of the mind, brain and human nature, we need to briefly set out his theory of the modularity of the mind. Modularity of the mind. Chomsky sets his account of the mind-brain at the heart of his epistemology and his interpretation of human nature, and to this end has sought to outline the possible structure of the mind-brain so that we might best understand and explain how it operates. He has developed a thesis of the modularity of the mind-brain that sees it as being composed of a range of faculties, and sub-faculties, that pertains to the gamut of human knowledge and experience, Chomsky, 1984. It is these faculties which enable us to make sense of our experiences, to order them in such a way that they do not overwhelm us in a completely random fashion. As a consequence of these diverse but connected modules, our cognitive faculties will develop at differing times and levels, bringing about what Chomsky sees as the rich diversity of human talents and potentials. His rationalism provides an explanation for the diversity of human 18. Knowledge and talents, making us part of a diverse and rich species, Chomsky, 1988 d. p. 163. Chomsky does stress the importance of social conditions for the development of our cognitive faculties and is well aware of the impact of social and economic inequality upon the possibilities of attaining a free and just society, Chomsky, 1988 d. pages 171-6. However, even in a good society, Chomsky's rationalism leads him to the view that human diversity of condition would still be a fundamental social fact. In Chomsky's account, the mind-brain provides us with a framework or template that enables us to try to make sense of our experiences. As such, it offers an array of significant constraints upon the kind of things we might know, do, or be, and this, in turn, has profound implications for an anthropological interpretation of human nature. 12. For Chomsky, it is the cognitive faculties of the mind-brain that are most important and distinctive about human nature, and that provide us with plausible grounds for believing that human cultural evolution is not necessarily restricted to the freedoms realized in the current era of capitalist democracy. We cannot rule out the possibility of advancing human liberation on grounds of human nature any more than we can say that it will inevitably occur. We might end this section by noting that Chomsky is not proposing a reductive theory of the relationship between the mind and body, Chomsky, 1993 d. pages 79-93. On the contrary, he remains generally agnostic about such issues, arguing that the concept of body has changed so much in history that it is difficult to imagine how we could begin to propose a useful answer. However, it is plausible to suggest that to some extent Chomsky sees the mind as an emergent quality of the brain, as he has suggested in various places. 13. 2. Human nature in social and political thought. It should be clearer now that Chomsky's rationalism offers an interesting development in interpretations of human nature, one that I would contend avoids the narrowly determining interpretations more commonly associated with rationalist thought. Chomsky's theory of the universal cognitive framework of the mind-brain offers us a substantive account of universality and constraints upon human potential that suggests that human beings do, in fact, share a great many substantive features. At the same time, this universality does not rule out the possibility of human cultural evolution and diversity. Indeed, Chomsky's work suggests that without these substantive constraints it would be hard to imagine diverse cultures being established at all. Why? Because without them human experience would be largely random and unsystematic in a way that would seem to preclude the possibility of 19. The kind of rules that we associate with cultural practices generally being established. Cultural practices are wide in their potential, then, but they are not unbounded and nor are they unconstrained. Chomsky's theory would expect us to find limits to the type of social forms that we might live in, although, as he concedes, these different social forms would undoubtedly seem profoundly distinct to those living in them. Chomsky, 1969 b. p. 32. Chomsky's theory of human nature may posit an array of species-wide and universal faculties to human beings, but this means only that these faculties are mechanisms which are able to generate a range of possible responses to our experiences. It does not mean that there is one true society or theory of the good. As we have already seen, Chomsky recognizes that a social theory should be changing in terms of its goals, such is the fluid nature of our cultural evolution. Nonetheless, this evolution could not take place at all unless there were these significant, universal, and species-wide constraints that order our experience. The issue of human nature will recur in later chapters when we look at Chomsky's ideas in the context of his debate with Foucault on Dutch television, and when I examine the way in which it might inform our judgments as to the nature of grounds for values and principles in politics. Having introduced the main arguments that Chomsky has raised with regard to the issues of knowledge, power, and human nature, we can now consider the ways in which naturalists have been challenged in their claims about knowledge and human nature in modern social and political thought. Why has this challenge come about? The anti-naturalist challenge. Chomsky is, of course, merely one of many who have tried to maintain and defend the naturalist tradition. Bhaskar, 1979. At the most extreme, some naturalists have argued that there is essentially no difference in either the subject matter of the natural and social sciences nor in the methods of inquiry. 14 contemporary naturalists such as Chomsky reject this view of naturalism entirely, and while stressing the need to retain a scientific approach when turning to the social sciences, they emphasize that there are significant differences and limitations confronting our ability to construct explanatory theories which move beyond the level of description. Chomsky, 1981a, pages 9 to 10. The emphasis is still upon science, although these contemporary naturalists recognize that we also have to evaluate other forms of knowledge such as ethics and aesthetics, which cannot be seen in a straightforward 20. Relationship to science. Chomsky has commented, "There is no reason to abandon the general approach of the natural sciences when we turn to the study of human beings and society." Chomsky, 1981a, p. 219. For the moment it is sufficient to clarify the general position that naturalists like Chomsky take so that we can explore some of the powerful criticisms that have been made by those we might describe as their anti-naturalist, or more commonly, humanist, critics. Science offers us one means by which to construct our ideas of human nature, though not the only one. Chomsky has been quick to assert that it's not unlikely that literature will forever give far deeper insight into what is sometimes called the full human person than any modes of scientific inquiry may hope to do. Chomsky, 1987d, p. 4. But what if science were only another form of domination in modernity, a central claim of some of its humanist critics? 15. What if science does not reveal or explain but actually imposes and coerces our understanding of the world? What kind of power does science offer to those in positions of social, economic, and political power? 16. Chomsky recognizes and is well aware of these difficulties and wants to defend the goal of science as knowledge, as opposed to viewing science solely as a vehicle for power and ideology. Having established why science is an important feature of Chomsky's work with regard to knowledge, power, and human nature, we can look at the way in which humanists have sought to curb or limit the claims of naturalism generally. Western philosophy and social and political thought in the late 20th century has increasingly fallen under the influence of the works of writers in the humanist tradition, ranging from Wittgenstein and Heidegger through to contemporary figures such as Richard Rorty. Those working in this tradition have sought to challenge concerns with establishing foundations for knowledge by illustrating the indeterminacy of grounding knowledge in either reason or experience. As a consequence, philosophy is said to have lost its exclusive role as the arbiter of knowledge and truth, at least in the sense in which Rorty and Wittgenstein construe it. For Wittgenstein we were to be concerned with forms of life. Wittgenstein, 1974, pages 8 to 9. An ambiguous concept that has been taken by Peter Winch, among others, to mean incommensurable cultural realms. Winch, 1958, Putnam, 1995. As a consequence, the goals of social science and philosophy become an object of Verstehen, understanding, rather than the naturalist emphasis upon understanding and transcendental causal explanation. This is a key distinction to be borne in mind in the naturalist and humanist debate. Verstehen offers us explanations within particular forms of life and is opposed to the idea that it is possible to provide transcendental causal explanations. It must be stressed that there is no consensus as to what exactly 2.1. Wittgenstein meant by the term forms of life, although the interpretation offered by Winch has proven to be a popular one. In essence, What philosophers such as Wittgenstein, Winch, and Rorty have tried to do is to show the way in which our knowledge is bound by our language and the concepts established within and by our linguistic communities, what is often termed a hermeneutic circle. Blakey, 1993, pages 30-5, Manikas, 1987, pages 266-70. As a consequence, we grow up into this community and learn its concepts, meanings, ideas and values, and will always be bound by this particular way of interpreting and understanding things. Hence it represents a major challenge to the naturalist ideal of trying to explain events in the natural and social world by evaluating contrasting and transcendental theories. If theories are established within the conceptual framework of particular communities or form of life, they will be shaped by what those communities take to be real, true, important, good, bad, and so on. On what basis can we compare the theoretical claims held by agents who have grown up in these different forms of life? Will not their ideas and worldviews be incommensurable? I can illustrate this point briefly with an example used by Quine, 1953, 1972, when he tells the well-known story of an anthropologist working with a remote tribal group. Having spent many months living with and getting to know and understand the tribe, the anthropologist finds himself one day walking along a path with a member of the tribe when a rabbit runs out in front of them. The tribe member points and shouts out "Gavagile," which the anthropologist takes to mean rabbit. Quine says that there is no logical reason for the anthropologist to assume that this is the case, as empirical theories are always underdetermined by the evidence. The tribe member could have meant undetached hind part, rather than rabbit. Thus we are left with an intractable problem of translating concepts between these apparently incommensurable communities. Quine has gone on to illustrate this difficulty further by arguing that even though he believes the claims of scientific laws as opposed to believing in the claims of Homer's gods, as a result of this radical indeterminacy of empirical theories, there are no transcendent rational grounds for making this distinction. It seems to become merely a question of faith. Quine, 1953, p. 44. I will examine Chomsky's response to Quine's indeterminacy thesis in Chapter 2, but we can see that at this stage it leaves extremely vulnerable the naturalist's hopes of providing explanations of the world able to transcend the boundaries of different communities. This is central to what the humanists are saying is wrong with the naturalist approach to social inquiry. The meanings that human beings impart to concepts are established by human practice, tradition, and custom, and as such they will be varied and distinct. As a consequence, it is a gross distortion to 22. Think that we can generalize about a coherent conception of human nature that offers us substantive understanding of universality, and nor can we assume that concepts used by one community are either the same as or are translatable into those used by another. In large part this is because humanists reject totally the classical realist view of language and the world established by Locke that led to what we referred to earlier as the correspondence theory of truth. Humanists have argued that our language and our concepts do not just mirror the world in their meanings, they construct it. Chomsky, 1981a, Hamlin 1990, pages 95-110. 17. It is human beings that give meaning to concepts. They create them within their own communities, forms of life, and so on. Thus what constitutes truth, beliefs, values, or knowledge generally will be determined by our learning and development within the community itself. There is no Archimedean point in time and space from which to evaluate or make judgments about the contrasting theoretical interpretations of the world developed in these different forms of life. As a consequence, this means that we can resolve many philosophical problems by recognizing that they are really linguistic problems that have arisen as a result of misinterpretations, Rallian category mistakes, and so on. We impart meanings to phenomena that do not actually transcend our hermeneutic circle, though we have tended to believe that they do. As Wittgenstein observed, ethics is what we do, it is not something distinct or separate from who we are as communities. 18. This view runs into conflict with the approach to inquiry adopted by Chomsky and other naturalists. The distinction between naturalist and humanist concerns was set out by Gellner when he said that Wittgenstein sees the concept of forms of life as a solution to philosophical puzzles, while for naturalists they are the problem. Gellner, 1974, p. 24. How can we explain forms of life and the beliefs that permeate them? Why do forms differ? In Philosophy and the Mirror of Nature, Rorty gives a sweeping account of what he takes to be the failures of Enlightenment philosophy. Rorty's pragmatism is too complex to give a satisfactory account of here, but we can note that his main conclusions are that while we should recognize and champion the benefits that science has brought us, we should accept that our knowledge is ultimately relative, bound by socio-historical traditions and the hermeneutic circle that we are born into and learn. Rorty, 1979, pages 316 to 40. Rorty argues that not only must we abandon the search for foundations for knowledge and engage in philosophical conversation to establish consensual social arrangements, but that we should recognize that scientific practice is outside the scope of social scientific inquiry where we are bound by some form of hermeneutics. In constructing an outline of what I take to be the humanist response to the claims of naturalism in the social sciences. 23. Particularly as it is often conceived in its positivist form, we need to be clear that there is a significant diversity among these writers, much as there is among naturalists themselves. Indeed, I would suggest that Hilary Putnam's reading of Wittgenstein and American pragmatism, James, Peirce, and Dewey, is sufficiently convincing as to lead us to question Rorty's own appropriation of that tradition and what he thinks it stands for. Putnam, 1995. It is important to raise this issue of the complexity of interpretation as Rorty's anti-epistemological claims rest upon an interpretation of Wittgenstein's idea of forms of life that does indeed suppose that communities are clear, distinct, and incommensurable, something that Putnam says is most certainly not what Wittgenstein meant. Putnam, 1995, pages 32 to 51. It would seem to me that it is the Rortian interpretation that is dominant at present, and so it is this interpretation that I will concentrate on in relation to Chomsky's ideas. Both Rorty and Wittgenstein present serious problems for any naturalist approach to inquiry in their respective accounts of knowledge and philosophy. If beliefs cannot be understood in the context of their relationship to an objectively existing and independent natural world or social world, then the scientific goal of defending knowledge and science against ideology is apparently lost. Beyond this, it would appear to me that there are important implications for how we view ethics and political practice as a result of the claims of humanist philosophy, in the same way that there are as a result of what I take to be Chomsky's naturalism. Interestingly, the consequences are neither clear nor consistent. I can illustrate this by reference to John Dewey, a figure whom Rorty has been keen to place within the humanist canon. Rorty, 1979, pages 6 to 9. There is little doubt that while Dewey was a philosophical pragmatist, his political views were, in the context of his time and ours, markedly radical. Indeed, Chomsky has claimed Dewey as something of a political ally for the libertarian socialist tradition. Chomsky, 1982, pages 60 to 85. By contrast, Rorty's liberal Ironism seems to be a long way from the kind of industrial and political democracy advocated by Dewey. Does any of this matter? Is there a connection between philosophy and political thought that we should be concerned with? I would argue that there are important questions to be raised here about the way in which how we interpret and explain the social and natural world helps to ground and legitimize our political principles. Again though, it needs to be stressed that this is clearly not a linear progression from philosophy to politics. For example, there have been both positivist and humanist Marxists, and no doubt there will continue to be. What is important is the assumptions that these philosophical positions lead us to make about human nature, society, and the values we hold. It is these themes that I will expand upon in later chapters. 24. Conclusion, Methodological Naturalism and the Linguistic Turn. In conclusion to this chapter, we can see that Chomsky's methodological naturalism places him in the modernist and Enlightenment tradition, and in contrast to what I have described as prevailing humanist ideas in philosophy and social science. A major dividing point between them concerns the relationship between language and reality. Those humanists who have taken what is frequently described as the linguistic turn in philosophy and social science have developed an approach that sees language as the means by which we construct what we take reality to be. Kitcher, 1992. The range of ideas, meanings and perceptions of the world are contingent upon specific social and historical periods and the dominance of particular traditions, forms of life, discourses, and so on. As a consequence, language does not refer to the world as an objectively existing and independent entity. Instead, it is our discourses that actually construct what constitutes the real world at any given time. The subject is said to be decentered in this process as we are born into hermeneutic circles or forms of life in which both our sense of identity and our worldview are shaped by prevailing and contrasting discourses. The Enlightenment vision of the rational agent or subject is severely diminished and usually removed altogether. Conversely, naturalists such as Chomsky adhere to an account of language and truth that accepts that the natural and the social world is really out there as an independent entity and that as a consequence we can hope to come to understand and explain it more fully. We can gain a truer account of how the mechanisms and structures that generate events and outcomes actually work. For the naturalists, it is our rational and critical faculties that provide us with the potential mechanisms by which we might realize progress in knowledge, while, for the humanists, language itself has an ontological primacy in such a way that we are practically constituted by the identities and meanings imparted to us by prevailing discourses. These themes will be drawn out more deeply throughout the book, but it is reasonably transparent at this stage that they lead us to radically different views about the nature of truth, justice, agency, structure, rationality, human nature, and freedom. What I think that Chomsky offers us is a defense of the naturalist position that is sensitive to some of the more substantive humanist criticisms, and at the same time a conception of agency, structure, and power that evades what frequently appears to be the linguistic determinism of the contemporary humanist approach. To Chomsky's methodological naturalism. Introduction, Science and the Limits to Knowledge. In this chapter I am interested in exploring a range of concepts and approaches to inquiry such as naturalism, realism, pragmatism, humanism, and positivism, all of which have complex and contrasting lineages, and the way in which Chomsky's work relates to them. My primary concern will be with outlining the way in which Chomsky's naturalism, and realism, can be distinguished from a range of others and in what ways it relates to them. To this end I will set out briefly what I take to be the central tenet of Chomsky's ideas about science, what Bhaskar and contemporary scientific realists refer to as abduction and retroduction, Blakey, 1993, Chapter 6, as opposed to either induction or deduction, before introducing some of the difficulties that Chomsky's naturalism faces in the context of separating knowledge and ideology. My intention here is to explore the way that the three problems of knowledge and understanding that connect Chomsky's work, Plato's problem, Descartes' problem, and Orwell's problem, impinge upon his ideas about science and knowledge and the way in which he has sought to challenge these problems in his work. How satisfactory are his responses to the criticisms leveled against naturalism? The claims of contemporary naturalists such as Chomsky are confronted by a range of criticisms from what I termed earlier the humanist or anti-naturalist school, one who have been extremely critical of what they frequently refer to as the totalizing or absolutist claims of science. By this they mean that science, and by extension naturalism, presents itself and is defended as a series of absolute truths about the natural and social world when such a position is untenable. As we saw earlier, Chomsky's post-Cartesianism means that he too rejects the idea that science or any other form of knowledge can provide us with absolute or invariant truths about the world. So where does this leave his understanding of knowledge and science when contrasted with that of science's humanist or anti-naturalist opponents? Is it possible to salvage science from ideology as Chomsky's work has sought to do, without turning to the kind of epistemological absolutism that Descartes sought? Chomsky's ideas about science and knowledge are important here because they inform his conception of human nature and also because they provide 25. 26. us with an approach to inquiry into the natural and the social world which seeks to avoid the judgmental relativism of many trends within contemporary thought, Lawson and A. P. Nancy, 1989. This said, Chomsky can also be seen to be working among a range of writers who have sought to challenge the Eurocentric history of science, progress, and civilization that has emerged, in part, from aspects of Enlightenment thought. Chomsky's social and political writings have reinterpreted Western history and its self-image and representation of itself to the rest of the world by seeking to expose the way in which domination, imperialism, and oppression have been integral to the development and spread of capitalist democracy. Chomsky and Herman, 1979 B. and C. Chomsky, 1993a. In addition to this, his work reinforces the contention that capitalist democracy has led to the foreclosing of modernity and its more emancipatory possibilities by rendering alternate visions of social, economic, and political organization as either illegitimate or utopian. While capitalist democracy brings with it a conception of freedom that is a significant improvement on past modes of social organization, at the same time it sets clear limits on the possibility of building substantially upon these freedoms. Chomsky frequently notes that while the USA is the most libertarian country in history, at the same time it imposes severe constraints on and obstacles to the meaningful realization of these and perhaps greater freedoms. Chomsky, 1982, p. 92. These constraints are structural and increasingly global features of modern capitalist democracies which constrain and limit the possibility of greater pluralism with regard to the diversity of social, political, and economic organization and control. Chomsky, 1995. As Chomsky has argued, capitalist democracies have particular conceptions of freedom and pluralism that are primarily to do with matters of consumption rather than substantive self-determination. Chomsky, 1987b, pages 232-4. It is the idea of a society of self-determining producers of culture, goods, services, and so on, that in part animates Chomsky's social and political thought. At a general level, the social theory that Chomsky defends is one that emphasizes the need for people to be active beings in a social order where the widest possible opportunity and possibility is available to all to exercise their talents and creativity. This account of society is most fully realized, for Chomsky, in the libertarian socialist tradition that he has articulated and which I will turn to in more detail in Chapter 6. Humanist critics in the social sciences have argued that science has actually had an important part to play in this foreclosing of modernity. Foucault's work, for example, has illustrated in compelling style the way in which science has been integral to the structures of state and industrial power in modern society and has been used as a means to classify, exclude, marginalize and criminalize those agents and groups who have sought to resist. 27. Or challenge capitalist democracy's absolutist and universal claims. Foucault, 1980, 1991. Similarly, Chomsky has been concerned with the dominance of powerful Western institutions and social forces to impose an account of history and development upon the world, in the process overturning those that might challenge this interpretation. It is here that Chomsky shares with Foucault a critique of the power of dominant institutions in modernity to construct truths and representations of events and forms of life that take on the appearance of common sense. Chomsky, 1982, 1987d. 3. As I will show later, though, their accounts of power and knowledge rest upon antithetical philosophical grounds. The question that frequently arises as a consequence of this is whether the use and abuse of science as a means to legitimize existing forms of social and political power means that science itself is conceptually flawed. Does it mean that science as a practice has led to the establishment of modes of thought in modern society that are themselves oppressive? For critical theorists, for example, have long focused upon the connection between what they see as the dominant form of naturalism in modernity, positivism, and the instrumental or utilitarian ideology of capitalist democracy where ethical questions are reduced to quantitative calculations. Marcuse, 1986. As a consequence, they have argued that modernity tends to naturalize capitalism as a way of life, meaning that any problems that arise are always technical problems requiring modifications to the system itself, but never fundamental systemic change. Freedom becomes synonymous with capitalism, and a recurring theme has been the idea that we are at the end of history with regard to the possibility of extending human liberation. The only development left is to establish the globalization of capitalist democracy itself in its most advanced form. Critical theorists have argued that it is the dominant positivist model of science that has emerged since the Enlightenment which has inculcated this understanding of knowledge and the world and the dominant values of utility and instrumentality. They see the very culture of modernity as deeply imbued with this account of science as the only type of knowledge available to us. Hence questions of ethics and aesthetics are rendered essentially relativist or subjective responses which have no epistemological status beyond the level of I prefer that or 7 think that is good. There can be no rational grounds for agreement over value statements as they are themselves merely personal preferences, not forms of knowledge. Why is this so? Because the positivist model of science tells us that science, and as a consequence, knowledge, is concerned with what is known through the senses, ultimately, what is observable. Value statements fall outside these parameters and are not, therefore, forms of knowledge and consequently not open to rational. 28. Evaluation. Critical theory has sought to challenge and overturn this positivist model of science and knowledge by emphasizing the distinction between the objects of study in the natural and social sciences. Do Chomsky's ideas about naturalism leave him open to these criticisms? Is it possible to be a naturalist and yet not a positivist? It is these questions that inform and direct this chapter. Chomsky's naturalism, positivist, pragmatist, and realist understandings of science and knowledge. In some respects, the distinction made between realists, pragmatists, and positivists over questions of science and knowledge is a little misleading. Chomsky has commented that I should say that I don't consider pragmatism and positivism as enemies, and the term realism covers such a variety of positions that one can have no attitude towards it, without further specification. We are organisms with a particular biological nature, not angels, and, as in any other aspect of the natural world, we therefore have a certain kind of epistemic space that we can explore within our own frameworks of understanding and interpretation. Part of that is the assumption that there is a real world with which we are somehow infracting and in which we are somehow a part. We try to get the best understanding of it we can. That much, I think, is common to much of what is called pragmatism, positivism, and realism, except that the, to my mind, trivially obvious, points about epistemic reach have rarely been explored or even taken seriously. 5. As Chomsky notes, realism takes many forms, and so part of this chapter will be concerned with setting out Chomsky's methodological naturalism in the context of contemporary realist approaches to inquiry. For Chomsky, 2 of his central problems of knowledge and understanding arise here. First, does science offer us any distinctive way of explaining as well as understanding events in both the natural and the social world? Orwell's problem, 1. Second, how is it that we are able to acquire scientific knowledge at all? Plato's problem. It is to the first of these issues that we can now turn. Chomsky and positive approaches to inquiry. Those writing within what I have called the humanist tradition have, in recent decades, sought to overturn what they see as the dominant positivist paradigm of social science. Bryant, 1985. For many of these diverse humanist writers, science has become the distinctive and frequently terrorizing 29. hallmark of the modern world, with the Enlightenment having led us to a new and supreme form of unchallengeable and absolute power and authority. More than this, the Enlightenment itself is frequently presented as the Enlightenment project, a monolithic and unified historical process that can be clearly and discreetly categorized and overturned. Gray, 1995. Naturalism is seen as being synonymous with some type of positivist account of science, recognizing that positivism embraces a wide range of ideas and theories about science and knowledge. As a consequence of this, the account of positive science and knowledge given here is little more than an ideal type, and readers should be aware of the complexity of ideas that have emerged within this general approach. 6. Positivist approaches generally share a belief that the goal of science is to provide a causal explanation of the events of the natural and social world on the basis of our experiences and through an accurate description of our observations. 7. Thus it is an attempt to provide foundations for knowledge on the basis of our experiences. For the positivist, science is strictly an empiricist project concerned with uncovering and explaining the causal laws of nature and society that are, as Hume observed in the 18th century, constant conjunctions of events. Hume, 1977b, pages 121-31. Hume argued that we could have no certainty that causation actually existed in the world, and that, indeed, it might well be a psychological phenomenon that we impose upon the world ourselves. However, science presupposed that causality lay behind events, and the only way of gaining insight into this was through some form of inductive technique whereby experience enabled us to confirm that events happened in a particular and regular order. Thus, if we could observe that specific events occurred regularly and with the same observed detail and sequence, then we could induce that this was an example of a causal relation. The difficulty with this approach to explaining causation, as Hume realized, was that it was always open to refutation by a single counter-example. The causal explanation might well turn out to be merely a correlation of discrete and contingent events. Chomsky is nonetheless taken with the importance of Hume's work, as its radical skepticism seriously undermined the empiricist approach to science that Chomsky's methodological naturalism is antithetical to. 8. However, Hume's work and his skepticism have never derailed the empiricist project as it perhaps might have, as latter-day positivist and empiricist social scientists have sought to build upon the idea that what there is to know about the world is open to us directly through our senses or experiences. As Hilary Putnam notes, for the positivist everything that there is to know about the world is ultimately observable to us, a claim which is itself a metaphysical one. 30. Putnam, 1995, p. 44. The task of science becomes one that is fundamentally concerned with observation and the describing of events. Chomsky's reaction to this type of empiricist account of science and knowledge should be clear from the first chapter, but in the context of Orwell's problem it is worth clarifying the difficulties of such an approach for inquiry into the natural and social world. From Chomsky's perspective, empiricism offers us little advance in terms of explaining how and why events in the natural and social world actually occur. Why is this so? Because empiricism presupposes that everything that there is to be explained about the world, society, and human beings can be reduced to the level of observation and description. Natural laws are said to be invariant and universal, and consequently the only adequate science is one which can construct theories that provide accounts of the world that enable the prediction and observation of empirical regularity. Hence, for positivist science, physics is the prime model of science and knowledge because it is the most advanced in terms of its predictive capacity. The mind, for example, is said to be explicable as a phenomenon in positivist approaches by reducing it to the brain and its chemical and electrical processes. The very idea of the mind as an unobservable entity was a residue of metaphysics which was to be rejected as being both unscientific and ultimately meaningless. Knowledge is to be gained through our experiences alone, which are potentially the ultimate foundations for knowledge. There is a sense in which this claim is undermined by the very premise of Orwell's problem, though, in that positive approaches presuppose that questions of interpretation are ultimately unproblematic or at least resolvable in a logical way. Orwell's problem tells us that this is not the case, as our experiences are extremely unreliable guides to knowledge, so regularly are we deceived or misled by them or by others. The corrigibility of our experiences as foundations or even grounds for knowledge is as much a problem for the natural as it is for the social sciences. Chomsky is a radically different kind of naturalist in that he is fundamentally opposed to the model of science and knowledge developed within positive science. Dealing with the premise raised by Orwell's problem, the question that arises is whether this type of empiricist science offers us an adequate means of approaching inquiry into the natural and social world. It rests upon the assumption that not only are both worlds governed by invariant natural laws which can be seen as empirical regularities, but that both are open to the same kind of study and explanations. Phenomena and events in the world are said to be explicable by our observations alone. I can highlight three major criticisms of this empiricist, positivist, approach to science that Chomsky's work raises. 31. 1. Not all structures and causes will be observable, what are often called surface structures, and causation itself does not inevitably lead to empirical regularity in its effects. 9. For Chomsky, causal structures and mechanisms are capable of producing an array of outcomes that will be affected by a host of variables that can only usually be excluded in the laboratory and under ideal experimental conditions. The majority of sciences do not enable us to make the kind of consistent predictions that positivist science presupposes. Chomsky's ideas about the mind-brain and its faculties illustrate this point when he says that our language faculty enables us to make a potentially infinite array of sentences from the finite rules of grammar that we acquire. As a consequence of this, we could never predict what our own or each other's sentences would be. 10. Beyond this, we could never verify the absolute truth of empirical statements by observation alone, as any empirical theory, as Quine asserted in Chapter 1, is underdetermined by the evidence. Quine, 1969. That is, it could always be interpreted in some other fashion. Chomsky agrees with Quine on this point of criticism of positivist science, but disagrees with Quine as to where this leaves us in terms of our ability to evaluate theories and judgments about the natural and social world. 2. This is even more the case in the social sciences, where the objects of study are actually constructed by human beings and are therefore significantly different to the objects studied in the natural sciences. The meanings we impose upon the world and our experiences in order to explain our actions are themselves part of any explanation in social science, and this raises difficult questions of interpretation, just as it does in the natural sciences, that positivist science sees as ultimately unproblematic. Plant, 1991, pages 4-20. In social science, the objects of study will change over time. Their structures are not eternal and invariant, as they have a history of social change and transformation. In the natural sciences, the structures of phenomena may well be invariant, but in social science they have their own history, which is part of what it is that we are trying to explain. Bhaskar, 1979, pages 43-50. The positive model of science and its conception of invariant natural laws is overwhelmingly reductive, scientistic, and determinist in its conception of agency and structure, reflecting a tradition in social thought that stretches from Hobbes to B.F. Skinner. Even humanists such as Rorty slip into this kind of behavioral determinism, as is clear from his account of the acquisition of language and its use, which he sees as essentially a response to an environmental stimulus. Rorty, 1979, p. 354. 11. By contrast, Chomsky's account of human nature rests upon a recognition of human free will that is central to his theory of language. This leads him to the view that human action is not just behavior triggered by an external stimulus, but is purposive activity brought about through thought, deliberation, judgment, and reason. 32. The positive conception of science would seem to deny that these unobserved factors are themselves substantial mechanisms that generate outcomes. 3. Science is neither essentially inductive nor deductive in its approach as it is for positive science, but instead it is what Bhaskar and Peirce have called retroductive. This idea of retroduction ties in with Chomsky's own thoughts on what he has called the Galilean style. Inductive approaches to science can be described as those that rely upon observed regularities to be used as the building blocks upon which general statements are to be made. For the reasons I have already considered, this is not an adequate means by which to establish an account of either natural laws or causation. Deductive accounts of science, by contrast, imply a logical, nomothetic, or hypothetico-deductive approach that allows the scientist to move from definite law-like initial statements or conditions to determinate conclusions. Again, the majority of sciences, particularly the social sciences, do not work in areas of study where the ideal initial conditions of deductive science exist, and so this model of science is also limited in its use and is still within the positivist model of science and causation. Instead, we are left with Chomsky's own Galilean style, which can be seen alongside the related concepts of abduction and retroduction. 12. If we turn to Peirce, and latterly Bhaskar, first, considering Chomsky's ideas about the Galilean style shortly, Chomsky has had this to say about Peirce's ideas on science. He merely noted something that seems obvious: in a particular problem situation, we either face a blank wall, the usual situation, or we hit upon some possible solution, abduction. The approach taken by realists, and which includes Chomsky's methodological naturalism, has two features to it: abduction, hypothesis projection, the proliferation of a number of plausible explanatory theories, based largely on guesswork aided by a scientifically guided intuition. Although an inductive process, it is not a form of induction that presupposes the classic blank slate view of the empty mind gradually filled by experience. 13. On the contrary, for Chomsky, abduction is a power of the human cognitive faculties that is central to our intellectual development with regard to the possibility of attaining plausible theories and explanations of the events with which we are concerned. Retroduction, hypothesis testing, the elimination of hypotheses on the basis of observational data. 14. Retroduction, although not a term used by Chomsky explicitly in his work, nonetheless is an appropriate way of describing the manner by which he approaches his inquiries into the structures of the mind-brain and the language faculty. Through the use of abstract models, we can begin to formulate ways of critically evaluating our theories both qualitatively and quantitatively in the light of empirical evidence. As a consequence, we have rational grounds for rejecting or defending particular 33 theories, always recognizing that these are never absolute or closed assumptions and that they will change over time. What is crucial here, and this is an issue that cuts across all forms of inquiry in the social sciences, is that we retain the means by which we can evaluate and judge on critical grounds between theories, ideas, values, and so on. We are not left with a form of judgmental relativism, a trend that has been such a popular feature of contemporary social and political thought. Taylor, 1994. Neither Chomsky nor contemporary realists follow precisely in Peirce's footsteps, and instead, I would argue, have developed a significantly modified version of retroduction. Chomsky's methodological naturalism rests upon the idea that realism asks, what must the world be like in order for a specific event to have occurred? What necessary and causal relations and mechanisms must exist in order to generate particular outcomes, recognizing that these outcomes will not be invariant outside the ideal conditions of the laboratory. Further, what necessary powers or qualities must these mechanisms have in order to generate the outcomes that they do? Indeed, within the social sciences, these outcomes will be deeply affected by questions of history, agency, time, and space, as well as by the constraints and possibilities placed upon human action and social change by wider social structures. In this way, it seems reasonably clear that the naturalism developed by Chomsky and other contemporary realists is antithetical to the ahistoricism and empiricism of positive models of science. Orwell's problem cannot be resolved by an appeal to the purely empirical and experiential approach of positive science and its search for absolute foundations for knowledge, as such an approach offers us only a surface account of events that presupposes that everything there is to know about the world can be simply read off reality in an untroubled and unmediated way. 15. Interestingly, Bhaskar has noted that many of those working within the humanist approach to science and knowledge have accepted the positive account of natural science, arguing merely that while such an approach is acceptable in the natural sciences, it is of no use to the social sciences where different conditions exist. Thus writers such as Wittgenstein, Winch, and Rorty are seen as culpable of this error by Bhaskar. Instead, they have posited, recognizing that there are significant variations between these writers, what we might describe as a pragmatic account of knowledge through which to explain the theories that we construct about the natural and social world. Is this pragmatism an adequate response to Orwell's problem? 2. Chomsky and pragmatic approaches to inquiry. The humanist or anti-naturalist response to positivism in social science has tended to take the form of an interpretive approach to inquiry that seeks to 34. Curb claims about realism and the possibility of transcultural explanation. Winch, 1958, Manicas, 1987, pages 266-70. What is interesting here is that it is far from clear that the pragmatic tradition of thought in science can lead to the kind of assumptions that neo-pragmatists such as Rorty have suggested in their work. In addition to this, we have already focused upon the problems facing a strictly interpretive social science that seeks to establish what we might call clear and distinct incommensurable communities of thought, allowing again for the fact that interpretive social science covers a wide range of thought and ideas. We can illustrate this dilemma by returning to the debate between Chomsky and Quine over the status of Quine's mythical anthropologist and rabbit. To recap, Quine had argued that the anthropologist had no substantive grounds for translating concepts between languages, Gavagai equals rabbit, as the knowledge we acquire of particular concepts is part of the tradition of thought and conceptual knowledge that we acquire in our upbringing. As such, we grow into a particular worldview that shapes the way we perceive and understand the world. Because of this, we are unable ever to develop fully an understanding of how other clear and distinct communities interpret the world in their own worldview. This, I would argue, means that Quine is slipping into a behaviorist epistemology, as with Rorty, whereby the source of our knowledge is drawn almost exclusively from our environment, linguistic or conceptual, which, in turn, determines our worldview in a clear and distinct way. 16. In consequence of this, Quine argues that not only can we not translate concepts between these clear and distinct communities of thought or cultures, but at a more fundamental level, we are unable to distinguish between competing theoretical accounts of the world or society in terms of their explanatory power. 17. For Quine, any empirical theory is underdetermined by the evidence. Neo-pragmatists such as Rorty have argued that as a consequence of this, and of the constraints placed upon our inquiries by the hermeneutic framework within which we operate, the success of a theory can be evaluated only in terms of its usefulness to a community. This has proven to be a highly contentious interpretation of pragmatism, as Hilary Putnam, for one, suggests that classical pragmatism precisely did not imply this understanding of truth and knowledge. Putnam, 1995, p. 8. Accepting the neo-pragmatic view defended by Rorty and others, it would appear that there are no rational means of evaluating theoretical claims open to us, as our language refers only to the meanings internal to our discrete community and never to an externally existing and independent world. 18. This is a view that has become particularly attractive in sections of contemporary social science where much postmodern or post-structuralist thought has been directed against the history of what is often described as totalizing. 35. Thought that seeks to impose one dominant worldview upon society by claiming a privileged access to truth. 19. Hence, positive science with its correspondence theory of truth, whereby we are said to be able to read the truth of the world directly from reality, was a classic example of this totalizing discourse because of its claims to be providing the possibility of absolute truths about the world. Quine's theory of the indeterminacy of empirical theories presents Chomsky's ideas about knowledge and science with a major problem. If there are no external criteria open to us by which to evaluate the truth claims of theories, then what grounds do we have for saying that one theory is better than another? If meanings are generated by the stock of public knowledge or rules, however this is to be defined, and are not a part of our response to the objective and independently existing world, then it is difficult to sustain a meaningful account of the idea of progress. Kallinicus, 1995, pages 151-65. Quine and Rorty would both appropriate Kuhn here and argue, in effect, that theories in different cultures operate in different paradigms that are incommensurable with each other in the same way that communities are incommensurable. Rorty, 1991, pages 37-41. Chomsky has responded to Quine's theory of indeterminacy by observing that while it is clearly true, it is also trivial. Chomsky, 1981a, pages 14-22. In what way is it trivial? Although Chomsky's post-Cartesianism leads him to recognize that there are no absolute certainties or truths in science or knowledge generally, this does not mean that we are forced to adopt the position of Quine and Rorty, which is one of radical skepticism, or as they see it, pragmatism. On the contrary, for Chomsky not all theories are equally plausible or empirically persuasive. We can and do use rational means to assess theories in qualitative terms. For example, with regard to Quine's discussion of the case of the anthropologist, the tribesperson, and the rabbit, Chomsky has this to say: the thesis of indeterminacy does not seem implausible, rather it seems obvious. Theories are underdetermined by evidence, or they would have no interest at all. What seems implausible, at least, quite unargued, is the bifurcation thesis. While the general thesis of indeterminacy seems obvious, it nevertheless is implausible to say of another person, or of someone in another culture, that he means undetached rabbit part when he uses our term rabbit, or another term that we would tend to translate as rabbit. The reason seems straightforward enough. We know, of ourselves, that we mean rabbit, and not undetached rabbit part. We assume that the next person is like us in relevant respects, unless we have evidence to the contrary. Chomsky, 1981a, p. 21. 36. For Rorty and Quine as representatives of neopragmatism, there is no fact of the matter to be brought to bear with regard to the evaluation of theoretical claims, it would seem, as theories are established within a particular linguistic or conceptual community or paradigm. As a consequence, what we take to be facts of the matter are actually the outcome of a particular community's interpretation of what constitutes a significant fact. Thus we do not simply see the world as it really is. Rather, we see the world in a particular way and from a particular time and place, bringing to it a whole range of theoretical and value assumptions that constrain and shape how we interpret and understand the world. Ultimately, this leads us to the position whereby the meanings and truth claims that we make about the world are not a result of empirical inquiry, per se, but instead are a product of the rules of a particular language game. 20. The implications of this for the natural and social sciences have been profound, and I will turn to the ethical implications in later chapters. There are three main criticisms that can be brought to bear in the light of Chomsky's work that challenge pragmatic approaches to inquiry. 1. It is far from clear that there are no facts of the matter that can be brought to bear when we evaluate theoretical claims. While the idea that theories and truth claims are established within communities or paradigms is one that is accepted by Chomsky and other contemporary realists, they go beyond this and defend in various guises what Kallinicus calls the classical theory of truth, whereby truth is a matter of the state of the world, not of whatever we might agree. Kallinicus, 1989, p. 111. Thus, they do not tend to accept the idea that there are no grounds for evaluating either theories or values in a way which transcends particular cultures or conceptual frameworks. 21. If the truth claim of a theory can be evaluated only by reference to the rules of a particular and discrete community, then how can we explain why theories do change over time? If there were no independently existing objective world to which our ideas in some way referred, then we would ultimately be left with a form of hyper-idealism in which the world existed through our language and ideas alone. As such, our theories would be infallible, as there would be no way in which we might be able to test or challenge them against something existing independently of our concepts. Chomsky's ideas about knowledge and science presuppose that theories are fallible and never more than approximations to reality, while Rorty's account of pragmatism would seem to suggest that our theories will always be both true and, however much an unintended outcome of pragmatic theory, infallible. Bhaskar, 1979, p. 30. The realist philosophical assumptions upon which Chomsky grounds his approach to inquiry suggest that while theories may be established within particular paradigms, they are not solely determined as truth claims by the rules of this particular discourse. They are therefore claims which have an 37. Empirical purchase upon the world as an independently existing entity. In this sense, we might say that they are generated both internally, within a particular discourse or tradition, and externally, in relation to our understanding of the world as it is. 2. There are rational grounds for evaluating theories, as the interpretations we construct are not endlessly indeterminate, as Quine implies. While theories are underdetermined by the evidence, we are not confronted with a situation whereby simply anything can be considered to be an adequate theory. Instead, we have to evaluate in qualitative fashion our interpretations of the causal mechanisms and structures that endure in different ways in both the natural and the social world. This may be a complex and contested process, but it does recognize that theories will always be bound to present evidence in support of their claims. A theory that has no explanatory purchase on the facts of the matter is practically worthless, while it must be recognized that theories that do claim to impinge upon the world as it is will be both contestable and interpretive. Again, this illustrates the point that for realists like Chomsky there is crucial difference between the objects of knowledge, what it is we are studying, and the knowledge we produce about these objects, how we attempt to explain the events that we are concerned with. For example, if we wanted to evaluate the impact of IMF/World Bank economic restructuring programs on income distribution and health statistics within a country or on demographic change, then presumably we would study a range of social indicators before offering our interpretation of them and their meaning. Would a pragmatic approach to inquiry argue that these indicators would have no impact upon our beliefs, or that they were merely contingent events that were infinitely contestable? Is it plausible to argue that no fact of the matter would cause us to revise our conceptual assumptions about the world? If this is the case, then we are left with a view of Orwell's problem that is intractable. There is no fact of the matter that can help determine what really happened in a particular time and place. There are no necessary connections between dismantling a minimal welfare system, raising food prices, forcing down wages, and declining health and social decay. These are at best correlations, patterns that may or may not interest us. I do not doubt that pragmatists would accept that these latter points are highly relevant features of any account of the impact of aforesaid economic restructuring, but their grounds for doing so do not rest upon their philosophical ideas. This approach to inquiry has potentially disastrous consequences for politics and ethics, and we will turn to Chomsky's response to pragmatism in politics more fully in Chapter 4. 3. Finally, the neo-pragmatism presented by Rorty and his contemporaries offers us both a relativism and a scepticism that is untenable. While Chomsky 38 and contemporary realists concede that it is important that we are prepared to question our beliefs and theories, they will also say that it would be absurd to suppose that we actually have to doubt everything in the way that neo-pragmatism implies. Instead, Chomsky suggests that there are limits to skepticism that will guide us in our research, and it is this response that sets out what he sees as the basis for contemporary scientific realism. A word may be in order about contemporary skeptical arguments questioning realist assumptions and denying that the idea of convergence to truth is even a meaningful goal for science. On one such view, we create versions of many worlds by the use of symbols, physics being one version, cubist painting another. We thus approach Montaigne's view of science as just sophisticated poetry. It is plausible enough to hold that worlds are as much made as found. Nelson Goodman, if by that we mean that our cognitive faculties play a role in determining the content of our experience and what we construct to depict or interpret or explain it. But I see no serious reason to question what Richard Popkin calls the constructive skepticism of Gassendi and Mersenne in their reaction to the skeptical crisis of the 16th-17th century, recognizing that the secrets of nature, of things in themselves, are forever hidden from us, and that absolutely certain grounds could not be given for our knowledge, though we do possess standards for evaluating the reliability and applicability of what we have found out about the world, essentially the standpoint of the working scientist. Proceeding on these assumptions, we will inquire into the cognitive faculties themselves, regarding them as just another part of the natural world that we hope to understand, and also trying to determine just how they contribute to the construction of experience and formation of explanatory theories, including the ones we are attempting to construct. The lack of indubitable foundations need not lead us to reject the working assumption that there is an objective reality to be discovered, of which we have at best a partial grasp. Chomsky, 1989a, pages 33-4. 22. The skepticism inherent in neo-pragmatic thought, Keane, 1991, and that of related work in postmodernism and post-structuralism stems from their collective idealism, in which what we take to be reality is actually a construct of language and ideas alone, and as such language and meaning has no connection to an independently existing world. Dews, 1987. 23. Bhaskar calls this super-idealism, and he is surely correct to suggest that the implication of this type of skepticism is to lead us towards a paralysing solipsism. Bhaskar, 1979, pages 38 to 41. It seems not unreasonable to note that Rorty's major work, Rorty, 1979, is in reaction to what he sees as the tradition established by his philosophical bête noire, Descartes, and propels us from 39. One pole to the other, from the search for absolute foundations and certainty in knowledge, to the denial of any transcendent grounds for theory whatsoever. I would suggest that the pragmatism represented by Rorty and others working within the pragmatist approach to inquiry is the mirror opposite of classical Cartesianism. I have established many of the important features of Chomsky's ideas about naturalism, science, and knowledge then, so far in reaction to other approaches to inquiry. Having done this, I will briefly outline what I take to be the central premises about science and knowledge that underpin Chomsky's naturalism and the way in which they enable him to offer us some answers to both Plato's and Orwell's problem. 3. Chomsky and realist approaches to inquiry. Chomsky's methodological naturalism sees him adopting an approach to inquiry that can be situated alongside a range of contemporary realists in the natural and social sciences, and embraces a series of claims that we have sought to outline in this chapter so far. Realism refers to the assumption that there is a natural and social world which exists independently of our experience of it, and to which our theories can and do try to refer or converge. Naturalism is the general term denoting an approach that, in contemporary terms, highlights both the commonalities to inquiry into the natural and social world as well as their important differences. Chomsky's ideas about knowledge and science offer us tentative answers to two of the problems of knowledge and understanding that he has put forward in his work, Plato's and Orwell's. There are four main aspects to Chomsky's ideas here that we should seek to clarify in order to distinguish his from contemporary positive and pragmatist approaches to inquiry. 1. As we have noted, Chomsky and other contemporary realists present us with a fundamentally different account of causation to that offered by either the positive or pragmatic approaches to inquiry. For Chomsky and contemporary realists, causation is a complex phenomenon that operates at many levels: psychological, biological, physical, social, and so on, and outside the ideal conditions of the laboratory it is capable of generating a range of outcomes, or none at all, that cannot always or easily be predicted in advance. Bhaskar, 1975, Sayer, 1984, pages 103 to 16. 24. With regard to Orwell's problem, the world is not simply as it appears to be, as with positive inquiry, and nor is it merely what we think it is or impose upon it, as with pragmatic inquiry. As a consequence, our theories are fallible, only ever converging upon, or approximating a true account of the objective and independently existing natural and social world. While we can understand 40. Why Orwell's problem occurs and we have some means by which to address it, we have, at best, only a limited grasp as to why those means of inquiry are successful in some instances and not in others. 2. We have no absolute foundations for knowledge, but this does not mean that we are left in a position of either absolute skepticism or relativism. A contemporary realist will attempt to grasp the limits to their claims to knowledge and the genealogy of their mode of thought, the hermeneutic within which they are situated, so that they can be critical of it. There are, then, grounds for judgment, action, or the understanding of human need that transcend the boundaries of a particular paradigm or language game. Indeed, the community of scholars, citizens, and so on, is absolutely essential to inquiry, as it is only in a radically democratic community that we can fully explore the range of ideas and challenge them, a point that classical pragmatists such as Dewey and Peirce would surely have concurred with. Putnam, 1995, p. 24, and 7. Chomsky's response to the problems of skepticism is suitably succinct. We can trace such ideas to 17th-century thinkers who reacted to the skeptical crisis of the times by recognizing that there are no absolutely certain grounds for knowledge, but that we do, nevertheless, have ways to gain a reliable understanding of the world and to improve that understanding and apply it, essentially the standpoint of the working scientist today. Similarly, in normal life a reasonable person relies on the natural beliefs of common sense while recognizing that they may be too parochial or misguided, and hoping to refine or alter them as understanding progresses. Chomsky, 1990 p. 24, 3. Chomsky's methodological naturalism rests upon what I referred to as abduction and retroduction. I will turn to a fuller elaboration of how Chomsky sees abduction as a feature of our cognitive faculties in Chapter 3, but it can be noted here that abduction is a way of explaining how it is that we are able to construct theories at all. It is the power, the cognitive faculty, that enables us, in conjunction with experience, to create solutions to the particular problems with which we are concerned. Retroduction, by contrast, is the model-building process by which we can attempt to formalize these theories and evaluate them in the context of available evidence. This combined approach asks us to describe the mechanisms and structures that must necessarily exist and the kind of power/s that they have, either latent or in use, in order to generate the particular events that concern us. Thus such an approach avoids the conception of causation and prediction that has constrained positive, and pragmatic, accounts of science and knowledge and recognizes, particularly in the social sciences, the complexity of the relationship between structure, agency, history, time, and space. Blakey, 1993. 41. Chapter 6. It does not presuppose that the causal powers inherent in the generative mechanism/s underlying events will always be in use, nor does it assume that they will always produce the same outcomes, empirical regularities. As Chomsky concludes in his own work, for example, the generative mechanisms that underlie the language faculty are finite mechanisms capable of generating an infinite array of sentences. There is no particular method to science and nor is progress made in a linear fashion. On the contrary, Chomsky writes that what is sometimes referred to as the scientific method is a misnomer. There is no known method for inquiry, in any very useful sense of the term, but there is no reason to be unduly pessimistic on this score. Chomsky, 1981a, p. 10, while elsewhere he has added that, if intellectual history were linear, continuous, and cumulative, in place of the actual record of erratic leaps, false starts, and all too frequent regression, we could say, in retrospect, that the cognitive revolution of the 1950s, including the development of generative grammar, represents a kind of confluence of ideas and insights of the first cognitive revolution with new technical understanding about the nature of computation and formal systems that developed largely in this century, and that made it possible to formulate some old and somewhat vague questions in a much clearer way. Kasher, 1991, pages 4-5. 4. Plato's problem recurs here in an interesting way in that a great deal of humanist thought has sought to undermine the idea that science offers us rational knowledge. By appropriating aspects of Kuhn's work, many social scientists have sought to show that science is primarily a question of the power and pressure brought to bear by the scientific community itself with regard to the legitimization or exclusion of particular forms of knowledge. Thus knowledge is said to be a social construction whereby we are back within the boundaries of the hermeneutic circle. Writers from Wittgenstein and Heidegger through to Winch, Foucault and Rorty, all endorse aspects of this view. Plato's problem, on this understanding, is not a problem at all because knowledge and understanding is solely a construction of the conceptual community in which it is learned and develops. While Chomsky recognizes the importance of institutional and social power in modernity as a means by which to impose versions of reality upon society, he clearly does not believe that this is all that there is to knowledge. For reasons we have already outlined, Chomsky's methodological naturalism is antithetical to the idea that 42. Knowledge is solely a reflection of or determined by social power and hermeneutics. Chomsky, 1987d, pages 33 to 525. Such an epistemology, if that is what it is overtly empiricist and deterministic in its assumptions about the acquisition of knowledge. Subjects exist as hermeneutic sponges in a conceptual community where they soak up knowledge, values, and beliefs in an apparently unreflective and comparatively passive manner. Instead, Chomsky and contemporary realists tend to see knowledge and meaning as being formed in conjunction with two processes: the hermeneutic moment in which we find ourselves at a particular time and place, and our attempts to understand the objective factors that confront us in the natural and social world. We undertake the latter from a particular time and place, not from the position of the detached observer making neutral and unmediated observations of the world as it really is. Nonetheless, for Chomsky and other naturalists it remains the case that the objective qualities and structures of the natural and social world serve to constrain the range of plausible theories that we might construct. So where does this leave Chomsky with regard to the questions of objectivity and truth that lie at the heart of debates concerning inquiry into the natural and social world? What grounds do we have for adhering to some conception of objectivity if we concede the fact that as subjects in the world our inquiries have to be understood in the social context in which we find ourselves? Chomsky on truth and objectivity. For many working within what we have been referring to as the humanist approach to inquiry in the social sciences, the very idea of objectivity is a return to the past failings of positive approaches to social science with their claims to neutrality and direct, unproblematic knowledge of reality. Humanist writers have sought to dismantle Cartesian claims to an objectivity that sees the inquiring subject stepping outside both time and space to occupy an Archimedean position from which to establish absolute foundations for knowledge. If humanists are correct in their criticisms of objectivity, then this would appear to leave many problems for Chomsky and those adhering to what I referred to earlier as the classical theory of truth, Kallinicus, 1989, pages 111 to 12. By this is meant a proposition that refers to the state of the world at any given time and which can be evaluated and refuted empirically, as opposed to the pragmatic version of truth which sees truth ultimately as whatever the participants in a conversation say that it is. If there are no objective grounds for the judgments, beliefs, and values that we adhere to, then Orwell's problem would appear to be an inescapable. 43. Fact of human existence. Knowledge about the state of the world cannot provide us with the means for emancipation, as our beliefs and judgments are not reflections of how the world really is. Instead they reflect the language game or form of life that we have been brought up in, and therefore they cannot be called into question by reference to an independent world. Facts of the matter cannot cause us to reason and question our beliefs as we construct these facts of the matter through our language games and forms of life. On humanist grounds there is no objective world to which our theories refer, only our discursive or conceptual constructions of beliefs, values, and traditions which enable us to cope with our existence as best we can. 26. Again, these subjective responses are constructed through our being brought up in a particular language game form of life. On this evidence Orwell's attempt to defend an objective account of reality is itself an impossible task. It would seem that what we are left with is a world of indeterminate interpretations and theories about which we have no transcendent means of distinguishing in terms of better or worse, true or false, good or bad. Indeed, an appeal to these categories would itself be a deeply suspicious act unless we recognized that they referred only to what a particular community, language game, and so on, told us that they meant. The ideal of objectivity is central to Chomsky's defense of science and knowledge against ideology, and I will show how Chomsky's ideas on this matter offer us at least one response to the claims of those who have sought to undermine this realist approach to truth claims. Finally, I will consider the problems raised by the notion of the limits to knowledge and the resulting tradition of skepticism that informs a great deal of contemporary social and political thought. Popkin, 1979. As we have seen, Chomsky's work offers us, at times, an extremely skeptical position about social and political thought, particularly with regard to concepts such as human nature. And yet at the same time he provides us with a substantive social and political theory that is grounded upon a conception of human nature that Chomsky sees as defensible. How is he able to reconcile these two different strands of his thought? On the one hand, Chomsky is keen to debunk the excessive claims to knowledge and certainty expressed by those in positions of social and political power, while on the other, he recognizes the need to provide an alternative vision of human society to the one already established and maintained. Politics behoves us to reject the type of skepticism that would have us suspend all judgment and action, as thought, judgment, and agency are central to our social and political existence. What does Chomsky's methodological naturalism have to offer here by way of response to the telling anti-Cartesianism that is central to humanist writers and their pragmatic approach to inquiry in the social sciences? 44. I have shown that Chomsky's radicalized rationalism has led him to reject many of the tenets of classical rationalist and empiricist thought with regard to establishing absolute certainty or foundations for knowledge. This leaves a situation where skepticism has and continues to be a powerful influence in social and political thought with all of the attendant dangers that this brings. Gray, 1995. Indeed, in its own way skepticism can lead us into as deep an array of social and political problems as the belief of absolute certainty in knowledge has done in earlier traditions of thought. Why is this so? Because skepticism and the suspension of judgment can leave us in a situation of social and political paralysis whereby we are unable to respond to what Chomsky would argue are objective and prescient problems and dangers. However, before we progress too far in this direction we need to establish the nature of the problem confronting us. If Chomsky's adherence to methodological naturalism means that there are no absolutely certain grounds for knowledge, no transcendental foundations by which to settle epistemological disputes once and for all, then what happens to our understanding of objectivity? How can we be both objective in our theoretical constructions and yet able to concede the importance of the social and historical circumstance in which we find ourselves and from which our inquiry begins? What grounds do we have for talking of a rational, objective approach to inquiry? As Later suggests in his account of realism in the social sciences, Later, 1990, pages 55 to 62, a radicalized form of naturalism cannot afford to dispense with the idea of truth altogether if it is to distinguish itself from the judgmental relativism of humanist social science. Where, then, does this leave the possibility for a rational social science? As I have set out already, positive approaches to inquiry have defended variants of a classical objectivist account of scientific inquiry, with all the problems that humanist writers have rightly said that this entails. In the positive approach we could gain an objective understanding of the world by establishing a series of accurate observations and an agreement as to the meaning of the statements that we use to describe it. Conversely, many strands of humanist social science have built upon the recognition that there is no classical account of objectivity to be defended and have moved in the direction of various forms of hermeneutic interpretations of truth and knowledge. 27 Bhaskar has usefully distinguished between these two accounts of knowledge by describing positive knowledge as a form of empirical realism that says that what the world is simply what it appears to be. Bhaskar, 1991, pages 9 to 13. By contrast, humanist social science is described by Bhaskar as embracing various forms of conceptual realism whereby what the world is becomes solely what we construct through our practices, language games, and forms of life. Bhaskar, 1991, p. 165. For positive. 45. Knowledge, empirical realism. There is an objective world to which we can refer directly and know through our senses in an ultimately unproblematic fashion. For pragmatic knowledge, conceptual realism, we actually construct the world and the meanings we impart to it through our practices. With positive knowledge we have a view of the world that is strictly one-dimensional in terms of its understanding of power, social structures, and knowledge. Everything is as it appears to be. Conversely, pragmatic knowledge seems to tell us that the world can only be what we think it is and that our thoughts about the world reflect our form of life or language game rather than converging in any sense with an independently existing reality. If positive knowledge is guilty of what its humanist critics would call naive realism, the belief that we can know the world in direct and unmediated fashion through our senses, then the naturalism that Chomsky outlines would suggest that the conceptual realism of humanist thought is really a form of idealism. By this I mean the belief that the world is solely what we think it is, and that our thoughts about the world do not refer to the world as it necessarily must be in order for events to have occurred as they have. As I have argued thus far, Chomsky's methodological naturalism assumes that theories about the world are not derived solely from our language games but do, in fact, have some empirical purchase, some convergence upon an independently existing and objective world. As a consequence, Chomsky's methodological naturalism presents us with theories about the world that are fallible in a way that neither the positive nor the pragmatic, humanist, accounts of truth are. Positive accounts of knowledge assume that we can ultimately determine an ahistoric and invariant account of the world through increasingly accurate descriptions of it, suggesting that ultimately we can have the one true and infallible reading of the world. Conversely, humanists lapse into idealism in their belief that the world is ultimately what we make it to be in our ideas, meaning that our theories are infallible precisely because they do not have any purchase upon an independently existing and objective world. This latter approach assumes the form of a neo-Kantian understanding of knowledge whereby we cannot know the thing as it really is, we can only know its phenomenal form through our experiences. This brings us to the crucial question of the relationship between knowledge and ideology in human understanding. Chomsky's methodological naturalism is seeking to distinguish between knowledge about the world and ideology. At the same time, the account of knowledge that he presents us with cannot claim to be the true account of knowledge in any absolutist sense, as such a position is not open to us. So where does this leave the realist assumptions of Chomsky's naturalism? It would appear that the humanists have a strong case to make when they claim that all knowledge is bound within a particular 46. Socio-historic conceptual framework, what Foucault, for example, called an episteme, Foucault, 1972, pages 190-4. In this sense, the concept of ideology appears to be indistinguishable from that of knowledge, 28, as knowledge becomes merely a question of the domination of the most powerful form of discourse at any given time and place. Indeed, to try to make that distinction, to argue that there are false beliefs about the world, is itself a form of ideology, as it would seem to be defending the idea that there is a privileged account of the world to be obtained. For Chomsky, this is precisely what science and knowledge are trying to provide us with, the means to determine true and false claims about the world as far as is possible. Is this a meaningful goal, though, given that, as we have seen, Chomsky rejects the idea that there are grounds for absolute certainty in knowledge? Chomsky defends a view of objectivity and truth that seeks to avert the humanist criticisms of the idea of objectivity by separating ideas of objectivity from those of neutrality in knowledge. What difference does this make, though, and how does it help to extricate us from the difficulties we face in defending a meaningful account of objectivity? Despite the continued claims and appeals of positivist approaches to inquiry, there are strong grounds for arguing that no theory is ever neutral. Chomsky notes that when we are trying to solve a problem or a puzzle, we are driven by a range of factors, we select some data and discard others, follow intuitions, hunches, and guesses to find solutions, and generally eschew any unified scientific method that is central to positivist approaches to inquiry. Chomsky, 1981a, pages 8-10. We work within theoretical frameworks, what Chomsky has called epistemic spaces, 29, as to what constitutes a successful and meaningful experiment, or economy, or understanding of democracy. Of course, we can and do revise and develop this framework in the light of a range of factors, failures, successes, and so on, and this altered framework provides us with different conceptions of what a successful experiment, economy, and democracy means. The naive form of neutrality that social scientists have presented us with is the belief that their work has no value consequences. Simpson, 1994. On this account, science is presented as an instrument to be wielded to attain whatever ends are required. This attempt to present science as a purely instrumental practice that has no bearing upon the ends to which it is put by retreating into the role of the neutral scientist is precisely the kind of claim that many humanists have attacked objective social science for. Bernstein, 1976, pages 196-7. Chomsky is equally critical of this conception of science and intellectuals and has written copiously on the neutral social scientists who have dispassionately considered questions of pacification, strategic Hamlets, counterinsurgency warfare, and so on. If neutral social scientists are correct to assume that their work is neutral and that they themselves are social. 47. Scientists providing an instrumental service for whoever requires it, then we are left with some very serious ethical problems. At the most extreme we might turn to the Nuremberg trials and reconsider the position of those scientists working for the Nazis. When these defendants claimed that they were not really responsible for their actions, they were making claims about their ethical neutrality and the instrumentality of their actions. They were presenting us with a picture of human agents as instruments through which any range of actions could be dictated. As pliant vessels, they were not themselves morally responsible for their actions, even when working in the death camps or torturing individuals, as they were only acting that way because they were told to. The moral responsibility lay with those who told them to do these acts. It would seem to me that while there are clearly questions of absolute moral equivalence to be raised here, fundamentally there are no significant theoretical differences between the position of the neutral scientist working on counterinsurgency or pacification programs for an aggressive government, and the position of the war criminal. Of course, the social scientist might retort that there is a huge difference, as what the Nazis did was both evil and morally wrong, whereas their work was purely theoretical and neutral. There are, I would suggest, two problems here. First, that the neutral social scientists are suddenly forced to defend their work against such charges by recourse to the very normative positions they had earlier ruled out. Second, the idea that you can detach theory from practice in this way is itself misleading. Scientists in any capacity need to be aware of the possible ethical consequences of their work and cannot assume to be above or indifferent to these ethical questions. Clearly, the neutral scientist cannot have it both ways. It would seem to me that something like the conception of the neutral social scientist is an ongoing problem in many areas of inquiry. Bauman, for example, considers the moral implications of research into eugenics and intelligence that remain prevalent in the natural and social sciences in his modernity and ambivalence, and it is an issue that Chomsky has been concerned with himself, as we will see in Chapter 4, Bauman, 1991, pages 32-8. So if neutrality in inquiry is a misrepresentation of the practice, then where does that leave objectivity, and why does Chomsky seek to separate it from neutrality? For Chomsky, objectivity should be seen as an ideal to be used when trying to formulate theories about the natural or the social world, and it is an ideal that behoves us to be reflective and self-conscious about the biases, fallibility and limitations of our claims to knowledge. For Chomsky, objectivity is not neutrality, as such a position is not open to us. It is, however, a commitment to rational inquiry whereby we remain open to objections and revisions to theories in the light of their ability to explain those. 48. Aspects of the natural or the social world with which we are concerned. Objectivity is only possible if our theories have some purchase upon the world, if they are capable of answering problems and puzzles that we have found in the world, and at the same time if we are capable of recognizing their fallibility. Thus, objectivity is the ideal that forces us to avoid lapsing into dogmatic assumptions about our knowledge of the world. Chomsky, 1993 d. p. 86. 30. Clarifying the distinction between objectivity and neutrality, Chomsky has this to say: science should certainly strive to be value-free, or more accurately, should strive to identify guiding values, and make as clear and explicit as possible how they influence what is being done. But we also recognize that the goal is unattainable. We can try to approach it, but it's hard to imagine that we can get there. 31. What happens to inquiry if we deny that the idea of objectivity has any transcendent meaning? What if the humanists are correct to say that there are no grounds for objectivity open to us? Such a position seems to present us with a series of consequences that become increasingly problematic for our understanding of the world. As we have already noted, theories are rendered infallible. We do not change theories in different areas of inquiry because new ones have greater empirical purchase upon the world. We do so because a particular discourse or mode of thought has the greater power to coerce, define, and dominate intellectual activity at a given period of history. Keat, 1981. There are no transcendent rational reasons behind these changes, as rationality itself is merely another form of power discourse and domination. From here we might be led towards a radical nominalism or idealism, as the world and the objects within it become what we make them, what we construct through our language alone. While humanists have undoubtedly been correct to criticize the absolutism of Western rationalism as presented in those positive accounts of knowledge that have seen it as unproblematically universal, I would suggest that the naturalist account of objectivity and knowledge put forward by Chomsky informs us that, as a consequence of this debunking of rationality, humanists are left with a form of idealism that is itself untenable. Russell Keat is surely correct to say that realists such as Chomsky have to recognize the possibility of value freedom as opposed to value neutrality. Keat, 1981, p. 36. By this Keat means that we have grounds for holding normative positions and that these views are open to revision in the light of argument and critique. We can become self-conscious and critical of the reasons we have for holding the values that we do and change them in accord with this. Again, we should understand this as an ideal type in that, as we shall observe later, there are a 49 host of reasons as to why we do not always adopt this critical position, and they are factors with which Chomsky has been deeply concerned in his social and political writings. What should be clear though is that the methodological naturalism put forward by Chomsky urges us to reject pragmatism with regard to the question of how it is that we acquire our values, while at the same time accepting that scientific politics is itself an impossibility, seeking as it does to reduce politics to supposedly technically neutral solutions to what are problems of values. Keat, 1981, p. 36. Objectivity remains central to naturalist inquiry and its concern with the truth claims established in theories. The challenge to Chomsky's methodological naturalism, the social power of science. I have outlined some of the main assumptions behind Chomsky's methodological naturalism and what it shares in common with contemporary realist approaches to inquiry in the social sciences. Here I will consider some of the main social and political problems that have arisen with the development and application of science in modernity, problems that are frequently taken as proof of the flawed nature of science as a mode of thought in general. These criticisms from within the humanist or anti-naturalist approach to inquiry have tended to focus upon two aspects of naturalistic inquiry: a. What are taken to be the methods of science and how science represents knowledge and the world to us; b. The way in which science has become an institutionalist process that has been integrated into the history and progress of capitalist democracy. The use of scientific knowledge is a well-recognized part of the structure of hierarchy and control in modern societies, and history makes clear to us the ways in which scientific statements and ideas of superior rationality have been used to legitimize the most terrible oppression of peoples and abuses of nature. Humanist critics of the connections put forward by naturalists between science and social and political thought have argued that rationalism itself has often been transformed in the social realm into the most irrational and dangerous of dogmas, leading to exactly the totalizing and totalitarian political doctrines that they oppose. How can we explain this, and what does Chomsky's methodological naturalism say in response to these elaborate and penetrating criticisms? As we have seen, it has been the claim of many contemporary philosophers and theorists across a range of disciplines that naturalistic inquiry has the kind 50 of universal and absolutist foundational claims that lead it inevitably into positions of inflexibility, dogma, and the legitimation of coercive or totalitarian social and political theory. Tolman, 1952. At the same time, the natural sciences have been accused of perpetuating and justifying a host of other evils, including environmental degradation, gender and racial oppression, absolutist and exclusive claims to knowledge, and the denigration of value judgments as a form of knowledge. These problems have been summed up succinctly by Zygmunt Bauman, who writes of the gardening ambition of the spirit of modernity, by which he means the consistent attempts in the course of modernity to reshape societies in the image of some type of transcendent, Super-rational social order, a conception of modernity fueled by the elusive claims to absolutism inherent in so-called totalizing rational scientific thought, Bauman, 1987, pages 27 to 30. A variety of contemporary humanist writers have sought to attack what is frequently presented as the scientific method, for what appear to be substantive reasons. Vandana Shiva, among others, has argued that the very paradigm for Western rational science is one that is inherently authoritarian, based as it is on the separation of humanity from nature, anthropocentrism, and the domination and exploitation of nature itself. Shiva, 1992. The idea that science and technology are neutral in their social and political implications has frequently been challenged by those who have observed that the assumed neutrality of science is used to legitimize varied social and political ideologies. One such example of this has been the scientific pretensions of economic development models for southern countries that have been used to legitimize structural transformations of economies that have, in turn, led to the dispossession, marginalization, and oppression of vast sectors of the world's population. The meaning of progress, it is argued, is so closely bound to this positive conception of science and knowledge, that any opposition to decisions based on this model is seen as either irrational or emotive, ultimately standing in the way of progress being realized. Thus, positive rational science is charged with having been used to defend absolutist claims to knowledge which critics have revealed as being little more than discourses of social power and domination. 32. A major humanist challenge to naturalism and the claims of reason in human action has been developed by the early critical theorists who sought to attack the pretensions of positivist instrumental rational science. In the dialectic of enlightenment, Adorno and Horkheimer take this theme of technological control and destruction in a scientifically, means, rather than ethically, ends, directed society to be a tragic and inevitable outcome of the Enlightenment, a claim that certainly challenges Chomsky's reading of it. More recently, Christopher J. Simpson has offered us a detailed account of the ways in which 51. The scientific projects and personnel who were ascendant under the Nazi regime both before and during the Second World War were subsequently assimilated into the post-war aims and plans of the United States, the Soviet Union and the United Kingdom. Simpson, 1988. This latter fact represents, perhaps, the worst example in the belief that science is somehow neutral of the normative goals of a given social order and raises a host of questions about the relationship between the ends of such modernist projects as capitalism and communism and the role of genocide in modernity, a recurrent theme in Chomsky's work. Chomsky does not deny that science has and continues to be used for terrible purposes. From Hiroshima to the Gulf War, it has frequently been the case that scientific endeavor has been directed towards human destruction and control rather than liberation. In For Reasons of State, Chomsky explains that the book is concerned with certain problems of law and justice and the responsibility of the citizen in the face of state crimes, with the universities, the main center of intellectual life in the current phase of industrial society, with the contributions of academic fraud to the ideology of control and, more interesting, with the justification of injustice produced by scientists who cannot perceive that the force of their arguments derives from tacit acceptance of the most vulgar principles of the prevailing ideology. Chomsky, 1973, p. 12, The power of Descartes problem is apparent here, where science has been consistently used as a tool for defending and promoting particular interests as though they were both universal and natural. Nonetheless, Chomsky is clear in his defense of both rationalism and science as being the possible sources of human liberation and salvation, so how can we reconcile a naturalistic account of science and society with the strong criticisms already mentioned? It is crucial here to draw out the criticisms made by contemporary naturalists such as Chomsky of the positive model of science and knowledge. Positivism's assumed neutrality when coupled with its undermining of the grounds for ethical judgments has been fundamental in the development of a kind of technical rationality in social and political thought. We have already seen that Chomsky's naturalism rejects the empiricism of positive science and knowledge as being appropriate for either the natural or the social sciences for a variety of reasons. he has been equally concerned in his work with what I would call the technologization of politics, most obviously through his critiques of U.S. foreign policy and particularly during the period of the Vietnam War when behavioral social science claimed to offer both neutral and scientific models for fighting the war more effectively. Thus, 52. Chomsky's methodological naturalism and the assumptions of contemporary realists rest on quite different grounds from those of positive approaches to inquiry and are sensitive to many of the issues that humanists have raised about questions of knowledge, truth, and power, while offering quite different answers to them. It would be impossible to deny that science has been used to perpetrate terrible acts of violence and oppression and, indeed, Chomsky has himself presented copious evidence to this effect. However, Chomsky's work stresses the fact that the practice of science in modernity has been bound and controlled by the most powerful actors and institutions in a capitalist world system that renders it neither democratic nor fundamentally accountable in a public sense. The question of the destructive power of science is foremost a question of social, economic, and political power and control in capitalist democracy. 34. This, in turn, raises questions about the technological society which capitalist democracy has produced and how democratic and public control over science and society might be realized. That an undemocratic and unaccountable science should lead to domination, exploitation, and destructive practices should not, in itself, surprise us. It would be a mistake, however, to rest our criticisms of science upon the belief that the positive model of science and knowledge is definitive of naturalism. For Chomsky and other contemporary realists it is not, and this leads us to a number of conclusions about the possible connections between science, knowledge, politics, and ethics, Doyle and Goff, 1991 pages 9-16. We should not, though, adopt a naive belief that a democratic science will somehow resolve the problems that have been highlighted here. As Chomsky has emphasized, until the possibilities of a democratically accountable science working for public rather than private interests is available to us, it would seem that we cannot fully explore the deeper possibilities of science as the means to aid human liberation, as opposed to the reality of science as the means to aid oppression and to reinforce various inequalities of power in capitalist democracy, both directly and indirectly. Chomsky, 1981b, pages 224-5. 35. Science needs to be conscious of and responsible to freely agreed upon values in society, a claim that by necessity means that we must use our political freedoms to advance the possibility of such a consensus being established. At the same time we are faced with the continuing dilemma of social and economic inequality, racial, gender and class divisions, all of which illustrate the immense problems facing a politics directed towards ending these divisions. Chomsky's approach to inquiry defends the importance of both scientific and ethical knowledge and outlines an alternative interpretation of the Enlightenment to the one attacked so forcefully by its humanist critics. The search for absolute knowledge and certainty, the belief in a neutral 5.3. Positive, science and technology as the provider of solutions to technical, social and political problems, is itself only one tradition to be drawn from the Enlightenment, only one conception of progress and freedom. Chomsky's claim is that there is an alternate tradition within the Enlightenment to which we should turn, and, as we shall see, his approach to inquiry can lead us to very different social and political conclusions from those suggested by Bauman and others. Conclusion. Chomsky's naturalism as we have outlined here situates him in a tradition that is antithetical to the positive approach to inquiry and that also seeks to transcend the limitations of the humanist account of the natural and social sciences. Thus, the methodological naturalism advocated by Chomsky and writers who share related approaches to inquiry in contemporary realism recognizes the significant differences between the natural and social sciences and the limitations to knowledge that all human inquiry faces. We must first and foremost, as Chomsky urges, be anti-dogmatic in our approach to inquiry. Questions of how we live and organize ourselves will, in turn, affect the way that science is used. Science has served particular social, economic and political ends in modernity as capitalism has increasingly integrated itself as the global form. The uses of science for ideological purposes or the promulgation of Orwell's problem and Descartes' problem remain as pertinent as ever and reflect the inequalities in power that the transcendence of private interests in capitalist democracy promotes. For Chomsky, it is the relationship between the uses of science, knowledge, and power under capitalism that we must focus upon if we are to attain a freer society. Chomsky's methodological naturalist approach to science, knowledge, and human nature seeks to avoid both the absolutism of positivist inquiry and the paralyzing judgmental relativism of pragmatism. The remainder of this book will be concerned with the way in which Chomsky has developed these ideas more fully in his social and political writings. 3. Chomsky's Naturalism and Political Philosophy. Introduction. Having introduced what I take to be distinctive about Chomsky's ideas regarding knowledge and science and how they might be incorporated into a naturalist approach to inquiry that embraces the social sciences, I will set out in the remaining chapters some of the ways in which they might inform our understanding of a wide range of social and political issues. In this chapter I intend to pursue Chomsky's response to one feature of what I have called Plato's problem, the need to establish grounds for value judgments in politics upon which to develop principled positions. This can be expressed by asking the question, how is it that we are able to develop ethical codes and principles in politics? As we have seen thus far, Chomsky's ideas about human nature lead him towards an ethical naturalist position with regard to an understanding of our acquisition of values. This chapter will focus upon three main features of Chomsky's work and what kind of answers they offer us with regard to Plato's problem. I will begin by examining the grounds that Chomsky presents in defense of his account of human nature. Chomsky's development of the idea of abduction is central in his tentative understanding of the acquisition of the ethical principles which underpin social and political thought. From here I have sought to develop what I have called Chomsky's generative human nature. It is important to stress that although I have developed these ideas in the light of Chomsky's work, it would seem to me that they are implicit in many strands of his ideas about human nature and knowledge. They are not substantive claims that he has sought to develop himself at any great length. As such, they should be seen as my own attempt to expand and elaborate on what Chomsky has had to say about these matters. The second part of this chapter will offer an attempt to integrate Chomsky's generative human nature with the idea of human needs. What kind of needs arise as a consequence of Chomsky's account of generative human nature? Having established an account of Chomsky's model of generative human nature, I will look at its implications for a range of issues pertaining to political practice, principles, and the ideas of human agency and structure contained therein. In order to do this, I will turn to an extract from a debate between Chomsky and Foucault, as this provides a useful illustration of the 54. 55. Possible implications for social and political thought of two contrasting approaches to understanding human nature, Chomsky's methodological naturalism and Foucault's anti-naturalism. 1. Abduction, science, and generative human nature. The basic innovation introduced by the philosophy of praxis into the science of politics and of history is the demonstration that there is no abstract human nature, fixed and immutable, a concept which certainly derives from religious and transcendentalist thought, but that human nature is the totality of historically determined social relations, hence an historical fact which can, within certain limits, be ascertained with the methods of philology and criticism. A. Gramsci, 1971, p. 133, Gramsci's quote is not unrepresentative of the way in which modernist thought has sought to explain and critique accounts of human nature that argue that there are transcendent faculties or features inherent in human beings. Jagger, 1983. Both liberal and leftist social and political thought has reacted in the past to accounts of human nature that have tended to reify social relations, serving to defend varied forms of social order and negating the possibility of progress or social change. In part and as a consequence of this, both liberal and leftist thinkers have argued that human nature is a malleable, historical form that can be molded and shaped in accord with an enlightened social policy. Volin, 1960, Chapter 10. Human nature is seen as historically contingent, reflecting the prevailing social and political orthodoxies of the time, and as such can be modified and altered in ways which enable us to reach a particular end state or political goal. Such an assumption about human nature rests upon an empiricist epistemology which assumes that human beings are born into the world as Locke suggested, blank slates waiting to react and develop in accord with their experiences. Locke, 1987, pages 13 to 14. Beyond this, contemporary anti-naturalists tend to regard human nature as a relic of Enlightenment thought that attempts to essentialize and reduce human beings to a series of biological bases or drives, and as such serves as a metaphysical foundation for unwarranted claims about the legitimate ends of social and political practice. For contemporary anti-naturalists, the very idea of human nature is often seen as an outcome of a particular contingent and historically located discourse, that of the Enlightenment, Elders, 1974, pages 172-3. Both of these understandings of human nature have significant implications for the development of social and political thought, as I will set out in this chapter. Where does this leave? 56. Chomsky, with his commitment to a naturalist understanding of human nature and knowledge that situates him in an antithetical position to the trends of anti-naturalist thought. In examining the fundamentally opposed approaches to the idea of human nature taken by Chomsky and these forms of anti-naturalism, I will be able to set out the implications of Chomsky's ideas more fully for a defense of a naturalist approach to social and political thought. 2. Derek later has argued that among contemporary realists and naturalists, debates about empiricism and rationalism, epistemology, have been seriously underdeveloped in favor of their concern with ontology. While realists concerned with social and political theory such as Bhaskar and Giddens have been extremely critical of empiricist approaches to inquiry, they have largely tended to pass over the implications of this with regard to rationalist approaches to epistemology, as though realism by definition transcends such issues. Later, 1990, pages 21-31. Chomsky's rationalism offers a useful way of balancing out this weakness in contemporary realism, as his work shares clear affinities with the type of realist framework developed by Bhaskar, Hare, and others. Chomsky's rationalist epistemology emerges from his ontological assumptions about human nature and the cognitive faculties which underpin it, and as such he offers us an understanding of human nature which, as I will show, avoids the failings of empiricist accounts of human nature. Equally important is the fact that Chomsky's rationalism is also a realist approach to inquiry. It does not rest upon the idealist assumptions of classical rationalist writers, as I have argued in earlier chapters. Outhwaite, 1987, p. 38. Later is surely correct to stress the importance of such issues to naturalist approaches to social and political inquiry, and Chomsky's work provides a starting point for contemporary naturalists. In particular, Chomsky has been explicit in his writings about the implications for social and political thought of rationalist and empiricist accounts of knowledge and human nature. 3. I will turn to these issues later in the chapter, but for now it is important to establish the parameters of the ideas about human nature that Chomsky has set out, frequently in fragmented fashion, in his diverse body of writings. While it is true to say that Chomsky frequently writes about the social sciences with either deep suspicion or hostility, and frequently with good reason for doing so, it seems to me apparent that his work presupposes that social inquiry is not in itself a fruitless task. Nonetheless, this is an important contradiction in Chomsky's work that needs to be noted, and it is one that Hilary Putnam has drawn out in recent years when he says that Chomsky often writes as though only natural science is a genuine form of naturalistic inquiry. Putnam, 1992, p. 385. Social science, by contrast, cannot establish 57. Anything like the same type of deep theoretical explanation as that offered by the hard sciences. While I would concur with this latter point, it does not invalidate the necessity to pursue rational, critical approaches to inquiry in the social sciences, utilizing the insights to be garnered from naturalism. I think Putnam is correct to focus upon what he calls a prejudice in Chomsky's methodological naturalism, and I would also add that Chomsky is at the very least inconsistent on this point, as at times he has talked with great clarity about the possibilities open to social change that might be realized through the social sciences. Chomsky, 1969b, p. 52. The fact that social science does not produce the kind of deep explanations that a hard science such as physics aspires to is no reason to abandon the goal of a rational and critical social science that recognizes the validity of a naturalist approach that is well aware of its limitations, as I argued in Chapter 2. In part, Chomsky's antipathy undoubtedly reflects what he has called the pretentious claims of those working in the policy sciences, as they are called, to speak with a form of absolute authority on issues which he sees as serving merely to reinforce inequalities of social power and oppressive hierarchies in society. The pernicious links between post-war American social science, the state, and corporations, for example, is one that has been drawn with admirable clarity by Chomsky and others. Chomsky, 1981b, pages 189 to 208. In Chapter 41 we'll examine Chomsky's ideas on these and related issues in more depth, but for now it will suffice to note that, while I think his criticisms of the ideological serviceability of social science are very important, I do not accept that this rules out the possibility of a genuinely critical and rational social science, a framework for which I have elaborated upon in Chapter 2. In fact, the significance of Chomsky's work on knowledge, power, and human nature is precisely that it might inform such an approach to social science. Recognizing and accepting the limits to the grounds that we have upon which to establish our epistemological claims is central to any critical social science. Sayer, 1995. Abduction and knowledge. At the heart of Chomsky's rationalist epistemology is the idea of our inherent abductive capacity, which enables us to establish explanations and understandings of the natural and social world. Although Chomsky's comments on the idea of an abductive power have been tentative, it would seem that he sees abduction as a power of the mind-brain that provides us with the means to make sense of experience. In interview, Chomsky has had this to say about the idea of abduction. 58. Lunsford, T.M. Intrigued by that abduction, and I was wondering if there is any sense in which you feel that there's any kind of abductive process at work in your political thought. Chomsky, sure, and there is in everything you do. I mean, forget political thought. Take something even simpler. How do you place yourself in a social structure? Plainly, you do. You interact with other people in a way which relates to their expectations. Sometimes we make mistakes and get into trouble, but there's a tremendous amount of adaptation in complex social situations, which by and large, works. And that must mean that you have in your head, somehow, a theory of society, a theory of personality, and when things go wrong, you notice it and try to adjust. How did that get there? Well, it got there by animal instinct, by abduction. It is a theory that we don't know much about, but if we could figure out what it was, we would doubtless find that it's extremely refined in comparison with the crude evidence on which it was constructed, that it's pretty much uniform in basic respects across the species because it reflects species characteristics. And in fact that's kind of like language, and what one calls political thought is just a conscious part of this, dealing with problems that are somewhat remote from direct, immediate experience, problems of power and decision-making and control in the broader social world, beyond those of the world in which you are interacting. Haley and Lunsford, 1994, p. 183, it is precisely this kind of naturalist account that has proven to be antithetical to contemporary humanist approaches to social science. Why talk of unobservable powers and processes? What grounds are there for supposing that they exist in anything other than Chomsky's, and others, ideas? As we noted earlier, a guiding principle for naturalists such as Chomsky is the idea that we should seek an understanding of the necessary relations that exist in both the natural and social world. Although there are significant differences in these two realms of inquiry and the problems they raise for our understanding of them, it is this aim that naturalists have in mind, and it is one which is rooted in empirical study. What are the necessary relations that must exist in order for event X to have occurred? With the idea of abduction, Chomsky has taken this question to a more general level, but it is an abstraction derived from concrete events. Why are we able to construct theories about certain aspects of the natural and social world and not others? Why do we seem to make progress in some areas of inquiry while others remain largely sterile? For these are, in part, empirical questions, and for Chomsky they support the idea that there are substantial cognitive structures of the mind-brain that act as both constraints and enabling conditions for the acquisition of 59. Knowledge. Abduction, then, is a concept that describes the general cognitive capacity for intellectual activity. To recap, 1. Abduction, the intellectual process by which we are able to construct theories as possible explanations of specific events or phenomena. Naturalists vary on how they explain abduction, but for Chomsky, to the extent that there is anything insightful that we can say here at all, it is a power of our cognitive faculties of the mind-brain. 2. Retroduction, the model-building process by which we are able to rationally evaluate contrasting theories with regard to their empirical purchase upon the events or phenomena we are trying to explain. Naturalists assume that there are necessary as well as contingent relations in the natural and social world, and it is these that they are trying to uncover when answering the question, what are the causal mechanisms that must exist in order for specific events and phenomena to have taken place? Raskin, 1987, Chapter 4, it would seem, then, that for Chomsky abductive powers are at the heart of our common-sense understanding of the world and serve to guide us in our everyday activities as we adapt to changing social situations. It should be stressed that the idea of abduction has many possible connotations and has been adapted by a range of writers in the social sciences in ways that would be quite distinct from Chomsky's own account. Blakey, 1993, Chapter 6. There are two aspects to Chomsky's understanding of abduction, and while the first is one shared by all those using it as a strategy to guide research in the social sciences, it is the second feature of Chomsky's adaptation that is distinctively naturalistic. First, abduction suggests that theory construction is guided by guesses, intuition, inferences and imagination as we try to answer the question, why did these events occur? It is a strategy whereby we work backwards from observations to explanations, explanations that if sufficiently powerful will enable us to remove what Blakey calls the why question from inquiry. Why did this event occur? Blakey, 1993, Chapter 6. The second point about abduction that is distinctively Chomsky's is that it is also a rational power which enables us to acquire and develop the theoretical explanations that we do. Abduction is a natural power that is part of our biological makeup and is presumably uniform across the species. Blakey, 1993, p. 165. 5. It is this second point that separates Chomsky's naturalistic account of abduction from a range of writers in the humanist tradition who have sought to utilize Peirce's ideas of abduction in their own research. Chomsky's 60. Rationalist epistemology is significantly strong here and would no doubt not be shared by a great many contemporary realists who otherwise share marked similarities in their approach to inquiry with Chomsky. The issue remains, though, as later argues, how do contemporary realists, or naturalists, deal with the division between rationalist and empiricist epistemologies? If the rejection of empiricism is as forthright as writers such as Bhaskar and Giddens, for example, suggest, then where does this leave them with regard to questions of our ability to acquire knowledge? More importantly, where does it leave them with regard to questions of human nature? The most obvious criticism that can be made of Chomsky's interpretation of the notion of abduction is that it evades empirical evaluation in any direct way. We can only use indirect means by which to evaluate and consider the idea. As Chomsky readily concedes, abductive power is something that we know little about and it evades an easy understanding. While the concept of abduction as a natural power is a coherent and important one, the idea that abduction is also a natural power which enables us to make sense of our everyday experiences remains open to significant doubt. However, if we do reject the empiricist explanation of our ability to construct theoretical explanations of problems in the natural and social world, then we are left with the need to outline a rationalist alternative. To this end, Chomsky has done a great deal to elaborate and empirically substantiate one such rationalist theory of knowledge and the structure of the mind-brain, highly contested as it is. One of the merits of Chomsky's account of our rational, abductive power is that it enables us to retrieve a meaningful notion of the subject and by extension of human agency, a concept that has been systematically demolished in recent decades by a range of writers across the social sciences and philosophy. Berry, 1986, Chapter 9, Plant, 1991, pages 34-5. 6. Is there a danger here, though, that Chomsky is falling back into rationalist assumptions about the individual or monadic subject, existing outside both time and space in a pure and transhistoric form? It has become a common refrain to assert that the idea of the subject is itself an historic or linguistic curiosity that has its roots in Enlightenment thought. As such, the idea of the subject has been prone to criticisms that have sought to challenge its ontological grounds and replace them with either notions of the absolute historical contingency of the subject or else the idea that the subject is a reflection of dominant discourses or language games. This debate raises some fundamental points about human nature, human needs, structure, and agency that I would argue are central to Chomsky's social and political thought, and I will turn to them in more detail shortly. The question that arises here is, does Chomsky develop an abstract account of the subject that suffers from the weaknesses 61 of past rationalist approaches? In order to evaluate Chomsky's ideas about the subject and agency, we can introduce here his ideas of what I have called generative human nature. Generative human nature and human needs, an introduction. Any serious social science or theory of social change must be founded on some concept of human nature. Noam Chomsky. 7. Of all of the concepts that have been called into serious question in contemporary social and political thought, that of human nature is surely the most prominent, and frequently with good reason. From the claims of sociobiologists who have talked of the possibilities of a democratically controlled eugenics, Berry, 1986, p. 102, to the dogmatic assertions of proponents of neoliberal orthodoxy that human nature leads us inevitably towards rational self-maximizing actions in the marketplace, there is much to be critical of. Critical social and political theorists have latched onto the essentialist claims of various approaches to the question of human nature and noted the refi-ng tendencies of such accounts of human action and society. These critical accounts have noted that to attribute essential qualities to human beings can serve to limit and curtail the possibilities of social change and to reinforce the established social order. This, it is often noted, is exactly what we would expect powerful social groups and forces to desire in order to maintain their own authority in society. Such a claim about human nature is said to be reinforced by the idea that hierarchies of talent, skill, and knowledge are likely to arise among any group of human beings. 8. Indeed, this latter point is something that Chomsky would agree with and laud as being illustrative of the uniqueness of human beings. However, what is more insidious and problematic is the way in which these differences are used to justify and legitimize inequalities in society when there is no necessary connection to be made. The control, use, and distribution of resources and the way in which societies are organized do not have to be based around oppressive hierarchies. Such an outcome is the result of concrete social and historical development. Nonetheless, it is clear that the natural differences in talents, creativity, and interests that do arise in Chomsky's account of human nature have and continue to be used to justify social inequality. This, in part, explains Chomsky's caution as to claims about human nature justifying this or that social order, and he has sought to challenge what he sees as the outlandish claims that have been made to this end, particularly from within the discipline of psychology, but not exclusively so. Chomsky, 1972 A, B, C, Herenstein, 1972. 9. 62. For Chomsky, the natural differences in talents, skills, and interests are part of what makes human beings so distinctive and what makes societies progress and change. There is no necessary reason to build a system of reward and social control around what are categories of evaluation that serve to reinforce already existing social inequalities and oppression. Chomsky's anarchism comes to the fore here in that he sees no necessary reason to make such distinctions and that, on the contrary, a good society will be one in which access to the resources needed to lead fulfilling lives will be dealt with on a basis that puts the satisfaction of human needs as its priority. In recent decades, critical approaches to the question of human nature have sought to decenter the subject. The idea here is that in proposing an anti-essentialist perspective of human nature, these writers emphasize the absolute contingency of human identity and subjectivity. Rorty, 1989. What is frequently described as the linguistic turn in philosophy stresses that we are contingent beings bound by the dominant discourses of our particular form of life, to use Wittgenstein's phrase. More than this, though, there is to be no center to the subject, no single narrative to human identity. Instead, we are to see human beings as a composite of a range of conflicting and shifting discourses and worldviews, a meeting place for interpretations of the world. This approach to the idea of human nature and the subject acts to challenge all forms of essentialism in social and political thought and replace it with the idea of a human being that can be seen as the framework on which a range of linguistic identities hang, shift, and develop. Chomsky's rationalism leaves him in a fundamentally different position from these perspectives. The comparison between the two approaches here serves only to highlight what I take to be distinctive and important about Chomsky's account of human nature. Indeed, while he is extremely cautious as to the claims that are often made about human nature and society, Chomsky is convinced that the concept is a meaningful and important one for social and political theory. For Chomsky, human nature serves as the ontological underpinning for both his theory of knowledge and his social and political ideas. However, I would argue that while Chomsky has sought to put forward some interesting and tentative ideas about how we might view and understand human nature, he presents a critique of established essentialist accounts of human nature which also avoids what I would suggest are the tendencies in, for example, postmodern and post-structuralist thought to lapse into a linguistic determinism of the subject, what I would call the linguistic fallacy. As we have seen, Chomsky argues that it is our cognitive faculties that lie at the basis of our ability to explain Plato's problem. They enable us to acquire the forms of knowledge that mature and grow with us. For Chomsky, these are ontologically real faculties of the mind-brain, not merely abstract. 63. Hypotheses. It is here that his account of human nature develops into what I have called a generative human nature. 10. In speculative and cautious mode, Chomsky has suggested that if his ideas about the cognitive structures of the language faculty of the mind-brain are in any way accurate, then it seems likely that the mind-brain as a modular structure is composed of a range of modules that relate to different aspects of human nature/knowledge. Chomsky, 1984. Chomsky's naturalist approach to this question leads him to the view that, like all organs of the body, the human mind-brain is structured from birth to mature and develop within certain parameters. The generative aspect of his account of human nature resides in the point that these structures are both constraining and enabling of human action. Our growth and development takes place within two sets of generative structures: a. the generative human nature that we are born with, that I take from Chomsky; b. the generative social structures of the particular time and place in which we find ourselves, that I take from Bhaskar. It is the relationship between these two factors that serves to generate the direction that social and individual change takes. While there are universal structures to the cognitive faculty, our human nature, these are not structures that might lead us in teleological fashion towards the absolute perfection of human nature, as was implicit within classic Enlightenment discourse. Godwin, 1986, pages 61-3. 11. But it does infer that the idea of continuous self-improvement and emancipation is a plausible goal for human beings. Chomsky's account of generative human nature posits a strong rationalist explanation of our cognitive powers and the way in which they enable us to mature and grow intellectually in conjunction with experience. The way in which these talents develop and how we utilize them will reflect our specific social and historical circumstances. What is significant for Chomsky is that these universal structures can generate diversity of actions, language, and thought not only between cultures, but between individuals. Chomsky, 1966. However, as beings who are a part of the natural world, we are not unformed and pliable in the sense that anti-naturalist thought suggests. Plant, 1991, pages 34-5. The latter bears an affinity with the model of human nature that Martin Hollis has called plastic man, one molded and shaped by the contours of structures of language and knowledge external to the subject. Hollis, 1977. It is this kind of linguistic determinism that Chomsky's philosophical and ethical thought is antithetical to. As he has observed, this kind of plasticity opens the way for the legitimation of an array of authoritarian forms of social engineering. Chomsky, 1987d, pages 157-82. 64. So where does this leave Chomsky's generative human nature? What insights does it offer us into an understanding of culture, society, and morality? I would stress that Chomsky's claims here are always circumscribed by his comments that we know very little about human nature and thus any observations we make are at best tentative. Nonetheless, social and political thought is committed to establishing an understanding of human nature, even if only rejecting the concept, in order to conceive of an understanding of the social and political order which is most suited to our emancipation. Chomsky's generative theory of human nature posits deep structural constraints to human nature and knowledge, but these structures are capable of generating a diverse range of practices, beliefs, and values in conjunction with social and historical circumstances. However, Chomsky has argued that, despite the generative mechanism that is human nature, there are constraints on what we are likely to be able to know, how we are likely to be able to live, and so on. The implications for social and political thought are presented by Chomsky as follows. At every stage of history, our concern must be to dismantle those forms of authority and oppression that survive from an era when they might have been justified in terms of the need for security or survival or economic development, but that now contribute to, rather than alleviate, material and cultural deficit. If so, there will be no doctrine of social change fixed for the present and the future, nor even, necessarily, a specific and unchanging concept of the goals toward which social change would tend. Surely our understanding of the nature of man or of the range of viable social forms is so rudimentary that any far-reaching doctrine must be treated with great skepticism, just as skepticism is in order when we hear that human nature or the demands of efficiency or the complexity of modern life requires this or that form of oppression or autocratic rule. Chomsky, 1973, p. 152. Human nature as a biological phenomenon means that it is rooted in specific and real structures of the mind-brain, but that the generative possibilities of these structures become concrete only with human experience and practice. The latter are not simply reducible to the former but exist in a complex generative relationship with them. Chomsky's conception of libertarian socialism reflects this generative premise when he explains that libertarian socialism is rooted in the creative possibilities and potentials of human existence. On this understanding, a good society will be one that enables all to maximize their creative potentials in cooperation and uncoerced agreement with each other, not one that works to the benefit of a particular 65 class, gender, or other group. Thus Chomsky's account of human nature as a biological form coheres with his understanding of libertarian socialism and presents a vision of society in which diversity and the fulfillment of human needs and creative potentials are maximized. 12. It is the free establishment of social relations in a cooperative social structure that is central to Chomsky's account of a libertarian socialist society. 13. What is important here is that I have been able to illustrate the way in which Chomsky's account of human nature is compatible with his ideas of libertarian socialism, and that this is an account grounded in empirical study. In Chapter 61 we'll consider more fully the problems faced by Chomsky's ideas of libertarian socialism. While a generative account of human nature offers an explanation of the grounds for the establishment of a wide range of social and ethical orders, it also implies that there will be significant constraints on these possibilities. The central premise here for Chomsky is that there is nothing in our human nature which prohibits the possibility of our being able to reach agreement and cooperation with each other as to how we might best establish a just social order. It is the social and historical structures of the actually existing societies and institutions into which we are born that present the obstacles to this possibility, with the myriad conflicts that have developed around class, gender, sexuality, and ethnicity. Our generative human nature provides us with a universal cognitive framework that suggests that cooperation and agreement is at least a possible goal for a just social order. As I will examine in later chapters, what are important for Chomsky's social and political writings are the forms of power and oppression in modern society that prevent this possibility from being realized more than it already is. As I noted earlier, for Chomsky a study of human nature is a scientific study, an empirical topic. Unlike the hopes of many earlier ethical naturalists, we cannot make deductive inferences from facts about human nature as to the universal form that human society should take. Indeed, given the creative possibilities that Chomsky's account of generative human nature presents us with, there is no single form that human society must take, merely an evolving search for better and more liberated social organization. It is the case, though, that working on Chomsky's anthropological and generative premises, we will find that there are better and worse forms of society for the realization of human needs and potentials. Chomsky has had this to say about human nature and social theory. Let me reiterate the point that these views involve questions of fact concerning human nature, and that there are certain conclusions that one may draw from these factual judgments with respect to educational. 66. Theory and practice, social theory, and the activities which naturally flow from a conscientious commitment to the conclusions of that theory. Chomsky, 1975, p. 209. However, Chomsky appears to hold contradictory views here in that he has also argued that even a full knowledge of human nature would not solve Hume's problems. Looking at some other organism, say cats, we might someday learn everything there is to know about them. We won't, of course, but we can imagine it, thus discovering what leads them to decide to do so and so. It won't answer the question what they ought to do. Same for humans. 14. The point to be made here is that although there is no logical or linear connection between facts about human nature and the beliefs and values that we hold, it is crucial to recognize that facts about human nature are value relevant. By this I mean that what Chomsky implies is that social and political thought rests upon some account of the facts of human nature, but that this is a contested site where opposing political views meet. The relationship between science and an understanding of human nature enters here, and we need to acknowledge immediately, as Chomsky often does, that this is a contentious and problematic area of study. Nonetheless, what I take to be Chomsky's generative account of human nature is one which rests upon ideas that he has derived from his study of the language faculty of the mind-brain, and the latter is a scientific study. As I have argued, though, while a scientific study of human nature offers us facts about human nature, these facts are only value relevant to our theory of human nature. They provide us with contestable grounds for our theoretical claims and cannot give us the means to close this debate. The issue of interpretation enters as we try to evaluate the implications of a generative human nature for social and political thought. For contemporary anti-naturalist social and political thought, such arguments are necessarily indeterminate, as the notions of human needs and nature are either historically relative and idiosyncratic or else have no transcendental grounds upon which to rest their claims. Nozick, 1974. By contrast, as an ethical naturalist 15, Chomsky is suggesting that what we understand to be the facts about human nature and human need can help us to determine a range of plausible goals for political action, public policy, and so on. These goals and values will change in time and place as our knowledge and technological capacity develops and transcends earlier constraints. In consequence of this, it is at least possible that people can change their beliefs and values in a rational way, in response to better and more powerful explanations of the state of 67. The world and, more significantly, that the universal aspect of Chomsky's generative human nature suggests that there will be human needs that are transcendent of any given cultural or historical moment. While there are constraints to human cultural and moral development, our human nature still enables us to develop what appears to be a wide range of cultural traditions and practices at different times and places. As human society evolves, these practices have developed, and we have, in turn, become self-conscious of the possibility of human emancipation and some of the obstacles to it. Although our moral and social practices have their basis in our generative human nature, they are realized and expressed through our cultural and historical evolution. It is only in this way that we can come to rule out certain social and political practices while accepting others as fundamental to human existence. This process of evaluation of contrasting ethical orders is central to the nature of politics and serves as the site of historical conflict between those groups struggling to maintain the structure of existing social relations and those seeking to change them. Thus, Chomsky has argued, as noted earlier, that there will be no doctrine of social change fixed for the present and the future, nor even, necessarily, a specific and unchanging concept of the goals toward which social change would tend. Surely our understanding of the nature of man or of the range of viable social forms is so rudimentary that any far-reaching doctrine must be treated with great skepticism, just as skepticism is in order when we hear that human nature or the demands of efficiency or the complexity of modern life requires this or that form of oppression or autocratic rule. Chomsky, 1973, p. 152. Unlike the anti-naturalist critiques of human nature that have sought to reduce our ethical and social practices to an absolute contingency, frequently to a linguistic, textual, level, Chomsky presents a strong defense of ethical naturalism. By contrast, the implication of anti-naturalist accounts of human nature and human needs are antithetical to Chomsky's position. These approaches see human nature and human beings as unformed and malleable at birth, formed by the structures of the external linguistic and epistemic environments within which they are situated. There is no space for a conception of human nature which is transcendent of contingent linguistic traditions. In Chomsky's work, human nature remains center stage and provides us with a frame or template from which we are able to establish diverse practices, identities, and societies, in relation with the social and historical constraints of the society that we are born into. Again, social change reflects the complex relationship between generative human nature and the generative social structures that confront us. What I have drawn from Chomsky's generative human nature is that nothing is gained in social and 68. Political thought by obliterating the subject or human nature from our analysis in the way that contemporary anti-naturalist social and political thought has done, as it leaves us vulnerable to a range of practical political problems. I will turn to these shortly, but for now we can return to Plato's problem and the issue of rationalist and empiricist approaches to epistemology, as in so doing I will be able to set out further the implications of Chomsky's account of human nature and human needs. Rationalism, empiricism, and generative human nature. Returning to Later's concern about the need for contemporary naturalism to deal more rigorously with questions of rationalism and empiricism, we can see that Chomsky has brought the epistemological debate between rationalists and empiricists to the fore in his account of human nature, agency, and human need. Chomsky argues that empiricism employs a dualism or bifurcation thesis when it comes to questions of mind and body. Chomsky, 1981a, pages 16 to 22. This dualism means that while empiricists accept that the organs of the body are structured from birth, they tend to deny that this is the case, in any significant sense, for the mind-brain, which remains an empty, unstructured organ. While Chomsky agrees that such factors as nutrition, education, class, and so on, are crucial in our intellectual growth, the rationalist case he defends argues that humans are capable of the most diverse and complex activities in even the most impoverished environment. Chomsky, 1988d, pages 171 to 6. Of course, these intellectual powers are diminished and undermined by social structures which perpetuate gross and unjust inequalities, but they are nonetheless there, waiting to be triggered by the necessary exposure to experience. The importance of this argument for our understanding of human ontogenetic and cultural development is twofold. 1. the faculties of the mind-brain grow and mature from their initial state into their steady state on a specific time scale. 2. Social deprivation may well deny individuals the triggering experience needed for their cognitive faculties to develop as they might have. Piatelli Palmerini 1980, pages 168-83. Hence Chomsky's social and political thought stresses the need to establish a society in which all have as far as is possible the rich environment needed to realize these diverse potentials and needs. By contrast, the logic of empiricist understandings of the acquisition of knowledge suggests that structures of knowledge are formed freely at any age, irrespective of biological maturity. 69. Historically, empiricist ideas have been strongly linked with progressive thought of the left liberal view. 16. Conservative writers, too, such as J. L. Tolman, have described empiricism as the ally of freedom and rationalism the ally of totalitarianism. Tolman, 1952, p. 4. One explanation as to why empiricism has held such a dominant attraction for left liberal social and political thought might be that if all minds are said to be equally devoid of ideas at birth, then we are all possessed of a certain form of equality. This, in turn, suggests that a society with an egalitarian social structure and an appropriate social policy can lead to the liberal ideal of the harmonious society in which human talents and abilities are perfected. By contrast, historically rationalist thought has been used to justify racial and hereditary inequalities and a naturally unequal social order. Need this be the case though? Harry M. Bracken, 1983, pages 51-64, whose work has been deeply influenced by Chomsky, has argued that empiricism can equally be used to justify oppressive forms of social and political thought. Bracken points out that if all minds are equally devoid of ideas at birth, then it paves the way for social engineering, of a totalitarian kind, by removing any moral barriers to such a political system. Skinner, 1971, pages 143-79. Such a benevolently despotic view of human beings assumes a malleability which denies any significant human nature. Bracken argues that Chomsky's theory of the creative mind is a strong argument in favor of the defense of human autonomy and freedom. For Chomsky, the rationalist account posits a universality among human beings which overrides any notion of racial or class differences based upon hereditary characteristics. 17. Racial and class-based differences are social constructs which have become reified. They are nothing to do with genetic determinism, but everything to do with the ideology which defends a particular social and political structure. In addition to this, Chomsky's generative human nature provides us with an account of the subject which enables us to make sense of the idea of resistance to power and oppression. As Chomsky says, I think that among the biological characteristics that determine the nature of the human organism, there are some that relate to intellectual development, some that relate to moral development, some that relate to development as a member of society, some that relate to aesthetic development. I suspect that they are restrictive, and that we shall find that all of these constraints can be said to constitute human nature. Naturally, I hope that it will turn out that there are intrinsic structures determining human need and the fulfillment of human need. 18. Does this mean that Chomsky is moving down a path towards genetic determinism? Although he sees that genetic inheritance in the form of human 70. Nature plays a major part in determining the parameters of possible human action and cultural evolution, Chomsky also stresses that cultural development can no more be reduced to the genetic level than the mind can easily or satisfactorily be reduced to the brain. Chomsky is arguing that it is our generative human nature which makes our cultural evolution possible. Chomsky, 1987, dp 146. Chomsky's generative human nature and human needs continued. The question of human needs arising from Chomsky's account of generative human nature needs to be dealt with at greater length here, although it is a theme that will recur in Chapter 6. The issue of human needs is central to any naturalist approach to social and political thought, as it raises a number of questions about the meaning of a good social order. Ideas of the distribution and use of resources, reward for work, entitlement claims, and moral judgment can all be built around an understanding of human needs. Ben and Peters, 1959, Chapter 6. More important is the point that needs can be subject to a more rigorous empirical claim than metaphysical systems of justice based on such notions as natural law, contract, or a state of nature. What we need in order to exist is at least in part a matter of fact. This is not the end of the matter, as we have already noted. Facts about human nature and human need are value relevant. They allow us to make inferences, as Chomsky notes, about such matters as education, social policy, and so on. Chomsky, 1975a, p. 209. They remain contested precisely because there is not a logical relation to be discerned between the facts of human nature and human needs at a given time and the form that social organization must take as a consequence. As Chomsky illustrates, though, this does not render either human nature or human needs irrelevant to our social and political concerns. They may be contested in terms of what we can infer from them about the nature of social and political organization, but we still have to develop the most persuasive and plausible inferences that we can from them. It is here that we can note the absolute distinction between Chomsky's politics and the political implications of contemporary anti-naturalism. For Chomsky, the question of interpretation is an aspect of the inferences we make about the best social arrangements to satisfy what we take to be the range of human needs. Nonetheless, our interpretations are not open and equivocal. The real nature of human needs serves to constrain the range of plausible accounts to be drawn from them. By contrast, anti-naturalist accounts in their denial of any transcendent human nature and human needs leave us in a state of open and apparently infinite interpretations and rereadings of human nature. 1.1. And human needs, both of which are seen as essentially social constructions only. Bauman, 1993. 19. In some respects there are links between Chomsky's ideas about what I am calling a generative human nature and Aristotle's belief that human nature held out possibilities, potentials that might be realized and striven for in a future society, possibilities and potentials relating to the acquisition and development of a range of talents and skills which are extensions of human nature. 20. In a related fashion, Chomsky follows in the lineage of classical romanticism handed down by Humboldt, Herder, and others. That emphasized the pleasure that human beings get from the free and unfettered use of their abilities in creative work and play, another theme which falls within the Aristotelian conception of the enjoyment we gain from the exercise of our natural talents. There is no doubt that Chomsky's libertarian socialism contains a strong vision of a more just society as a guiding principle, one which recognizes, though, the need for freedom and constraint in a workable social order, however evenly the benefits and burdens are to be shared. In Language and Problems of Knowledge, Chomsky argues in fact, different historical and social circumstances allow certain aspects of human nature to appear and flourish, while others are suppressed. Part of any successful social revolution is getting people to understand that part of their nature is the desire to work cooperatively and in a constructive way with others who have common interests and work to a common end. What is particularly relevant in the present connection is that many people don't understand that there is something lacking. Now this means that the 18th century political revolution has not yet taken place, in reality. When we think about more complex situations, such as organizing workers and so on, then wholly new problems arise. In investigating these questions, which certainly are questions of human nature and how it develops, we are crucially going to have to turn to historical and social conditions. But when we study natural human functions, like the basic methods of thinking and the conceptual structure of language, these factors play only a marginal role. Chomsky, 1988b, pages 174-5, Our ability to use reason offers us the hope and possibility of social and moral progress, but it does not mean that human nature is perfectible in any absolute sense, as many Enlightenment writers argued, as such a view of human nature endorses the very empiricist malleability that Chomsky opposes. Chomsky has no deep faith in reason and has commented somewhat ruefully that it is simply all that we have. Chomsky, 1987d, p. 48. Reason holds out the hope that we might yet overcome the various social and political barriers to increased human freedom, but it is no infallible guide to human. 72. perfection and is susceptible to the type of failings that both Descartes and Orwell's problems are concerned with, as I will turn to in later chapters. With regard to human nature and human needs, we can see that foremost in Chomsky's concerns is the human need for freedom and the free use of our natural powers. Following Rousseau, Chomsky notes in what is probably his most insightful essay on this theme that the essence of human nature is human freedom and the consciousness of this freedom. Chomsky, 1987 d. p. 143. The free creative use of our language faculty is illustrative of the natural inventiveness and creativity of human beings and serves to underpin the view that it is the use of these powers that is the essential feature of human nature. In Cartesian fashion, Chomsky's account of human nature leads him to the view that it is our freedom, both actual and potential, that distinguishes us from other species and renders human beings unique. Thus there is a substantive link to be established between language and freedom, and it lies at the root of an understanding of human nature that is both rational and able to utilize scientific insights. It would seem that for Chomsky the notion of progress is inherent in the fact that we can become conscious of both our freedom and the obstacles to it. The possibility of human self-improvement, or self-perfection in Rousseau's terms, is a consequence of that which makes us unique, our ability to use our reason to understand the nature and limits of our freedom and how they might be changed. This account of human progress and its possibilities is perfectly in keeping with what I take to be Chomsky's generative account of human nature. Such an understanding of progress and improvement does not rest on the teleological assumption that there is some final point to which social change and human nature is inevitably headed. On the contrary, as I noted earlier, Chomsky argues that there will be no doctrine of social change fixed for the present and the future, nor even, necessarily, a specific and unchanging concept of the goals toward which social change would tend. Chomsky, 1973, p. 152. Chomsky's account of what I have termed generative human nature presents us with four key claims. First, that what is significant about human nature is that which makes us unique as a species. Foremost here is our need for freedom and the ability that we have, however limited and constrained its application, to become conscious of and transform the obstacles to greater freedom. The idea of an instinct or desire for freedom is an abstract one precisely because it is a species-wide property of human nature. The importance of this abstract property for social and political thought is that it is rendered concrete and specific in our attempts to realize it in the way in which we organize our lives. Thus, for Chomsky there is no fixed and unchanging pattern or goal of social change, merely a continuous and unceasing search for more liberated ways of organizing social and political life. The desire or instinct for freedom should 73. Be seen as a principle which underpins and grounds social and political practice. It serves as part of our continuous search to improve and perfect both the social conditions in which human nature might best be realized and the fulfillment of individual talents and capacities. 2. Second, that our human nature is generative in the sense that it is enabling of human freedom in all of its apparent diversity. It is our human nature in conjunction with the social conditions in which we find ourselves that enables us to develop and transform those cultural practices that act as obstacles to expanding the range of human freedoms. From this perspective, our ability to establish and transform cultures is part of our array of natural powers. This point needs to be clarified lest there be any confusion. The capacity to establish cultural practices and forms in general is, on this understanding of human nature, a natural property of the species. The specific form that cultures take will reflect such factors as prevailing structures of social and political power, and as such they can be transformed. To illustrate this further, we can use the example of languages and their importance to cultural identity. From the perspective of generative human nature, it is natural for us to acquire language. It is one of the distinctive capacities that renders us human and enables cultures to flourish. The specific form that a language is said to take, English or Italian, say, is a consequence of the social and political institutions and traditions that established it as the national language. Chomsky, 1989a, pages 36 to 43. Acquiring a language, or culture, is a natural capacity. The concrete form that this language, and culture, takes is the result of prevailing social and political traditions and is not an inevitable outcome but an historically contingent one. Thus our generative human nature enables us to develop these specific social practices. 3. However, generative human nature is also constraining of our ability to generate cultural forms and practices precisely because it is a natural array of powers. Not only will there be limits to the knowledge that we can obtain about ourselves and the world, limits which are part of our natural, structural constraints, there are also likely to be limits to the range of social forms that human beings can live in. Chomsky's generative human nature argues that without significant constraints on human action that are inherent to the species there can only be shaping of behavior but no creative acts of self-perfection. Chomsky, 1987 p. 146. Thus, generative human nature enables us to utilize the natural capacities that we are born with in order to develop and create specific cultural forms and practices, and these will evolve, develop, and be transformed historically as such factors as forms of knowledge and technology change. It also constrains us in that our actions are not open and pliable in the sense that empiricist and anti-naturalist accounts of human nature would suggest. R. 74. Generative human nature is a range of natural powers that enable and constrain the cultural forms that we can develop. It is precisely the fact that we have these structural constraints that allows us to render meaningful the notion of creativity. Creativity infers conscious human action rather than merely a response to some form of external pressure or force. As such, it rests upon some kind of assumption about the internal qualities of our generative human nature that enables us to transform and create new ideas, art, and cultural practices. Without these significant structural constraints there would be no creativity, if by creativity we mean change and original actions rather than merely routine behavior. It is fundamental to Chomsky's language theory that our everyday use of language is creative and original, for example, and that we are capable of generating an infinite array of sentences, in theory, from the finite rules of a particular language. Chomsky, 1987 pages 146-50. Our free and original use of language reflects a substantive aspect of our natural creative capacities. Creativity is a unique quality of human nature and reflects the significant structural constraints that are the central features of our generative capacity. There is no contradiction, then, between creativity and constraint, and Chomsky comments that, without this tension between necessity and freedom, rule and choice, there can be no creativity, no communication, no meaningful acts at all. Chomsky, 1987 p. 153. 4. As a consequence of this, our generative human nature provides us with an understanding of a range of transhistoric human needs which go beyond the familiar idea of basic human needs, and embraces the wider notions that social and political practices should be geared towards satisfying the creative aspects of human nature as well, an understanding of human nature which has a strong affinity with Humboldt's conception of Bildung. Chomsky, 1987 pages 147-53. It is a strong claim that says that in order to live a satisfying human life we need not only the basic or core human needs such as shelter, food, clothing, but also, in general terms, the following: a. Our need to realize our creative instincts in both work and leisure. b. Our need for freedom and control over the organization of our lives, as far as is possible and in conjunction with the rest of our specific social and political community. To this end, Chomsky has written that the concern for intrinsic human nature poses moral barriers in the way of manipulation and control, particularly if this nature conforms to the libertarian conceptions that I have briefly reviewed. In accordance with these conceptions, human rights are rooted in human nature, and we violate fundamental human rights when people are forced to be slaves. 75. Wage slaves, servants of external power, subjected to systems of authority and domination, manipulated and controlled for their own good. Chomsky, 1988 p. 166, Chomsky's defense of a strong account of human nature suggests that there will be a set of core needs that are transhistoric, as well as other needs that will arise in the context of historical and technological changes. The realization of these transhistoric and objective needs will, of course, be culturally mediated, but nonetheless they remain quintessential for a fully rounded human life. I will take up these issues further in Chapter 6. It is not my intention here to flesh out a full theory of human need from what I have called Chomsky's account of our generative human nature. Rather, what I have tried to show is the way in which his account of the natural qualities inherent in human nature is significant in allowing us to infer conclusions about the goals of public policy, in general terms. These ideas about generative human nature are value relevant to the kind of public policy goals and the aims of political practice. The task of turning this into a more elaborate theory of human need is the work of another project in itself, Doyle and Goff, 1991. I will consider more closely the relationship between the ideas of human need set out here and the form that Chomsky's ideas on libertarian socialism take in Chapter 6. This idea of the realization of different aspects of human nature through the cultural evolution of society presents us with a theory of social change which has some historical resonance. Chomsky's claim lends itself to the view that there is at least the possibility of human social and moral progress. It is in direct contrast with those Nietzschean arguments which suggest that successive historical epochs are merely reflections of new forms of domination. Chomsky certainly recognizes that history brings new forms of oppression, but he also emphasizes that which Nietzsche denied was possible for all members of society, liberation, Nietzsche, 1973, p. 102. In Chomsky's analysis of the realization of the potentials for human freedom, there are trends towards liberation which can be discerned in spite of new forms of oppression that are wrought in each period of history or epoch. The strong claim remains that these fragmented movements towards human liberation allow key aspects of our human nature to flourish. The question raised here in the light of the various anti-naturalist critiques of human nature is, can we make sense of human liberation and freedom without a substantive conception of human nature? The discussion so far suggests that, for Chomsky, we cannot. What I want to do now is explore some of the implications of Chomsky's strong naturalist claims about human nature and need in the context of the debate he had with Michel Foucault on the very question of human nature. 76. Power and justice. In this way we can examine some of the possible problems that Chomsky's ideas run into when confronted by one of the most significant anti-naturalist critics of recent times. Problems of political philosophy, Chomsky and Foucault on power and human nature. As I have shown in Chomsky's account of knowledge and human nature, he rejects empiricism in favor of what I have called a rationalist, generative human nature. On the latter understanding we can only explain our ability to acquire complex forms of knowledge, Plato's problem, with the apparent ease and speed that we do, such as the knowledge of a particular language, by working on the assumption that there is a significant biological basis for this knowledge. Hence Chomsky's explanation of what he takes to be the structures of the mind-brain that order the acquisition and the maturation of our knowledge. The alternate empiricist view rests on the premise that knowledge is learned by a complex process of induction and testing of experience. This may well account for certain forms of knowledge that we acquire, but for Chomsky the idea that we are Lockean blank slates at birth upon which experience inscribes itself and is inductively transformed is simply false. Given the mixed nature of our experiences and the sheer diversity of information we receive, it is difficult to imagine that such an explanation could cover the maturity and consistency of the forms of knowledge we develop. Chomsky has generally been cautious in his thoughts as to a more general account of human nature, restricting himself to comments upon the inferences that arise from his empirically grounded language theory. Nonetheless, he has speculated, as we have seen, that we might well infer that the modular structure of the mind-brain and our abductive faculty extends into diverse areas of human activity and knowledge. This premise supports the idea that, as rational beings, there is a critical epistemic space within which we can resist, question and perhaps overcome the flaws and limitations of our beliefs that are so frequently grounded in ideology, particularly in the realm of social and political affairs but also and importantly within science too. 21. Chomsky's concern with what Walter Lippmann called the manufacture of consent has seen him developing a range of ideas as to the forms of institutional and epistemic power that prevent us from using these faculties, and these have taken him into a continued exposition of what he sees as the dominant ideology of modern American society. Lippmann, 1932, 1955. Clearly for Chomsky, power cannot be operating externally everywhere and in everything, decent ring the subject so that we are constructed by the contents of competing. 11. And contradictory discourses, Gray, 1995, p. 65. The latter account of the subject, or non-subject, would, ironically, seem to leave us as the very empty vessels or blank slates of empiricist thought, subjects waiting to be constituted by the discourses of our experience. The idea that we are molded by these discourses into the modern subject, that we are malleable and open beings, is exactly what Chomsky's account of knowledge and human nature denies and is opposed to for the reasons that I have touched upon already. Such a conception of human beings leaves us in, at best, a state of stasis with no transcendent grounds by which to settle basic questions as to the distribution, control, and use of resources for human need. Ultimately it leaves us in the position that Rorty has usefully described as one of liberal ironism. We may not like what we see around us, but there are no grounds for a politics that might transcend it in the short term. 22. At best we are left with a commitment to an uneasy reformism of society, though even here it is a rudderless kind of reform that can as easily be turned back as it can move forward. In fact, it is not altogether dissimilar to the recent history of social democracy in Western Europe. 23. The implications for political philosophy of the contrast between naturalist and anti-naturalist approaches to human nature and power are set out in the debate that took place between Chomsky and Foucault in 1971 on Dutch television, in which they set out their responses to the topic under discussion: human nature, power, and justice. I will return to this theme in Chapter 6 when I look more closely at Chomsky's ideas about libertarian socialism. For the moment I want to take a small section from his exchange with Foucault in order to draw out something of their respective views on the relationship between power and human nature. Foucault: I would like to reply to you in terms of Spinoza and say that the proletariat doesn't wage war against the ruling class because it considers such a war to be just. The proletariat makes war with the ruling class because, for the first time in history, it wants to take power. And because it will overthrow the power of the ruling class, it considers such a war to be just. Chomsky: yeah, I don't agree. Foucault: one makes war to win, not because it is just. Foucault: but one doesn't speak in terms of justice but in terms of power. Chomsky: but it is in terms of justice, it's because the end that will be achieved is claimed as a just one. Foucault: if you like, I will be a little bit Nietzschean about this. In other words, it seems to me that the idea of justice in itself is an idea which in 78 effect has been invented and put to work in different types of societies as an instrument of a certain political and economic power or as a weapon against that power. Chomsky: I don't agree with that. Foucault: and in a classless society, I am not sure that we would still use this notion of justice. Chomsky: well, here I really disagree. I think there is some sort of an absolute basis. If you press me too hard I'll be in trouble, because I can't sketch it out, ultimately residing in fundamental human qualities, in terms of which a real notion of justice is grounded. I think it's too hasty to characterize our existing systems of justice as merely systems of class oppression. I don't think that they are that. I think that they embody systems of class oppression and elements of other kinds of oppression, but they also embody a kind of groping towards the true humanly valuable concepts of justice and decency and love and kindness and sympathy, which I think are real. Foucault: contrary to what you think, you can't prevent me from believing that these notions of human nature, of justice, of the realization of the essence of human beings, are all notions and concepts which have been formed within our civilization, within our type of knowledge and our form of philosophy. This exchange between Chomsky and Foucault reveals a number of important points about the issues with which I have been concerned in this chapter. First is the question of power and knowledge that separates them so clearly. For Foucault, as he suggests, there is only power, and therefore the goal of the proletariat becomes one of taking power. It is not a concern with seemingly abstract principles of justice or freedom. Foucault, 1980, p. 142. 24. In a view that seems to borrow something from Wittgenstein, Foucault suggests that what the proletariat does will in itself be just. The idea that we can establish an account of justice that might guide political actions is a misnomer and leads us into the familiar bourgeois position of using the dominant discourses as a means to bring about change, when in fact they will only serve to curtail radical or revolutionary possibilities. Chomsky is fundamentally opposed to this view of political practice, one that seems at best to be pragmatic and at worst unprincipled. Taylor, 1990, pages 160-6, Connolly 1984, p. 242. 25. For Foucault, by appealing to ideas of justice as guidance for political principles, we are constraining and curbing the radical possibilities inherent in social change by limiting ourselves to the bourgeois and rationalist tradition that has served to legitimize the inequalities of social power that are definitive of modern social relations. 26. Instead, as Foucault, 79, has repeatedly made clear, political practice must be based upon an understanding of power itself. Foucault, 1991, p. 6. By extension, the idea that justice, particularly as expressed through the legal system of a state, has ever been anything other than a form of class oppression has been given short shrift by Foucault both here and in other essays. Foucault, 1980, pages 1-7. Where, then, does this leave Chomsky? As Chomsky suggests, it is extremely problematic to build a politics solely upon the basis of gaining power, as ultimately it provides us with no understanding of ethical conduct or the kind of just society that might be striven for. Foucault's position seems to assume that whatever the proletariat does will be acceptable and just, again echoing Wittgenstein's view that ethics are what we do. For Chomsky, it is not a question of providing an ahistoric blueprint for social transformation so much as recognizing that oppositional forces in politics must set out the following: I. Their ethical ideals; 2. Specific ideas as to how transform and emancipate existing social conditions; 3. The means and goals of political practice. 27. Action cannot merely serve as the means to an end, as the kind of action undertaken will also affect the ends themselves, a point made well in an essay by Garras, 1990, on the ethical foundations of revolutionary politics. Klein, 1971, pages 111-12. Foucault gets around this in a somewhat tautological fashion by arguing that if the proletariat's assumption of power leads to unconstrained violence and terror, then it is because they are still tainted by bourgeois ideology and a real revolutionary transformation in power in social relations has not actually taken place. Elders, 1974, p. 182. The circularity of this argument does not deal with the ethical issues raised by violence in political practice, and Chomsky's work suggests an alternative to this endpoint. While Chomsky would undoubtedly agree with Foucault that a political practice geared towards transforming social relations must focus upon the realities of power in existing society, this in itself is not a sufficient response. It is also necessary to set out the principles for which those political objectives stand. For such a transformatory politics to succeed, it must also be a popular transformation that both involves and attracts support in large sections of society. The alternative is the kind of situation described by Sheldon Volin, where political practice which has such transformatory goals ends up being vulnerable to manipulation and elitism on the part of its self-appointed leaders. Volin, 1960, p. 425. While Chomsky's political ideals are explicitly concerned with notions of emancipation, for Foucault these are curious and 80. Romantic relics that should be discarded. Taylor, 1990, p. 160. Indeed, for Foucault, there is a difficulty with the very concept of emancipation, as we are never able to escape the regimes of truth that are the inherent features of the power/knowledge relation of modernity. We are always bound to exist in a society where some notions of truth and knowledge will exist, and they are, in Foucault's work, inherently about a will to power, the desire to impose a meaning upon our existence. Foucault, 1980, p. 133. With this understanding of the relationship between knowledge and power, it is not difficult to see why Foucault would be so suspicious of Chomsky's ideas about human nature. Chomsky's work suggests that we do not have to accept the pessimistic premises of Foucault, and that in fact there are reasonable grounds for seeking to give a substantive account of human nature and political principles in contemporary political thought. More than this, Chomsky's work tells us that we must do this if we are not to encounter the kind of problems in political practice that Foucault's position can lead to. In part, this is a question of separating power and knowledge from their more sinister connotations in post-structuralist thought in order to defend the idea that emancipation is a possible outcome of political practice. The account of knowledge and generative human nature that Chomsky sets out presents us with a case that is quite antithetical to Foucault's notion that the individual is both the vehicle for and the effect of power. Foucault, 1980, p. 98. What Chomsky gives us, and what appears to be missing from Foucault's account, is a sense of agency that is able to utilize power towards consciously directed ends. While Foucault concedes that power is both enabling and constraining of human action, there is no substantive sense in which agents are able to shape their own futures. Purposive action, ideals, and principled politics are not only missing from Foucault's account, they are rendered largely incoherent. As a consequence, Foucault's account of agency and power/knowledge suffers from two weaknesses familiar to humanist approaches that I set out in the first two chapters. It shifts between determinism and voluntarism in its assumptions about agency. 2. It is a form of conceptual realism that tells us that questions of truth are nothing to do with structures, relations, and things as they actually are, and everything to do with how we think about the world. Reality, truth, justice, all of these are solely concepts whose meanings have been constructed in history. They have no significance outside of the realm of discourse. The problems of determinism and infallibility or idealism that are pervasive in this strain of contemporary anti-naturalist and humanist social and political 81. Thought seem insurmountable from the realist perspective that Chomsky adopts, and as a consequence it is not hard to see why Foucault holds the views that he does about the kind of political philosophy that Chomsky defends in their debate. For Chomsky, it is our generative human nature that is at the heart of his understanding of us as beings capable of using our reason to guide us in practice towards ends that we have chosen. Contra Foucault, and as I have noted earlier, Chomsky's account of generative human nature rests on the view that, although we are born into societies where concepts, beliefs, values, and ways of life are already established, we are capable of utilizing our critical capacities in order to challenge these practices where necessary. Chomsky's generative human nature is important in two senses here. It provides us with a sense of the natural capacities, faculties, and powers of human beings that can, in turn, give us an insight into the direction that an emancipatory politics might take. 2. It provides us with an account of the subject that is able to explain why conflict and change does take place. While conflict is pervasive in Foucault's account of power/knowledge, there is a sense in which it is difficult to see why or whom the agent of conflict and change actually is. There are two responses that emerge here by way of explanation. Either this notion of conflict and change is illusory, a kind of Nietzschean premise that history is a cycle of new forms of oppression rather than it being about qualitative transformations in society. Or else there is an account of human nature in Foucault's work that he has obscured but which must be there if he is to make sense of the idea of the resisting subject. If it is the former, then Foucault does not offer us a means by which to avoid the fatalism of Nietzschean dogma. If it is the latter, then in obscuring this account of human nature he does his own work a disservice in terms of its explanatory power. Returning to the dispute between the linguistic turn of Foucault's anti-naturalism and the claims of Chomsky's radicalized rationalism as to the acquisition of concepts, Plato's problem, we can see that the difference between Chomsky and Foucault over the meaning of human nature, justice, and power illuminates this issue quite clearly. Chomsky's position challenges and rejects two assumptions that are central to the anti-naturalist, i.e., power is not simply everywhere and in everything in the way that Foucault's power/knowledge thesis implies. This kind of ontological reductionism leaves no space for an understanding of human nature or for forms of knowledge that are capable of providing us with anything like an adequate account of the grounds for social and historical change. There can 82. Be no resistance to oppression, no explanation of the instinct for freedom, in Chomsky's terms, if everything is reducible to a form of will to power. Chomsky's account of generative human nature is suggestive here precisely because it defends a strong notion of the subject as an actor with a part to play in the transformation of society, but also remains sensitive to the social and historical obstacles to the possibility of such transformations being realized. Foucault's power/knowledge axis is, by contrast, a form of linguistic determinism which shares a great deal in common with empiricist accounts of the malleability and openness of human nature and therefore fails to offer an adequate explanation of the grounds for human agency. Ultimately, as Later has written, Foucault's account of power is both fuzzy and totalizing, Later, 1994, p. 109. That is, it is indistinct in terms of how we see different forms of power and at the same time it is so all-embracing that it presents a deterministic account of society. 2. Our knowledge is not merely the social construction of particular discourses that are dominant at an historic juncture. On the contrary, our understandings of justice, freedom, and power are not just linguistic devices but reflect something real about human nature, social relations and our abductive power. This is a point that builds upon the distinctions made between naturalism and anti-naturalism and humanism in the first two chapters. The second point is one that sees Chomsky developing his account of abduction to explain the persistence of ideas of justice and freedom that are something other than simply reflections of a linguistic practice constituting historical subjects. For Chomsky we should see this the other way around. Although we are subjects born into a specific time and place with all of the ideological and linguistic baggage that this brings with it, we are still capable of challenging and changing these ideas precisely because we are rational and practical beings. It is subjects that both make history and change language, though we should be careful here not to overstate the voluntaristic implications of such a view. As I have made clear already, Chomsky argues that it is our ability to use our reason to develop consciousness of our social position, class, gender, sexuality, and so on, in the wider social structures that constrain us, that enables us potentially to transform society. It is not simply an act of will on the part of subjects, though this is a significant feature of social change that should not be overlooked. By contrast, Foucault's linguistic determinism would appear to reverse this claim, with language constituting the very idea of the subject or the individual. Our concepts are not just the outcome of linguistic practice but are a part of our human nature that develops historically in our evolving actions and practices. This, it seems to me, is the implication. 83. Of what Chomsky has tentatively put forward about our rational generative human nature. Thus we will develop our understanding of these concepts in diverse ways at different times and places reflecting our level of social consciousness but never in a way which is merely open, contingent, and unconstrained. This is how Chomsky's rationalism has sought to reconcile the appearance of diverse human practices and the reality of our universal generative human nature that underpins them. Conclusions: power, knowledge, and generative human nature reconsidered. Despite criticisms to the contrary that have been leveled against him, Chomsky does not operate with a one-dimensional or crude theory of power, and I will explore this more fully in Chapter 5. Chomsky has sought to develop ideas about power in modern American society that move from the use of various forms of force and coercion by diverse institutions to the methods of legitimation that have been used to defend them. In addition, he has sought to trace the ways in which the mechanisms that serve to sustain and internalize these norms act to sustain the prevailing social order and inhibit the possibility of social change. In rejecting Foucault's totalizing account of power and language, Chomsky seeks to retain a naturalist commitment to truth as a defense against power, a means to challenge and criticize prevailing orthodoxies and to prompt action. Power remains as one crucial concept in the political lexicon, but it is not the only one of importance and sits alongside the ideas of justice, equality, and freedom that have also preoccupied Chomsky. Chomsky's work is part of a tradition of thought that rejects oppressive forms of hierarchy and authority in social and political organization and that inherits aspects of thought from the Enlightenment that preserve and enhance libertarian ideas. This tendency in social and political thought stretches from classical liberalism through to what Chomsky has described as left-wing or anti-Bolshevik socialism. Garin, 1987, Introduction. In addition, his commitment to egalitarian social and political forms is underpinned by his account of human nature, which sees human beings as potentially free and creative creatures, capable of cooperative and voluntary organization. This is the thread that connects the aspect of Plato's problem that I have been concerned with in this chapter, specifically his ideas of human nature, needs and knowledge, and I would argue that it provides a useful defense of modernist goals of emancipation without succumbing to a simple recitation of its past failings. 84. To illustrate this last point, I would focus upon the fact that while Chomsky argues that as rational beings we have the capacity for resisting ideology, he is equally concerned with locating the mechanisms that block this possibility. There is something of an overlap with Habermas's work here in that the latter presents us with a vision of modernity in which, potentially, rational beings are weighed down by the burden of ideological baggage that distorts and obstructs us from a free and rational agreement as to the way in which society could be ordered. As Poster has written, there is a sense in Habermas's work that there is a rational and universal being hidden from view that can be liberated if we can remove these burdens. Poster, 1995. p. 48. I suspect that although they share a commitment to rationality and a hostility to all things postmodern/post-structuralist, there is a fundamental difference between Habermas's and Chomsky's work here. I do not see that Chomsky is committed to a kind of hyper-rationalist account of the subject whereby we can attain a social order in which conflict and disagreement will be removed once and for all. Rationality is an important mechanism, but it is not an infallible one, and even in what Chomsky takes to be a libertarian social order, procedures and institutions will still be needed to resolve these disputes. What is significant is that such a social order will provide us with the possibility of reaching agreement in a society not riven by the kind of inequalities of social and political power in both the private and public realms which currently exist. For the responsibility of intellectuals, problems of ideology, knowledge, and power. At the basis of the modern social order stands not the executioner, but the professor. Ernest Gellner, Garnham, 1995, p. 364. Introduction. In this chapter I will continue to explore several of the themes in Chomsky's work that I have set out in earlier chapters regarding issues of knowledge and power, in order to examine them in the context of his ideas about the role and responsibility of intellectuals. My aim, then, is to assess Chomsky's ideas about the role and responsibility of intellectuals against the claims of those critics who have sought to highlight a contrasting narrative of the intellectual tradition. This alternate narrative has tended to focus upon the idea of the Enlightenment as establishing an elitist and authoritarian intellectual tradition. Bauman, 1987. While Chomsky is concerned with what he sees as the subversion of the role of the intellectual, he still seeks to defend the idea that the intellectual can, as Edward Said has described it, speak the truth to power. Said, 1994, Chapter V. The two main sections of this chapter deal in turn with Chomsky's account of the role and responsibility of intellectuals and the challenges such a view is presented with by its many critics. In particular, I will set out Chomsky's ideas in the context of two contrasting accounts of the intellectual tradition, the public intellectual and the ironist. Second, I will introduce Chomsky's ideas about the nature and meaning of ideology, language, and power, as well as dealing with some of the difficulties such a view faces. This section draws out the implications of contrasting naturalist and anti-naturalist approaches to these questions of knowledge, ideology, and power. What Chomsky's work illustrates in this context is the ethical and political implications that can be derived from these contrasting approaches to inquiry and, in particular, the divergent answers that they offer to both Descartes and Orwell's problems. The role and responsibility of intellectuals has been a central theme in Chomsky's work as he has developed an elaborate critique of the nature of the relationship between intellectuals and the centers of power in modern 85. 86. Societies, Chomsky, 1982, pages 60 to 86. The idea that the intellectual has become the new servant of authority and power is one that can be traced back through many writers in the past 2 centuries. For Chomsky, it is Mikhail Bakunin's attack upon the threat of a red bureaucracy explicit in the Marxist approach to social and political organization that is, perhaps, the most significant one. On this understanding of the role of intellectuals in modern society, a significant section of the intellectual strata are seen to have taken on the role of legitimizing social and political power that was previously carried out by the Church and have, in part, become what Isaiah Berlin called a secular priesthood. Chomsky's critique is directed at those public intellectuals whom he sees as having given up the classic Enlightenment conception of the role of the intellectual as challenger to illegitimate authority and power, and who have instead become the servants or defenders of oppressive institutions and structures of power. But what exactly do we mean by the term intellectual in this context? Does it refer to all academics, writers, artists, and so on? Clearly, there is a sense in which those we might regard as intellectuals cover a wide range of actors. How should we define the idea of the intellectual in general terms? As producers and legitimizers of knowledge and authority, there is a case to be made that the category extends beyond the boundaries of the academy to include a range of professionals working throughout society. Julian Benda, by contrast, held the view that intellectuals were to be considered as a narrow elite of philosopher kings who were to act as the conscience of humankind. As says, this exclusive lineage included such representatives as Jesus, Spinoza, Voltaire, and Socrates. 3. The problem with such a definition is that it excludes a variety of equally relevant actors. Nonetheless, as said suggests, it is worth preserving insights from Benda's work with regard to the public role of the intellectual, among them being that it is expected that intellectuals should always strive for a critical self-consciousness that might lead them to raise embarrassing and awkward questions about their own societies. As says, echoing Sartre, to be someone who cannot easily be co-opted by governments or corporations, and whose raison d'etre is to represent all those people and issues that are routinely forgotten or swept under the rug, said, 1994, p. 9, Ahmed, 1992. For more generally, we can note that Chomsky's account of human nature and the rational faculties that enable us to acquire diverse forms of knowledge supports the premise that we are all, ultimately, intellectuals, in the sense that we use our imagination and reason to make sense of our everyday experiences in a constant process of thought and understanding. Chomsky's ideas as to the role and responsibility of the intellectual are primarily concerned with this notion of the public intellectual, then, those 87. Who act in a public role as either defenders or critics of the established institutions and forces of power in society. Thus his concern is with the role and responsibility of those intellectuals who have both a public role and a public reach in their pronouncements. This is not to ignore those many others whose work is primarily intellectual, but it is to focus more specifically upon those whom Chomsky sees as the main spokespeople for vested interests, powerful institutions, and social forces in modern society. In short, they are seen by Chomsky to be carrying out the task of helping to manufacture consent in modern society, often quite self-consciously so, as it has been a pervasive theme in modern political thought that elites in society have a particular responsibility to ensure that society retains its order through the manipulation of public opinion. 5. Referring back to what I take to be the 3 primary concerns in Chomsky's work, we can see that both Descartes and Orwell's problems are raised here and a number of questions emerge. Are intellectuals the upholders of truth and the critics of illegitimate authority? Chomsky, 1982, p. 67, to what extent have intellectuals become a part of the nexus of power in capitalist democracies, purveyors of ideology as opposed to its critics? Crozier, Huntington, et al., 1979, Gill, 1990, Sklar, 1980. 6. This is a deep problem for those like Chomsky who have sought to defend the idea of the intellectual as social and political critic. If the role of intellectuals has become part of processes to secure social control and power in modern societies, then they are also a part of Orwell's problem. The extent to which intellectuals have become those who help to legitimize forms of centralist power in modern society is the key question raised by Chomsky's work here, and the answer to it tells us the extent to which intellectuals have become part of Descartes' problem. How do we know when we are being informed rather than manipulated? Mackenzie, 1985, 7. The responsibility of intellectuals. The purpose of the intellectual's activity is to advance human freedom. This is still there, I believe, despite the often repeated charge that grand narratives of emancipation and enlightenment, as the contemporary French philosopher Lyotard calls such heroic ambitions associated with the previous modern age, are pronounced as no longer having any currency in the era of postmodernism. Edward said, 1994, p. 13, it is the responsibility of intellectuals to speak the truth and to expose lies. Noam Chomsky, 1969a, p. 325. 88. Why responsibility? The idea of the responsibility and role of intellectuals raises a range of questions that take us from the significance of intellectuals as a fraction within modern nation-states to the ethical issues confronted by them in their work. Said's quotation offers us a reassertion of what is frequently seen as the classic role of the intellectual as laid down in the Enlightenment tradition, but as he himself acknowledges, this role is a much contested interpretation. Chomsky notes that it is important to stress that the analysis of intellectuals and the institutions in which they work should be seen in the context of the particular social and historical circumstance in which they are situated, lest we wander into abstractions that are so divorced from any recognizable facts about the world that they become meaningless. This does not mean that we cannot talk about certain transcendent values associated with intellectual activity, such as the commitment to rigorous standards of honesty, accuracy, and the criticism of illegitimate power and authority. Smith, 1983, pages 55 to 74. However, we need to recognize that intellectuals are powerful and significant actors in modern society for many reasons, including their potential role as either legitimizers or opponents of challenges to freedom and democracy within their own societies. It is this fact that makes the role of intellectuals such an important concern for Chomsky, as they are in a relatively privileged position in modern society whereby they have the resources and freedoms to, potentially, highlight and criticize these injustices and obstacles to greater freedom and democracy. Chomsky, 1969a, p. 324. A major concern for Chomsky in his account of the intellectual tradition is that many of these public intellectuals do not choose to do this, for a variety of reasons, and instead become part of the dominant social and political forces in society. The implications of this claim are central to the chapter. A matter of some importance raised by the very theme of the responsibility of intellectuals is whether we are correct to pose the question in the way that we do. After all, many in the contemporary pragmatic tradition have argued, such a discussion presupposes that intellectuals have a privileged authority and access to knowledge that others do not. Rorty, 1979, Bauman, 1987. A pragmatic argument might say that intellectuals have no special responsibilities apart from those faced by all citizens. This, it would seem to me, is a problematic position to hold. It is one thing to expose the limits to knowledge that intellectuals face, but it is quite another to overlook the social significance of intellectuals in any society and their relationship to established institutions of power, authority, and social control. Intellectuals play a profound role in all societies with their ability to offer legitimizing or critical accounts of authority and power. More pointedly, intellectuals have become integral parts of the structure of modern states and societies as we 89. can see through such examples as their role in formulating political ideologies or developing nationalist movements. Fanon, 1984, Chatterjee, 1986. It is this power and authority that gives intellectuals a privileged position in society and bestows upon them particular responsibilities. To this end, Chomsky has written, intellectuals are in a position to expose the lies of government, to analyze actions according to their causes and motives and often hidden intentions. In the Western world at least, they have the power that comes from political liberty, from access to information and freedom of expression. For a privileged minority, Western democracy provides the leisure, the facilities, and the training to seek the truth lying behind the veil of distortion and misrepresentation, ideology, and class interest through which the events of current history are presented to us. Chomsky, 1969a, p. 324, only if we overlook the social and political implications of the role that intellectuals do play in society can we assume that they have no particular responsibilities. Conversely, the public intellectual as social critic is but one guise that the public intellectual might play. A more insidious role is described by Chomsky as flowing directly from the claims to knowledge that lie at the heart of the authority of intellectuals. Quite generally, what grounds are there for supposing that those whose claim to power is based on knowledge and technique will be more benign in their exercise of power than those whose claim is based on wealth or aristocratic origin? On the contrary, one might expect the new mandarins to be dangerously arrogant, aggressive, and incapable of adjusting to failure, as compared with his predecessor, whose claim to power was not diminished by honesty as to the limitations of his knowledge, lack of work to do, or demonstrable mistakes. Chomsky, 1969, p. 27, there are, then, substantive reasons to argue that intellectuals do indeed have particular responsibilities that relate to the power that their position in modern societies brings them. How they view those responsibilities will no doubt be shaped in part by their own social and political consciousness and in part by how they perceive their relationship to the institutions of power in society. The culture of intellectuals, the public intellectual and the modern ironist. Chomsky has focused upon two contrasting roles that the public intellectual might play in modern societies, the social and political critic as opposed to 90. The secular priest. I want to consider the public intellectual tradition by contrasting it with the idea of the intellectual as ironist, a view which has had substantial impact in recent years. Sartre reveals one facet of the public intellectual in his comment that an intellectual is someone who fails to mind his own business, Sacchi, in MacLean et al., 1990. The alternate intellectual tradition is one drawn from a great deal of contemporary social and political thought which adheres primarily to significant strands of the humanist and anti-naturalist tradition that I have juxtaposed with Chomsky's commitment to naturalism in earlier chapters. This latter understanding I would describe as that of the ironist. These two narratives of the intellectual tradition provide us with markedly different understandings of the roles that intellectuals have played in the construction of modern societies and the role that they might play. By contrasting these two narratives we can draw out the claims and counterclaims that Chomsky's ideas have to confront. I. The public intellectual. The idea of the public intellectual is a strong one in Enlightenment thought and presents the intellectual as an actor concerned with the defense of ideas of progress, justice, and freedom through the spread of rational knowledge and the critical questioning of tradition, habit and custom. This idea of the emancipatory role of the intellectual has been heavily contested in those traditions critical of the Enlightenment, and the basis of these criticisms was summed up in characteristic manner by de Tocqueville, who noted of the Enlightenment philosophers that they held almost as much contempt for the people as they did the clerics. Bauman, 1987, p. 77. What de Tocqueville is criticizing here is the hubris that can easily come with the idea of the public intellectual, something which Chomsky has focused upon and which he has also been criticized for in his own work, Havard, 1969. Equally important as a point of contestation with the role of the public intellectual has been the criticism of ideas of universality that underpin many aspects of the tradition. From a variety of perspectives, the legitimacy of claims to universality regarding matters of justice, freedom, and emancipation has been attacked by writers working primarily in the anti-naturalist tradition, who have come to see such claims as grounded in nothing more than the domination of Western ideology or modes of thought. Gray, 1995. For public intellectuals to be seen to be acting on such assumptions is at best an example of hubris, and at worst connotes more sinister implications about the power relations between different groups and actors in society. 91. Chomsky's defense of the role of the public intellectual is built around a number of themes that develop and add to the tradition. Key aspects of his work here focus upon the following: a. The importance of universities as sites of intellectual autonomy and their limitations. b. A defense of objective intellectual inquiry as opposed to some notion of radical scholarship. c. The need to retain and defend the idea of universal principles as a bulwark against the diminution of human freedoms. d. The focusing of intellectual inquiry upon the causes of human misery and oppression and the role that ideology plays in legitimizing them. Fay, 1975, 1987. These are substantive claims that I will examine throughout the rest of this chapter. I will consider the implications of Chomsky's ideas about ideology in more depth in Chapter 5, as they are a major aspect of his social and political criticism that merit extended attention. I will begin, then, by turning to the ideas of objectivity and the role of universities that Chomsky has expounded upon. While Chomsky recognizes that intellectuals have a social responsibility to oppose and expose illegitimate sources of power and authority in society, he also has clear ideas about the objectivity of scholarship and the need to ensure that universities remain free from politicization, as far as possible. Chomsky has written that he does not recognize the concept of radical scholarship, preferring instead to argue that objective scholarship will lead scholars to radical conclusions if they strive to address such issues as the barriers to justice, freedom, and democracy. Chomsky, 1981b, p. 159, Simon and Schwartz, in Held et al., 1972. 8. In addition to this, Chomsky recognizes that in any society there will be a need to preserve and enhance the sphere of intellectual inquiry where people can pursue inquiries without the potentially corrupting influence of powerful interests. Corson, 1980, Chomsky 1975a. The problems raised by the politicization of universities and education generally threaten to undermine the possibility of extending critical and democratic practices, and in addition to this, seriously undermine the idea of a civil society that has the means to resist the aims of powerful actors and institutions. 9. In capitalist democracies, intellectuals represent a narrow stratum of society and act within institutions that are themselves severely constrained by the demands and complexities of the dominant social forces at any given time. Chomsky, 1981b, p. 189. So how is it possible to conduct objective scholarship, and what would it mean to do so? 92. Chomsky's ideas of objective scholarship reflect his primary concern with issues of ideology and propaganda as masks for illegitimate and oppressive power relations in society. As I set out in Chapter 2, Chomsky's defense of objectivity does not rest upon the empiricist understanding of objectivity as the steady accumulation of neutral and observable facts about the world that can be verified by observation to provide us with a value-free account of events. Rather, Chomsky's conception of objective scholarship is one that seeks to develop a critical account of claims about knowledge that seriously affect social and political relations. Central to this critical role is the idea that the interests of dominant social and political forces will seek to defend their position in society not only by the utilization of force and coercion but also through the construction of elaborate ideological defenses that seek to, among other things, legitimize oppressive forms of social hierarchy and inequality. Norris, 1995. Chomsky has focused extensively on both of these issues in his work and has never sought to underplay the significance of coercion and force as a primary component of social organization. His concern with what he sees as the ideological defense of existing forms of social and political oppression is central to his analysis of the role of intellectuals in modern societies. Modern intellectuals have the potential resources, training, and time to be a factor for progressive change, and yet at the same time they occupy a significant position in the very social hierarchy that they might otherwise criticize. For Chomsky, the possibility of objective scholarship rests upon the extent to which the intellectual is able to resist the corrosive temptations of becoming a defender of these dominant social relations. Lemus, 1975. To this end, Chomsky has commented, "It seems to me that, in fact, the universities are relatively free, fairly decentralized institutions in which the major decisions are made by faculty at departmental levels. The temptations are extremely strong to make certain decisions and not others, recognizing that, the university happens to be embedded in a matrix of this distribution of force and power, and one can't simply discuss it overlooking the fact. If one does, I think one arrives at extremely unrealistic conclusions." Chomsky, 1981b, p. 201. Chomsky's account of the university is distinct from the critical accounts of writers such as Althusser, and reflects, in part, the contrasting accounts of human nature and rationality that lie at the heart of their respective conceptions of the relationship between social actors and social structures. For Althusser, for example, universities were important parts of what he called the ideological 93 state apparatuses that served to secure social order. Althusser, 1971. The structural role that universities played in modern societies meant that they could not serve as sites of opposition or critical thought. While Chomsky is critical of the role that modern universities do play in society, he does not adhere to the kind of structuralism that Althusser's work sets out, denying, as it does, any substantive notion of human autonomy. The aspirations of the public intellectual as social and political critic still remain valid in Chomsky's account of the intellectual tradition. The interesting question that arises in Chomsky's analysis is why they so often do not fulfill this role. The intellectual, then, is a universal category involved in a range of related activities in diverse national cultures, said, 1994, p. 9. While the conditions of work faced by intellectuals will vary dramatically, the globalization of capitalism as a system of social and economic relations has thrown up a range of objectively existing structures of power, institutions, and ideologies that confront all intellectuals. The role and practices of the public intellectual presuppose certain values and conditions that would seem to be integral to the possibility of free intellectual activity, however imperfectly realized. Such values and conditions as freedom of speech and thought, preservation from the corrupting influence or coercion of private or public power, the triumph of reason and discussion over force, for example. As Chomsky has argued, the intellectual can afford to be the slavish follower of no party or ideology. 12. If the intellectual is to be the type of objective scholar that Chomsky argues for, then these factors would seem to be minimal requirements. Again, the expansion of civil society as the area within which citizens might be able to think, decide, and act while resisting the pressure of powerful forces and institutions, within which democratic practice might be more fully realized, would seem to depend upon the defense of freedom of thought and speech. Equally clearly, we cannot overlook the essential requirement of democratic control over resources, investment and decision-making, as socialists have argued consistently in their criticisms of the limits to classical liberalism. Cohen and Rogers, 1983. 13. It is this connection that Chomsky has sought to make in his promotion and defense of libertarian socialism, and it is one way in which we can distinguish it from what Chomsky calls the authoritarian, or inauthentic, socialist tradition that has sought to use the classical liberal freedoms of speech and thought in instrumental fashion. Chomsky, 1986a. The public intellectual seeks to revise the Enlightenment tradition where necessary and has no grounds for hubris. Importantly, the idea of the public intellectual presupposes certain universal principles. Said has expressed this clearly. 94. The intellectual does so on the basis of universal principles, that all human beings are entitled to expect decent standards of behavior concerning freedom and justice from world powers or nations, and that deliberate or inadvertent violation of these standards need to be testified and fought against courageously. Said, 1994, p. 9, on such a view there can be no neutral role for the intellectual, as being an intellectual places him or her in a position of social and political significance, given their social role in modern society. For Chomsky and others in this public tradition, there can be no greater concern for contemporary intellectuals than to focus upon what Barrington Moore called the causes of human misery. 14 problems of poverty, famine, oppression, and exploitation remain truths about the world that cannot be evaded and which confront such intellectual inquiry. No doubt these are huge tasks, and contemporary critics of the idea of the public intellectual such as Lyotard have argued strongly, for reasons that we will turn to shortly, that there is no longer a place for such an actor. Lyotard, 1992, pages 95-6. The contrast between Chomsky's understanding of the public intellectual and the ironic detachment advocated by many contemporary social and political theorists could not be made more clear than where Chomsky notes, when we consider the responsibility of intellectuals, our basic concern must be their role in the creation and analysis of ideology. Chomsky, 1969a, p. 344. This importance of ideology to an understanding of modern society and the role of intellectuals is one that is glaringly absent from the Ironist tradition. It is an area which clarifies the distinctive approaches of the public and Ironist understandings of the intellectual tradition. For the Ironist, the notion of ideology is an appeal to naturalist claims about objectivity, truth, and knowledge that misunderstands the relationship between knowledge, language, and power entirely. In the humanist approach that the Ironist tradition derives from, language is not the means by which we can come to explain and describe social and political events with any degree of objectivity so as to refute in rational manner false beliefs. 15. Language does not refer to events that occur independently of how we perceive them. Rather, language is the tool by which we actually construct the meaning of social and political events. Dews, 1987. As a consequence, the key to understanding social and political power lies in understanding the way in which a particular discourse or form of meaning has been established historically. 16. As there can be no rational means by which to settle arguments about the nature of particular events, nothing that transcends the particular discourse with which we interpret and explain the world, we are left in the position of recognizing that no interpretation has epistemic privilege over 95. Any other. 17. This does not mean that for the Ironist we simply accept that all arguments are equally persuasive, although it is often the impression given, but it does raise two difficulties for the public intellectual tradition. 18. First, it undermines the notion that ideology might mean a false account of events, as such an understanding of ideology presupposes that language refers to events taking place independently of how we perceive them. The Ironist claim here is that we can only talk of ideology within the array of meanings contained within a particular discourse. We are, quite simply, bound in our understandings by the meanings contained in a particular form of language. 19. Second, it denies the possibility of distinguishing between knowledge and ideology. That is a major aspect of Chomsky's defense of naturalism. The idea that the truth of particular events is a category determined only by the rules of validation of a particular language or discourse radically challenges Chomsky's realist account of truth that I considered in Chapter 2. If the Ironist critique stands, then the public intellectual tradition would appear to be fatally flawed, resting as it does on the idea that intellectuals can expose the ideological claims of powerful institutions and actors in modern societies. Before turning to an introduction of Chomsky's ideas about ideology and consent in capitalist democracy, specifically concerned as he is with the USA, I will elaborate on the Ironist account of the intellectual and the problems it raises for the idea of the public intellectual. 2. The Ironist. The Ironist critique of the role of intellectuals is, in part, one that mirrors debates about the possibility of a naturalist approach to the social sciences. As we have seen, the humanist or anti-naturalist approach to social inquiry has raised a number of questions for naturalism, questions that tend to center upon issues of certainty and skepticism over claims to knowledge. At their most extreme, Anti-naturalists will portray naturalism as being solely the search for some notion of absolute truth that provides us with a certain and transcendent foundation upon which to build our understanding of the world. Rorty, 1979. If there can be no grounds for claims to absolute truth from knowledge based on either experience or reason, then the naturalist approach to social inquiry is said to collapse under the weight of its own contradictions, and all that we are left with are competing traditions of thought and understanding which offer us, at best, a means of coping with our existence. Rorty, 1982, pages 17. As a consequence, skepticism would seem to be synonymous with all claims to knowledge, a skepticism grounded in our self-conscious knowledge of the fact that such claims are purely contingent upon 96. The community, discourse, and form of life into which we are born. 20. Our understanding of the world could have been fundamentally different if we had been born into a different community of thought and language, a fact which should cause us to be ironically detached about the possibility of transcendent claims to knowledge. 21. Thus, the public intellectual with the expressed ideal of challenging orthodoxy and illegitimate forms of power and authority becomes an anachronism, assuming as they do that the idea of transcendent analysis and explanation of events is a viable goal for both natural and social inquiry. Norris, 1992, pages 100 to 20. A critical account of the history and ambitions of intellectuals can be found in the work of Zygmunt Bauman, who categorizes the intellectual tradition as one of legislators and interpreters, terms which roughly correspond with the notions of the public intellectual and the ironist. Bauman, 1987. For Bauman, the public intellectual, legislator, is the dominant tradition that emerges from the Enlightenment and brings with it a series of unsustainable claims to transcendent knowledge and authority. Bauman's critique of the public intellectual, simply expressed, offers the following narrative: the rise of the intellectual in modernity parallels the emergence of new forms of social and political order based around the state and the establishment of capitalism. As such, the social role of the intellectual has been inextricably bound up with the transition to modern societies within which they have acquired the authority previously held by the Church. More specifically, intellectuals have claimed to provide the rational and legitimate knowledge upon which oppressive forms of social and political order have been based. Thus, intellectuals have sought to bring an order and simplicity to the world in their explanations, and consequently sought to act as arbiters in a range of crucial questions about society. Lyotard, in Docherty, 1993, p. 41. The public intellectual acts as the legislator, ruling out forms of knowledge about the natural and social world that are deemed to be illegitimate. However, in Bauman's critique of the public intellectual, this legislative function is not critical and independent of established relations and institutions of power. On the contrary, the public intellectual's legislative power stems in significant part from the utility of his or her role to the interests of dominant social forces. It is no coincidence, then, that intellectuals have increasingly been drawn towards work for the state which involves projects concerned with greater control and order over the general populace. For Bauman, as for Foucault, the defining intellectual of modernity remains Jeremy Bentham, with his visions of a panopticon which might ultimately provide easy surveillance for state authorities over the general public. 97. In contrast, Bauman argues that postmodern intellectuals exist as interpreters, by which he means that they seek to facilitate dialogue between different communities in order that they might come to understand each other more easily without the recourse to hostility and conflict which ignorance, nationalism, and so on, have often brought. Bauman, 1987, pages 189 to 91. On this understanding of the public intellectual tradition, Chomsky represents the kind of intellectual that Bauman warns us against. There are three aspects of Bauman's critique that need clarifying here in order to evaluate Chomsky's position. 1. The idea of intellectuals as legislators with the right and authority to arbitrate on contested claims to knowledge. 2. The utilitarian relationship between intellectuals and powerful state and private institutions in modernity. 3. The idea that the proper role for intellectuals is that of interpreters facilitating dialogue between communities. Taking these points in turn, I think that Chomsky's work, as I have set it out in the first 3 chapters, offers us grounds for a reasonable defense of the public intellectual tradition and, more pointedly, in itself it raises crucial questions about power and conflict in modern societies which the ironist account fails to deal with. With regard to the issue of the legislative role of the intellectual, Bauman has focused upon an area of key importance in understanding the nature of social and political power in modern societies. Indeed, Chomsky's work has been expressly concerned with those public intellectuals whom he argues defend oppressive social and political interests. More specifically, Chomsky focuses his critique upon those public intellectuals who act to legitimize what he sees as the illegitimate violence and oppression of state and corporate power. Returning to our earlier concerns in the book with the problematic nature of truth claims in inquiries into the natural and social world, it is clear that the methodological naturalism that Chomsky has described urges us to eschew the very dogmatisms that Bauman sees as being representative of the whole of the public intellectual tradition. By contrast, Chomsky's claim has been that while there are no absolute foundations for knowledge, nor are there grounds for absolute skepticism of the kind that bedevils Bauman's critique. Indeed, the kind of skepticism that is symptomatic of the ironist account of the intellectual encounters a range of practical, ethical and political problems for which it offers no satisfactory answer. The logic of a pragmatic or ironic understanding of claims to knowledge can, in practice, have disastrous consequences for those on the receiving end of such ambivalence. On Chomsky's terms, the public intellectual has to recognize and come to terms with the limitations of the 98 grounds for knowledge that confront us, be open to critical and rational questioning of such claims, and be prepared to alter their understanding where such critical inquiry merits it. The nature of political life is such that we are compelled to make judgments on ethical and political issues, and we cannot do so on the basis of the kind of skepticism that the ironist approach endorses, lest we end up in a state of political paralysis. Bauman is undoubtedly correct to focus upon the dogmatism that has been a feature of modern political ideologies, but he makes the error here of assuming that the antidote to dogmatism is a skepticism that becomes the mirror opposite. The failing here in Bauman's analysis stems from the fact that he acquaints the naturalist tradition in social inquiry solely with positivism and the latter's search for incorrigible accounts of the world. Bauman is correct to suggest that there can be a connection between philosophical ideas and modes of political thought, and that in social and political thought positivism has underpinned some terrible ideas about the transformation of society. 22 In part this explains his critique of the Enlightenment tradition as a whole, which he tends to equate with a positivist account of naturalism, a familiar trend in contemporary anti-naturalist thought. Conversely, what Chomsky's work illustrates is that the Enlightenment bequeathed a broad array of tendencies, among which is the naturalist account that he has sought to develop. On this understanding, we do not have to abandon the goals of education and emancipation explicit within the Enlightenment, because there are no absolute foundations for knowledge. On the contrary, the critical modernist tradition within the Enlightenment that Chomsky is but one representative of is self-conscious as to the limitation of claims to knowledge and strives to find viable grounds for a defense of principled action on political matters. As we will see in Chapter 6, there is a strong link between Chomsky's commitment to the anti-dogmatism of his account of methodological naturalism and his libertarian social and political thought. 23 With regard to the relationship between intellectuals and the state and powerful private interests, Chomsky is again in agreement with Bauman as to the nature of the problem, but not as to the response we should make to it. Bauman's critique of this relationship centers on such matters as the intellectual's claim to objective knowledge as absolute truth and the ideological serviceability of such claims for oppressive institutions. 24 In a not unfamiliar story, the public intellectual as the inheritor of the Enlightenment tradition and values is seen to be a significant factor in the legitimation of the worst genocidal excesses of modernity. It is the public intellectual who endorses and substantiates the claims of those political ideologies that have been instrumental in the carrying out of these atrocities. Chomsky too has written extensively about the ideological serviceability of 99. The Intellectual in the History of Western State Power, Chomsky, 1993a. To this end Chomsky concurs with the point that Bauman is making. However, where Bauman takes this to be good cause for challenging the very idea of the public intellectual, Chomsky charges instead that it is precisely because the tradition has been subverted that it has failed to adhere to its principles. Rather than abandoning the goal of being a source of information and knowledge to challenge illegitimate claims to authority and power, Chomsky argues that it is more important than ever that such ideals be defended. Finally, the idea of the intellectual as interpreter is at best a partial response to the issues raised here, and it overlooks the problems of political conflict and power that both Chomsky and Bauman are concerned with. While Chomsky plays a public role, it should be seen as that of a facilitator of a critical public debate and consciousness. He wants to generate public criticism and reflection upon issues which are frequently hidden or distorted in their presentation. His actions as an intellectual are to enhance the libertarian tradition he espouses, to encourage citizens to question the authority of those in power, to consider ways in which they might restructure the practice and meaning of such concepts as democracy and liberty, Chomsky, Force and Opinion, in 1991a. Chomsky does not use his position as an intellectual to exclude others from debate or claim special credibility for his beliefs, and often warns against falling into this position when considering his own work or anyone else's. In this sense, his idea of the role of the intellectual is indeed that of the intellectual as interpreter. Clearly, though, he goes beyond Bauman's account to embrace the idea that the public intellectual has to be concerned with questions of principle and judgment in social and political affairs. The contemporary account of the public intellectual that Chomsky has set out is one which is well aware of the way in which the tradition has been subverted and utilized for unjust ends. Thus, as Chomsky sees it, the public intellectual is not one who aspires to power over others in legislative fashion, but is one who seeks to encourage a situation in which the necessary relations of authority in society are established as legitimately as possible. The aim is to ensure that such relations of authority are, as far as is possible, the result of unforced agreement between consenting and free people. It is, in part, a search for what William Connolly has called legitimate authority. 25. This approach to social organization is in keeping with Chomsky's libertarian social and political thought and, as we will see in Chapter 6, rests upon some understanding of differing levels of direct, participatory, and representative democracy. However, Chomsky sees the role of the public intellectual as being more than just a matter of acting as an interpreter between disparate communities or modes of discourse. Bauman's account rests upon the assumption that the 100 alternative to this inherently pluralist account of forms of life is some kind of dogmatic political ideology that will obliterate the very idea of individual liberty and difference. Mestrovic 1994, p. 74. 26. While Bauman has good reason for defending what is effectively a liberal form of pluralism and civil liberties in the context of past political horrors, at the same time his position illustrates the difficulties for establishing grounds for political judgment facing those in what I have called the ironist tradition. Such an understanding of power and conflict would seem to rest upon the idea that the causes of conflict in society can, in significant part, be overcome by what is often referred to in this approach as conversation. Rorty, 1989. Beyond this usually lies an appeal to our shared humanity, perhaps residing in the ideals of a particular community or even in the notion of the body as a metaphor for our shared vulnerability. Eco, 1994. There are a number of problems here. Power and the causes of conflict do not merely reside in the dogmatic claims to the absolute truth of particular and competing discourses, they also reside in the particular interests of different social forces. The power that can be brought to bear in defense of these interests, most obviously but not exclusively, through the state, reflects the reality of these social relations. This is a point of fundamental distinction between understandings of social life in a capitalist world system. For Chomsky, social life in capitalist democracies is conflictual and reflects the contradictory interests of different social forces. These interests reflect the uneven social power of different social forces that in turn reflect the structural inequalities that are necessary features of capitalist democracies. As a consequence, Chomsky's account of social and political conflict says that these are not contingent inequalities of social power but reflect the necessary relations between different social forces in capitalist democracies. The idea that interpretation can offer us the means to resolve these differences rests upon the assumption that the differences themselves are not necessary relations in capitalist societies, in whatever specific form the latter take, but are contingent relations that might be other than they are. These two views of society present us with genuinely incommensurable understandings. For Chomsky, the social forces generated in capitalist democracies render society inherently conflictual. For Bauman, the idea of interpretation would seem to suggest that conflict is not an inherent feature of capitalism and that, in fact, it might be ameliorated in a number of ways but most significantly through discussion. If Chomsky's analysis of the causes of social and political conflict offers us a substantive explanation, as I think that it does, then the ironist has to explain how conflicts and interests that are in significant part generated by the existing social structures can be countered by dialogue. More pointedly, 101. Given that judgment is an inherent feature of political practice, what grounds does the ironist have for political judgment other than a recourse to some form of pragmatism? The public intellectual tradition that Chomsky defends says that social and political action is a matter of principles and tactics, a view that rests upon transcendent ideas about the meaning of justice, freedom, democracy, equality, and so on. It is far from clear that the ironists have anything at their disposal other than an appeal to consensus or compromise. Returning to a point I made earlier about Bauman's critique of the political implications of a naturalist, positivist, approach to social inquiry, we can now ask what the political implications are of the pragmatic thesis of the ironist intellectual tradition. Politically, it would seem to be best reflected in the ideas of a society formed around class consensus and compromise, a tradition stretching from traditional conservative political thought through to social democracy. More than this, it would appear that at the heart of this understanding is a liberal account of plurality that offers the hope that reason can win out over the interests of currently existing dominant social forces. Chomsky rejects this kind of pragmatic view of political action for reasons that he has made clear in the course of his social and political writings. However, these differences raise a range of issues with regard to the relationship between ideology, language, and power, that are central to the claims of both intellectual traditions. It is these factors that we must now consider. Chomsky on language, ideology, and power. The relationship between language, ideology, and power has become one of the most prolific debates in modern social and political thought, and it is one with which Chomsky's social and political writings are directly concerned. In social and political thought generally, the issue of the relationship between language and power emerged in part as a reaction to the dominant positivist approaches to social science, which saw the relationship between language and the world as potentially unproblematic. In its aspirations to ape what was seen as the scientific method, positivist social science, in its varied guises, sought to build itself upon the grounds of a neutral observation language with which social science would be able to classify and categorize all forms of social and political phenomena. As a consequence, the role of the social scientist would be one of utilizing the correct linguistic tools in order to analyze a particular event. If we could get an accurate observation and description of a particular issue, then the lexicon was at hand by which to classify it with an appropriate concept. Dahl, 1963. 102. If we think about this in terms of Descartes and Orwell's problem, then such an approach to social inquiry offered to resolve those two conundrums in a reasonably straightforward manner. Taking Descartes' problem first, it might lead us to answer the question, how do we know when we are being deceived, by suggesting that we compare the events with which we are concerned with the concepts and descriptions on offer. For example, if we wanted to know if a country was democratic, then we could compare the array of institutions and procedures in that country with the concept of democracy. Lipset, 1959. Being more specific, we might focus on representative democracy. Running through the variables, we might tick off such things as an elected parliament, independent judiciary, separation of powers, regular elections, and so on. Such an approach enables us to make quantitative judgments in our analysis of social and political issues, and at the same time enables us to leave out awkward questions about interpretations and values that might otherwise interfere with our neutrality. Descartes' problem would simply dissolve in the face of ever more accurate descriptions and observations of social and political events which would be tied to clearly defined concepts. Similarly, Orwell's problem, which asks why if there is so much evidence available we often fail to see issues clearly, can be answered by offering us clearer vision, or if you like, a clearer conceptual lens through which to see and describe events. I may be exaggerating here, but not entirely, as something like this kind of rigor has certainly been aspired to in significant areas of the social sciences such as behavioral psychology and strategic studies. As Chomsky has grimly noted in various essays, the Vietnam War offered an array of neutral social scientists in the latter field who were in search of the perfect theory with which to shape public policy, leading them to conclude that all the dilemmas of counterinsurgency are practical and as neutral in an ethical sense as the laws of physics. Chomsky, 1971, pages 74-5. It is not difficult to see, then, that these debates about the approach to social inquiry are not just esoteric conversations between intellectuals, although they are, inevitably, in part that, but have a direct impact on the political utility of social science. The belief in the idea of a neutral, scientific, public policy promises to provide a definitive answer to seemingly intractable questions. In this form, social science has a clear utility for social and political power. Although this approach to social science is often seen as being the dominant one in the 20th century, it has come in for a sustained attack which has sunk its pretensions to neutrality and predictive power. The issue of language, ideology, and power enters here precisely because it has been a central part of the critique of the positivist account of social science as being the search for ever more accurate observations and descriptions of the world as it 103 really is. Two traditions have emerged to counter this positivist approach to social inquiry, both of which have focused either totally or in part on the relationship between language, knowledge, and power. The first of these I would categorize as falling within the humanist or anti-naturalist tradition, broadly speaking. At its most extreme, writers in this area have turned to an analysis that tells us that language is the center of our social world, defining who we are, how we think and how we see things. Taking naturalism as being synonymous with positivism, it is highly critical of the idea of a naturalist approach to social inquiry, for the anti-naturalist people live in a world of meanings which they have created, and neither they nor their meanings can be understood in the manner of the natural sciences precisely because they are different kinds of things altogether. Geertz, 1973, p. 5. 27. Conversely, the second critique of the positivist approach within which I have situated Chomsky, aspires to retain a naturalist approach to social inquiry, broadly speaking, whilst recognizing the fact that as areas of inquiry concerned with different kinds of things they will require approaches which acknowledge and deal with these differences. Nonetheless, as beings in the world we are also a part of it, and so the idea of naturalism still remains a valid one, as we have seen in Chapter 2. In focusing upon issues of language, power, and knowledge, both of these approaches to social inquiry recognize that there is something fundamentally flawed in the positivist analysis and its aspiration to a neutral observation language from which we can describe in unproblematic fashion all observed events in the social and political world. What I want to do here is set out some of the aspects of the approach to these issues that Chomsky adheres to in order to see what answers it gives us to Descartes and Orwell's problems, contrasting this with the anti-naturalist approach that sees language as being at the center of social and political life. Importantly, both of these approaches have implications for the role that intellectuals might play. I want to start, though, with the anti-naturalist account of language, power, and knowledge because it is a direct challenge to the approach that Chomsky offers us. The linguistic turn, problems of knowledge and power. The linguistic turn, as it is usually known, emerged in response to the perceived failings of the positive approach to social inquiry, which had led to the kind of goals of prediction and control in social science that I have set out earlier. In recognizing the problematic nature of claims to knowledge, the linguistic turn unites a series of writers whose concern has been essentially with the indeterminacy of meaning in social inquiry. 28. The point to grasp here is that 104. The meanings attached to our accounts of the world are seen to be indeterminate to the extent that there are practically no limits to the way in which we might be able to interpret social and political events. Rather than our language being a tool by which we might describe social and political events, it is language and the modes of thought inherent in particular discourses or forms of life that determine what reality actually is through the concepts that they provide us and which in turn shape our perceptions of the world. The real world is not there waiting to be described and explained by us in the manner that positivist thought has suggested. Instead, our language is the means by which reality is itself constructed and given coherence. Dews, 1987. Something like this narrative, and it is a thumbnail sketch of a broad range of writers, connects such disparate figures in this tradition as Heidegger, Wittgenstein, in later guise, Foucault, Rorty, and the various forms of post-structuralism that thrive. The relationship between language and the world is not, as naturalists have tended to believe, that language is a means by which we can describe more accurately real events or phenomena. Language enables us to construct our world and its meanings. I should stress that my overview here somewhat simplifies the complexity of these arguments, but it does provide us with what I take to be the most important aspects of this approach. First, that the indeterminacy of meaning tells us that there are no grounds for privileging one interpretation or judgment over the claims of another. Second, that language itself does not provide us with a means to describe the social world but instead is the means by which we construct reality. These ideas have stark implications for how we understand issues of language, ideology, and power. Language and aspirations to knowledge as a means by which to check the claims to authority and legitimacy of those in positions of social and political power, an Enlightenment theme, falls by the wayside. Language, or more commonly discourse, is a form of power, as are all aspirations to knowledge, Foucault, Truth and Power, in 1984. At its most bleak, the relationship between knowledge and power in these accounts becomes a permanent will to power between contesting discourses who utilize knowledge in a seemingly eternal struggle where each seeks to trump the other. The notion of ideology itself becomes untenable, as theories of ideology commonly assume that questions of truth and falsity in social and political inquiry are there to be struggled over and that there are transcendent judgments to be made. The linguistic turn would seem to suggest otherwise, as such claims to knowledge, truth, and falsity are all contextual, relevant only to the criteria of a particular discourse or mode of thought. King, 1995. The very idea of asserting a superior truth claim can become almost imperialistic on such an understanding. 105. This understanding of language, power, and ideology has wider ramifications for how we understand questions of human nature, or the subject as it is more commonly referred to in the literature. As we saw in Chapter 3, the decentered subject is not the site of creativity or autonomy but is essentially a product of the discourse or form of life within which he or she is situated. There can be no originality here, no claim to creativity in language or understanding, as everything becomes contextual to the ever-widening circle of ideas and language within which the subject is situated. It is a direct refutation of Chomsky's language theory, I think, for this very reason. For Chomsky, creativity, originality, and uniqueness of discourse are central to his understanding of our language capacity. It provides a meaningful sense of autonomy and agency to our understanding of what I have been calling generative human nature. On the understanding offered by those writing from within the linguistic turn, the best that can be said for agency or creativity is that we are hybrid beings, the meeting place for conflicting and disparate discourses. Poster, 1995, Chapter 3. This does not do much to eradicate the deterministic nature of these ideas, so far as I can see. As a consequence, there is no critical analysis of ideology to be offered if by this we mean an attempt to gain a better account of the truth and falsity of accounts of social and political events. The replacement of one true account by another is merely an act of power, not critical analysis and judgment. Ultimately, there is only ideology, because what we take reality to be is actually a product of our discourses or modes of thought. It is not hard to see why, with such a view of the relationship between knowledge, power, language, and ideology, the Ironist tradition has been so taken by these arguments. The idea that the public intellectual is someone who wants to dig away at the truth claims put forward by powerful political and corporate institutions in defense of political principles based around ideas of defending a realm of public freedom, as Norris describes it, seems at best to be a quaint form of nostalgia, and at worst a seriously deluded occupation. Norris, 1992, pages 100-20. It should be clear by now that the approach Chomsky adheres to is irreconcilable with these ideas and, it is worth adding, as a consequence quite unfashionable within many areas of contemporary social and political thought. This is more of a problem for those pursuing the linguistic turn than it is for Chomsky, for reasons that I will pursue in the last section of this chapter. 2. Chomsky on knowledge and ideology. I do not say that it is impossible to create an intellectually interesting theory dealing with ideology and its social basis. That's possible, but it isn't. 106. Necessary in order to understand, for example, what induces intellectuals often to disguise reality in the service of external power, or to see how it is done in particular cases of immediate importance. Ordinary skepticism and application is enough. Noam Chomsky, 1979 d. p. 5, this quotation serves to underpin important aspects of Chomsky's ideas about the relationship between the role and responsibility of intellectuals and questions of ideology, knowledge, and power. As we have seen in Chapter 3, Chomsky's account of human nature contains a strong defense of the idea that our inherent capacity for rational inquiry, what he often calls our Cartesian common sense, means that we have the potential power to criticize and question forms of authority. What are interesting for Chomsky are the factors in society that inhibit this possibility and which set limits to our ability to deal with either Descartes or Orwell's problems. It is for these reasons that Chomsky has turned a great deal of his attention in his social and political writings to the role that propaganda and ideology play in politics. The classic realist view of the relationship between language and the world is probably contained in the works of John Locke, who argued that the language we use to describe the world aimed to correspond with the world as it really is. Locke, 1987, books 3 and 4. The correspondence theory of truth assumes that knowledge is grounded in our ability to describe ever more accurately the world as it really appears in our observations. Norris, 1992. Pages 110-20. For reasons we have looked at already, this notion that we can know the world as it really is in direct and unmediated fashion has been under a sustained attack since Kant. Both the humanist approach to explaining the relationship between language and the world, manifesting itself in the linguistic turn, and the naturalist assumptions that underpin Chomsky's work reject this idea, as we have seen. While for those pursuing the linguistic turn language does not correspond with the world as it is but actually constructs it, by contrast Chomsky's realist approach to inquiry defends the idea that we should and must attempt to uncover the truth of political events. To contrast the two approaches to this issue we can note two things. A. For those in the anti-naturalist and humanist tradition that I have set out here, the range of interpretations open to us about the social and political world are indeterminate precisely because meaning is not grounded in the nature of real events that happen in any sense independently of what we think about them. The meanings we attach to these events are not constrained by them, as the events themselves only have meaning through the constructions of our language. B. The naturalism that Chomsky defends accepts the indeterminacy of meaning as true but trivial. While it is possible to interpret events in an 107 apparently limitless number of ways, this does not mean that there aren't grounds for judging between these interpretations. On the contrary, precisely because events in the social and political world are real phenomena existing independently of how any single individual describes them, there are constraints upon the range of interpretations that we are likely to treat seriously. The theories and meanings we use will be constrained by the nature of the events themselves. Norris, 1992, pages 110-19. 29. This is an obvious and distinct contrast with the humanist and anti-naturalist approaches which say that interpretations have no grounds outside a discourse and its concepts. The distinction between ideology and knowledge is, on this understanding, problematic for the latter approaches. For Chomsky, language remains a means by which we can come to know and explain the real nature of events in the social and political world, the social forces and mechanisms that generate the practices and outcomes that concern us. I do not wish to go again through the reasons as to why Chomsky's methodological naturalism rejects the anti-naturalist criticisms leveled against this view of knowledge and language, as we have already encountered this in Chapter 2. What does emerge here is the idea that the separation of knowledge and ideology remains central to Chomsky's view of knowledge, language, and power, a view which Christopher Norris has described as a political economy of truth. Norris, 1992, pages 110 to 19. What Chomsky is getting at here is that the use of language in politics is not necessarily reducible to the kind of inevitable will to power that anti-naturalists have tended to assert so frequently in recent years. If we want to understand the nature of Orwell's and Descartes' problems, then we have to locate it in the use and misuse of language via both propaganda and the particular interests of dominant groups in society. If we want to know why social and political events are described in the way that they are, then we have to trace the lineage, intentions, and interests of those actors, institutions and authorities who dominate these official pronouncements and histories. There are 6 aspects to this understanding of ideology that are worth setting out here. A. The interests, intentions, and motivations of dominant social forces means that they have a specific concern with attempting to defend their interests in the prevailing accounts and interpretations of social and political events. Such a view does not assume that interests among different social forces are straightforwardly homogeneous and determining of actions. On the contrary, different kinds of interests are part of the identity of any individual or social group. However, such a view stresses that interests tend to be structured in such a way that particular interests will prevail over others. For example, a senior corporate manager may also be a member of a conservation society. 108. In his or her local community. If his or her company were to gain permission to explore that area's resources, then the corporate manager's interests will clearly collide in such a way that they cannot easily be reconciled. Which interest will prevail? The point here, then, is not to deny that we all have different layers of interests and face different kinds of pressures in everyday life. The crucial fact is that our interests are also structured in significant ways according to their importance to our ability to produce and reproduce our daily existence as individual, employee, family member, and so on. It is this structural pressure that helps to constrain the kinds of choices that we will tend to make in such circumstances. To return to our example, this does not mean that the corporate manager will inevitably choose to support the company policy of exploiting the local environment. They have a range of options open to them, from resignation from the company and active opposition to the project, to arguing internally against it, to compliance with company policy. The decision that they make will be affected by the variety of pressures that individuals face in their daily lives, such as psychological pressures from family and friends, through to corporate pressure not to jeopardize the company's position, perhaps under threat of losing their job. While individuals have choices under even the most severe pressures, they are constrained by the ways in which interests are structured around their need to be able to maintain their social position and daily existence. As Chomsky's work has always stressed, for those who resist being co-opted entirely into such forms of oppression, it is often political and class consciousness that is the crucial factor in determining the level of their resistance. I will return to this issue in Chapter 5 as it is a point of some significance for the distinction between naturalist and anti-naturalist approaches to social inquiry. B. Understanding the nature and use of propaganda is a crucial feature of modern societies that adhere to procedural forms of democratic practice while remaining split along a number of lines, the most important of which remains class. C. A central feature of social and political change is played out in the battle to define and understand the social and political events that take place in society. The fact that propaganda and ideology are features of modern societies does not mean that they will necessarily be effective or that anything like a dominant ideology will permeate all of society, acting as a social glue. As I will illustrate in Chapter 5, power is not merely a top-down relationship between oppressor and oppressed, it is far more intricate and dynamic than that. Norris, 1992, pages 111-13. D. It is a dangerously reductive move to assume that these struggles are simply the assertion of an inevitable will to power, as it denies the possibility of ethical. 109. Judgment and motivations in the political realm. The struggle that takes place in politics to define and understand what has happened and why, remains an ongoing process of testing and evaluating the grounds for interpretations that are offered by different institutions and groups. The goal is always to overcome ideological interpretations of social and political events that serve to defend the interests of oppressive and powerful social groups. Thompson, 1990. 30. The Lockean account of language corresponding directly to the world as it is may be untenable, but we can still attempt to know what has really happened in social and political life and why. We can still attempt to challenge the authoritative account of events offered by powerful public and private institutions and actors by dealing with the empirical evidence available, considering the nature of motivations and interests and the mechanisms, structures, and principles that tend to generate actions, beliefs and events in capitalist democracies at both the general and the specific level. The need for the best explanation available is implicit with the idea of political emancipation and recognizes the naturalist claim that knowledge is not necessarily reducible to ideology when the latter is understood as interpretations in defense of oppressive institutions and social relations. Chomsky's defense of the rational capacities of all people to challenge and criticize ideology, and the avoidance of any overtly theoretical account of the processes involved in ideology, is characterized in a typical exchange in interview with the broadcaster David Barsamian. So there are any number of reviews, including favorable reviews, I should say, reviews from activists on the left will review a book of mine and say, "Oh, my God, this propaganda analysis is fantastic," because he can use linguistics to deconstruct ideology or something like that. I don't even know what the word deconstruct means, let alone how to use it. You sat in on my class 2 days ago. You can see the relation between that and writing about ideology. I might as well be doing algebraic topology for all that has to do with ideology. But people have to see some connection. It must be that I can do this because I am a professional linguist, otherwise why should anybody look at anything I write and say I'm supposed to be deconstructing ideology, whatever that is supposed to mean, because of my professional expertise as a linguist? Chomsky, 1993b, pages 361-2. Chomsky's understanding of ideology ties together a number of features of his social and political thought. While propaganda and deception in 110. Defense of the interests of powerful social and political groups are an ongoing part of modern political life, there is no inevitability about the nature of the outcome. Chomsky has, at best, what Cohen and Rogers have called a weak theory of social evolution that says that there are grounds for hope that people have the capacities to overcome oppressive forms of social organization. Cohen and Rogers, 1991. However, Chomsky remains acutely aware of the mechanisms and processes in capitalist democracies that serve to maintain social order by both coercion and consent. This remains an ongoing process of containment, conscious effort, and frequently brutal oppression on the part of what Chomsky sees as increasingly transnational social forces to maintain a mode of social, economic and political order. 31. The impact of both Orwell's and Descartes' problems in turn, reflects the way in which these mechanisms of coercion and consent can be brought to bear in even the most democratic of capitalist democracies. A more sensitive picture of social and political change emerges in Chomsky's work than he is often given credit for. When seen in the light of his account of human nature and the depths of our everyday critical and rational capacities, it is clear that Chomsky has presented a vigorous defense of human agency. At the same time he is concerned with locating the structures of power in modern societies that serve to constrain and maintain oppressive social relations and institutions, be they structures exerting physical coercion or concerned with the dissemination of propaganda and ideology. There is undoubtedly a Hobbesian quality to Chomsky's social and political writings in that he has a marked tendency to present a portrait of the power and oppressive reach of these structures, institutions, and social relations as being all-embracing and all-powerful. This is something that he is aware of, and it can easily leave us with an account of society that is both monolithic and unchanging. The fact that there is this tendency in his writings undermines and obscures the fact that his account of human nature presupposes creativity, originality, and the possibility of people transforming their societies towards more libertarian forms of social order. There would be little point to social and political criticism if at the base of it did not lie the possibility of emancipatory change, and when taken as a whole the range of Chomsky's work on the relationship between issues of power, knowledge, and ideology is such that this picture does indeed emerge. I will take up these themes in the last two chapters, but we can conclude this chapter by drawing together the implications of these ideas about language, ideology, and power for the role of the intellectual in modern society that Chomsky defends. 111. Conclusions, Descartes and Orwell's Problems Reconsidered. The largely humanist-oriented, occasionally ideologically minded intellectual dissenter, who sees his role largely in terms of proffering social critiques, is rapidly being displaced either by experts and specialists, who become involved in special governmental undertakings, or by the generalists, integrators, who become in effect house ideologues for those in power, providing overall intellectual integration for disparate actions. Former U.S. National Security Advisor to President Carter, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Chomsky, 1969a, p. 30, Brzezinski's quote illustrates one of the reasons why the theme of the role and responsibility of the intellectual remains as important as ever. The integration of universities, intellectuals, and their work into corporate and political structures is a long-running theme in social science precisely because it raises so many potential ethical problems of the kind I have examined in this chapter. Manikas, 1987, Part 2. Chomsky's analysis is very much concerned with the co-optation of intellectuals into the role of those whose actions help to legitimize these developments. In Brzezinski's terms, it is interesting to note that those regarded as dissenters acts automatically ideological because they do not adhere to the role of the neutral social scientist that was seen as a significant model for post-war U.S. social science. I have looked at the problems with this positivist approach to social science in earlier chapters, but it is not difficult to see why it has such an important political utility. What is most startling about Brzezinski's quote, given his proximity to U.S. political power at the highest levels, is just how open he is about the way in which the role of the intellectual has been incorporated into prevailing structures of political and wider social power. The idea that they have become in-house ideologues for those in power is precisely what Chomsky is concerned with, as it is this tendency which destroys the idea that the public intellectual might aspire to acting as the social critic or dissenter that Brzezinski mocks. Both Descartes and Orwell's Problems can be understood in the light of Brzezinski's quote as being, in part, products of the relationship he describes between prevailing institutions of power and their in-house ideologues. If intellectuals have important forms of power and authority in modern societies, then Chomsky argues that we should be careful as to how we define and understand that power. For example, Chomsky has rejected the idea that this necessarily means that we should view intellectuals as a new class in 112. Society. In a critique of Daniel Bell's theme of the post-industrial society and the role that the intelligentsia play within it, Chomsky has commented that contrary to the illusions of the post-industrial theorists, power is not shifting into their hands, the intelligentsia, though one should not underestimate the significance of the flow of trained manpower from university to government and management for many decades. But the more significant function of the intelligentsia is ideological control. They are, in Gramsci's phrase, experts in legitimation. Chomsky, 1982, p. 67, the relationship between intellectuals and those whom Brzezinski calls those in power is described by Chomsky in the following terms: study after study reveals the obvious. Top advisors and decision-making positions relating to international affairs are heavily concentrated in the hands of representatives of major corporations, banks, investment firms, the few law firms that cater to corporate interests, and the technocratic and policy-oriented intellectuals who do the bidding of those who own and manage the basic institutions of the domestic society, the private empires that govern most aspects of our lives with little pretense of public accountability, and not even a gesture to democratic control. Chomsky, 1982, p. 91. The public intellectual tradition defined by Brzezinski is the tradition that Chomsky has sought to expose and challenge in his work, and it is their utility with regard to the interests of those with power, as Brzezinski describes them, that is as much as anything, the basis of their power. I have set out what I take Chomsky's ideas about the role and the responsibility of the public intellectual to be concerned with, and one of the main and recurrent themes here regards the notion of truth claims in social and political affairs. Two kinds of truth claims face the public intellectual if we adhere to the naturalist principles that Chomsky sets out. 32. A. Descriptive and explanatory, a concern with analyzing and attempting to explain the causes behind a particular social, political or economic event. The public intellectual is concerned with evaluating the truth claims of powerful social and political actors and institutions in the light of an array of factors including the empirical evidence, documentation, and accounts available, the language, presentation, and tone that shapes the way in which issues are set out, the mechanisms and structures of power that generate the events with which we are concerned, and the interests, motives, and beliefs expressed by the actors either involved in the events or those who have tried to offer an explanation of them. In pursuing such an approach to inquiry. 113. The public intellectual recognizes the complexity and difficulties of such a task but defends the notion that this is still an empirical topic that can lead us to questions about the truth and falsity of explanations offered in both description and explanation of events. B. Critical and evaluative. The public intellectual is also concerned with the normative implications that are central to explanation of social and political events and which are frequently said to legitimize political action. Chomsky and Herman's two-volume Political Economy of Human Rights is explicitly concerned with an evaluation of the role that human rights was said to play in the formulation of U.S. foreign policy in the late 1970s. In essence, it was a study concerned with the discrepancy between official rhetoric and reality. This is not a question of setting out a particular moral doctrine so much as evaluating the ethical claims of those in positions of political, economic, and social power. At the same time, Chomsky's account of the public intellectual lays down reasonably exact ethical criteria with regard to questions of intellectual autonomy, a critical questioning of oppressive institutions and practices. The question remains, though, as to the extent that the idea of the public intellectual that Chomsky puts forward is a viable one. After all, even those intellectuals who might be sympathetic to Chomsky's arguments are unlikely to find themselves enjoying the conditions of work that come from being one of the most esteemed intellectual figures in contemporary academic life. Is Chomsky's account of the intellectual one that is decidedly romantic and quite unrealistic for all but the most privileged of public intellectuals? Said, 1992, pages 243 to 433. There is, of course, great substance to this last criticism. Chomsky's own role as a public intellectual is very much facilitated by the success he has enjoyed as a linguist, something of which he is well aware. It remains outside the realms of most intellectuals to secure anything like the public reach that Chomsky enjoys. There are, I think, two answers that can be brought to bear here. A. Chomsky recognizes the advantages that his position brings him as a distinguished professor at one of the world's most renowned universities. Equally, this position and degree of privilege means that he is effectively sheltered from many of the problems that confront the vast majority of intellectuals, most obviously that of job security. What Chomsky does offer that is both useful and important for all intellectuals is the defense of a set of ideals which any intellectual might attempt to defend as far as is possible and within the context of the limitations that they face. The fact that not all intellectuals can assume the kind of role that Chomsky plays does not mean 114. That they cannot perform anything of practical use in the role of the public intellectual. b. Given the political disasters of the 20th century that have seen frequent and large-scale co-optation of intellectuals, from Stalinism and fascism through to Brzezinski's skilled administrators acting as in-house ideologues, the public intellectual remains not only an ideal but a practical necessity. The political utility of the subversion of the role of the intellectual in the 20th century gives great force to Chomsky's arguments, for all of the practical difficulties that they set for those who wish to defend them or something like them. 5. Political culture in the USA, manufacturing consent. Introduction. Building upon the themes of language, ideology, and power introduced in the last chapter, I want now to focus on one of Chomsky's primary concerns in his social and political writings. This is with what he sees as the discrepancy between the reality of the United States as the major state power in the 20th century and the self-image that is conveyed in its mainstream media and political culture. Chomsky and his occasional co-writer Ed Herman express this as follows: the study deals with relations between the United States and the Third World. It has a dual focus, on facts and beliefs. The basic fact is that the United States has organized under its sponsorship and protection a neocolonial system of client states ruled mainly by terror and serving the interests of a small local and foreign business and military elite. The fundamental belief, or ideological pretense, is that the United States is dedicated to furthering the cause of democracy and human rights throughout the world, though it may occasionally err in the pursuit of this objective. Chomsky and Herman, 1979b, p. 9, the view that the United States has a unique role to perform in international politics in guaranteeing democracy and freedom is a familiar theme that can be traced back to President Woodrow Wilson, at least, and is usually described in terms of the struggle between idealism and realism, or alternately the balance between internationalism and the pursuit of the national interest in world politics. Sturge, et al., 1966. The counter-view that Chomsky and Herman present, that the USA has been and continues to be the most important and powerful imperial state in modern history, is not in itself a unique claim and is part of a substantial field of what is often called dissident writing on U.S. foreign policy. 2. What is of most striking concern to Chomsky and Herman is the way that such a central truth about U.S. foreign policy is so constantly misrepresented in U.S. political culture. How is it that in a society with substantive formal democratic freedoms that allow for critical intellectual inquiry, such falsehoods and distortions about the nature and uses 115. 116. Of U.S. state and corporate power in the world can prevail? Lemzik, 1975. A number of answers to this question are possible, as Chomsky and Herman concede, and two are of particular importance here. First, they could be fundamentally wrong in their analysis about the nature and use of U.S. power in international politics. In significant part, this is an empirical question concerned with both a description and explanation of these tendencies in U.S. state and corporate power. These are questions that can be critically evaluated in the context of the evidence that is available, and as such are open to rational discussion. I stress this only because the tone of Chomsky's writings has frequently led critics to avoid dealing with the substantive issues with which he is concerned in order to focus upon Chomsky as a person. This is a useful means of avoiding the issues raised, but does nothing by way of evaluating the analysis offered by Chomsky and Herman. The second part of this analysis is the normative account concerned with a critical and evaluative understanding of these tendencies. Both aspects are central to the work of Chomsky and Herman in their understanding of U.S. state and corporate power. As Chomsky has noted himself, I think I understand U.S. foreign policy pretty well, and I think the task is intellectually trivial. What seems to me intellectually trivial, obvious on the face of it, supported by massive evidence, etc., is regarded as so lunatic by mainstream scholarship and intelligentsia that they can't even hear the words. Of course, it may be that I am crazy. I think not, rather, I think, and think I can show, and have shown, that the religious doctrines of mainstream intellectual life prevent minimal understanding. Raskin and Bernstein, 1987, p. 112, second, if there is any substance to the account of U.S. state and corporate power put forward by Chomsky and Herman, then the problem remains as to why this counter-view is not reflected in the mainstream of U.S. political culture. Imperialist powers have always sought to justify and legitimize their actions through a variety of mechanisms both domestically and for the colonist populations, Mackenzie, 1984. It is these mechanisms that Chomsky and Herman have set out in their propaganda model as the means by which to explain the constrained analyses of U.S. state and corporate power in the mass media. It is the second answer that I am primarily concerned with here, and the way in which Chomsky and Herman have set out an explanation of the conflict between the USA's self-image and the reality of its historical role in world politics. If their analysis of U.S. power in world politics has credence, then both Descartes and Orwell's problems emerge here with great force. Why is it that U.S. political culture does not reflect the reality of the nature of U.S. 117. State and corporate power? What is it about the USA as a major capitalist democracy that generates in its mainstream political culture a self-image that appears to be so at odds with the reality of its role in world politics? This issue of the way in which consent is generated in modern societies has a long history that can be traced back to the critical Marxist tradition of Gramsci, the Frankfurt School and Lukács, through to the writings of previously mentioned liberal democratic theorists such as Walter Lippmann, Ed Bernays, and Harold Lasswell, all of whom focused at different times and in different ways upon what Lippmann called the manufacture of consent. Lippmann, 1955, p. 248. What these disparate writers have in common is a concern with the transition to a mass society in which democratic practices are threatened by a range of potential problems. 3. By way of distinguishing the two groups of writers, we can note that the critical Marxist tradition was primarily concerned with the obstacles to social and political change towards more participatory forms of political and economic democracy, while for the liberal democratic writers the concern was with the dangers that mass democracy might bring to the possibility of maintaining a free society at all. Too much democracy threatens to veer towards an uncontrollable populism which places self-interest before the wider national interest, as Lippmann describes it. Lippmann, 1955, Chapter 2. What they all share is a concern with questions of ideology, culture, and communication in politics as either processes, practices, or mechanisms that serve to help secure that degree of consent which exists in modern capitalist democracies. It is precisely these questions that Chomsky and Herman take up in their work on the manufacture of consent, and which recur in both Descartes and Orwell's problems. Descartes' problem asks us to look at the possibility of manipulation in political practice and discourse and leads towards explanations focusing upon issues of propaganda. Thus it might be a short-term or temporary phenomenon. By contrast, Orwell's problem is concerned with the constraints upon political discourse that serve to set parameters to the range of legitimate interpretations of political events. As such, it is a concern with a political culture and the way in which the meanings of political concepts within that culture are fixed and established over time, a concern with the longer structural continuities in societies, both material and symbolic. A number of questions arise here that need to be answered if we are to deal with Orwell's problem. I. How are these constraints or parameters on legitimate political discourse established? 2. What do they tell us about the exercise of power in U.S. society? 3. What impact do they have on U.S. political culture? 118. 4. What means do we have for establishing the boundaries of these parameters? In answering these questions, Chomsky and Herman have developed what they call the propaganda model as a theory which seeks to explain why it is that mainstream U.S. political culture fails so consistently to distinguish between a system of beliefs about U.S. state and corporate power and the reality. This chapter will set out the claims put forward by Chomsky and Herman's propaganda model and the assumptions about questions of power, knowledge, and ideology that it rests upon before turning to the limits of its explanatory power. Finally, I will look at some of the problems of the model and the general analysis of U.S. political culture in the context of both Descartes and Orwell's problems. What does it tell us about the relationship between the state, corporate interests, and popular culture in U.S. society, and what, in turn, does it tell us about issues of the limits to ideology and consent? Manufacturing consent, the political economy of truth. The issue of generating consent in modern capitalist democracies for the political, economic, and social arrangements by which we order our lives has been a central concern of social and political thought for centuries. As Chomsky notes, David Hume raised the question in the 18th century when he asked how a minority in British society were able to govern the majority. For Hume's paradox has persisted as a theme in social and political thought and focuses upon the tension in democratic societies between the desires for freedom and the necessary constraints to liberty that must prevail in any stable social order. Hall, 1994. The counterpart to consensus is coercion, and it is the possibility of the coercive power of public and private institutions that underpins the structure and order of modern capitalist democracies. The work of Chomsky and Herman on the manufacture of consent reflects both aspects of this relationship and draws a direct contrast with the crude form of consent and coercion in totalitarian states and those employed in modern capitalist democracies, of which the U.S. is their main concern. If the state in capitalist democracies has no legitimacy to govern on the basis of permanent and open coercion, then how are we to explain the consensus that prevails? A number of answers lend themselves here. The consensus may be genuine in that people are not only generally happy with existing social arrangements, but they have the means by which to change them if they so desire. Wright Mills, 1962, Dahl, 1962, Connolly, 1967. 2. There is no general consensus in society about these issues, but something like consent prevails among certain key groups in society as to the need to maintain specific forms of social, political, and economic order. This level of consent, in turn, serves to legitimize the structural coercion that underpins the existing social order and the intermittent use of direct violence when that order is more openly threatened. Perkins, 1975, Churchill and van der Waal, 1990. 3. The level of consensus will vary according to the issue concerned, and an important aspect of social and political power is the ability of dominant social forces to adjust to these shifts in consensus as and when they occur in order to maintain their authority and social power. The propaganda model that Chomsky and Herman have put forward by way of explanation of the nature of consent in U.S. political culture is one which is expressly concerned with the second and third of these answers, the reasons for which I will examine in this chapter. As I have noted, they are well aware of the relationship between coercion and consent in modern capitalist democracies. Chomsky's work has highlighted many of the ways in which coercion operates at two levels: a structural level to limit the possibilities for extending the parameters of self-determination and participatory democracy, b. state violence perpetuated as and when necessary at those social groups that might otherwise challenge its authority. 5. It is precisely because consent is never absolute or closed that the need for coercion remains paramount in politics in capitalist democracies. Propaganda and false beliefs. The picture of consensus which emerges here is one that is built primarily but not exclusively around the interests of dominant social forces in society. As a consequence, Chomsky and Herman's work rests upon the idea that a key form of political cultural power for dominant groups in capitalist democracies is the ability to generate a range of false beliefs about the nature of that society. The notion of false belief has come in for something of a pounding in contemporary social and political thought because it is seen as having elitist or authoritarian connotations whereby enlightened commentators can gain true knowledge of the nature of oppression in a particular society and in so doing can enlighten others. In fact, there is nothing remotely authoritarian about the idea of false beliefs, and it is central. 120. To a naturalist approach to social inquiry. The idea of a false belief simply means that it is possible that the causes of people's beliefs may be illusory, mistaken, or, as the propaganda model suggests, might be the result of deliberate propaganda. As contemporary realist social and political theorists note, we assume false beliefs whenever we disagree or argue with people about even the most mundane of matters. What must always be borne in mind by a rational approach to these matters is that false beliefs work both ways and that we are all equally prone to them. Collier, 1994, Chapter 6. For example, if I support the reintroduction of capital punishment into British society because I believe that it acts as a deterrent to serious crimes, then this is a belief that has at least one clear cause which is susceptible to empirical evaluation. 2. Is at least possible that I am open to rational persuasion to revise my support for capital punishment if evidence can be produced to show that my beliefs are illusory and that in fact capital punishment does not deter serious crimes against people. Of course, in practice the causes of beliefs are rarely as straightforward as this and are far more deeply ingrained than a simple appeal to evidence will often allow for, particularly where matters of political convictions are concerned. Nonetheless, the approach that Chomsky and Herman pursue is one which seeks to expose the causes of false beliefs and locate them in the institutions and social structures that generate them. They are, however, under no illusions as to the likely success of such an approach in transforming the way in which people think about the world. As Chomsky has commented, I don't have faith that the truth will prevail if it becomes known, but we have no alternative to proceeding on that assumption, whatever its credibility may be. It's of more than a little interest that ideological managers act in ways that indicate that they share this belief. This is shown, for example, by the substantial efforts to conceal the obvious. After all, it would be easier just to tell the truth. I think there's a good reason why the propaganda system works that way. It recognizes that the public will not support the actual policies. Therefore, it's important to prevent any knowledge or understanding of them. Correspondingly, the other side of the coin is that it's extremely important to try to bring out the truth about these matters, as best we can. Chomsky, 1987d, pages 48-9, the challenge to the idea of false belief often focuses upon the contingency of language and the way in which all beliefs circulate within a particular conceptual framework. Anti-naturalist approaches to social inquiry have been critical of the notion of false beliefs because in practice it has frequently been tied in with oppressive political practices and authoritarian political ideologies. Bauman, 1993, pages 3-4. A political ideology that claims to have a privileged. 121. Understanding of the causes of false beliefs and how they relate to social structures might be one that seeks to impose its worldview on the rest of society. This cannot be denied, of course, but it is not in itself sufficient grounds for rejecting the notion of false beliefs. There is no logical connection to be drawn between an understanding of the causes of false beliefs and the political response that this elicits. Ultimately, the naturalist and anti-naturalist approaches to social inquiry rest upon antithetical grounds with regards to this issue. The approach adopted by Chomsky and Herman in the propaganda model suggests that while we are born into a particular culture, we are not inherently bound by the conceptual lens that it provides us with. Reality, if you like, can impinge upon the dominant mode of thought or form of understanding that exists in any given society if the beliefs that sustain that social order actually conflict with the events that they describe. As a consequence, we can find grounds for revising our beliefs that are transcendent of our particular form of life. Thus, as Herman and Chomsky argue in their Political Economy of Human Rights, the myth that the USA has served the role of vigorously defending human rights and democracy in world politics can be refuted empirically. This is a topic open to rational inquiry and we have good grounds upon which to make our critical evaluations. Propaganda in capitalist democracy. The people must feel that they are being told the truth. The people should be told that this is a civilians' war, or a people's war, and therefore they are to be taken into the government's confidence as never before. But what is truth? We must adopt a pragmatic definition. It is what is believed to be the truth. A lie that is put across becomes the truth and may, therefore, be justified. The difficulty is to keep up lying. It is simpler to tell the truth and, if a sufficient emergency arises, tell one big thumping lie that will then be believed. Memo from the Ministry of Information to the British Home Office, September 1939, Tulloch, 1993, p. 372. Chomsky and Herman are concerned with the emergence of organized state and corporate propaganda in modern capitalist democracies, and in particular with the role that it has played in the development of U.S. political life and culture in the 20th century. They have presented a historical narrative of the way in which propaganda became a central feature of U.S. political life in the early years of the 20th century as the First World War loomed and President Wilson sought to mobilize a popular U.S. support for American entry into the war. The deceptively titled Committee on Public Information 122. That was established to generate this change in public consciousness was explicitly concerned with drawing upon the techniques of public relations to bring about a transformation in a society that had until then been largely opposed to the U.S. entry into the conflict. Harrison, 1995, pages 18 to 21. The success of the Commission is usually seen as the most significant starting point for the emergence of an institutionalist form of propaganda in modern U.S. political life, and it is the developments that have emerged subsequent to this that have been of greatest interest to Chomsky and Herman. 4 aspects of the role of propaganda in U.S. society need to be clarified before I can consider the substantive claims that Chomsky and Herman set out. These 4 issues take the following form. I. What do they mean by propaganda and why do they use that term? 2. Who produces it and why? 3. Who is propaganda directed at? 4. What are the forms that this propaganda takes? A. Defining propaganda. Chomsky and Herman note that propaganda in capitalist democracies, where the media is largely in the hands of private owners and where an absence of far-reaching formal censorship prevails, is more difficult to detect than in authoritarian and totalitarian societies, where the state wields a much cruder and more overt control over the means of communication. In the USA, propaganda serves the purpose of disseminating a range of values, beliefs, and codes of behavior with which to develop and maintain popular support for the existing social order. Chomsky and Herman, 1988a, p. 1. In essence, there is a core ideology at the heart of propaganda in U.S. political culture which defends the social benefits of the private ownership of property, hostility to ideas of social and economic equality, and individualism as a moral, social, and economic good. Phones Wolf, 1994. The idea of a core or dominant ideology has been criticized for being nothing more than a list of superficial generalities that can be read off from a particular culture and ideology. As such, the idea of a core ideology is said to be of little explanatory use as it suggests a monolithic view of society and consensus. Abercrombie, et al., 1980. While the criticism of a core ideology as being an overdeterministic view of popular beliefs is well taken, Chomsky and Herman see this core ideology as being essentially one uniting elite groups as opposed to one that permeates the whole of U.S. political culture. 6. If the core or dominant ideology was readily and straightforwardly accepted throughout U.S. political culture, there would be little need for corporate and 123. State interests to struggle so hard to maintain it and to oppose alternate ideas about social organization. The picture that Chomsky and Herman present is one of political struggle and conflict over the attempt to secure a vision of U.S. society that reflects these core ideas and interests. There is no linear determinism here from propaganda to its acceptance, although it is quite clear where the balance of power lies in the relationship between the dominant social groups in U.S. society and those subordinate to their interests. The history of U.S. corporate propaganda is well documented, and these campaigns have sought to promote a consistent range of values with regard to U.S. culture. 7. While there has been undoubted disagreement between fractions of these elite groups, there appears to be an overall consensus on the minimal conditions that they find acceptable for U.S. society. Phones Wolf, 1994, p. 257. These are far more significant than being merely a list of general points about a culture, as there is evidence to suggest that such campaigns have had significant impact on public consciousness with regard to issues of private property, individualism as opposed to collectivism, and the social benefits to be derived from corporate power. Gans, in Deming and Becker, 1988. As I set out in the previous chapter, the inferring of interests to individuals and social groups is not an attempt to argue that all social action is predetermined. Both within and between individuals and social groups there are myriad interests that will often come into conflict with each other on a daily basis. It is important to set out this issue in some detail here. The notion of a core ideology that I take from Chomsky and Herman's work is one which recognizes that, although there are conflicting interests facing all individuals and social groups, it remains the case that interests tend to be structured in accord with their centrality to people's ability to produce and reproduce their social position. As a consequence, in any society certain interests have a tendency to prevail over others. Most obviously those interests that relate directly to both an individual's and social group's position, power, and beliefs. This should be seen as a tendency, not a general or invariant law, as contemporary naturalists see human action in tendential terms as I set out in earlier chapters. While any individual has a range of interests that conflict in their daily life, they also face a number of objective structural pressures that act to constrain the choices that they might make and the interests that they might satisfy. Most obviously in a capitalist society is the dependence of working people on some form of capitalist or state employer to provide them with the employment needed for them to secure the means of their daily existence. This is not the only pressure that constrains the choices that we make and the interests that prevail. As I mentioned before, a whole range of factors are likely to affect an individual's decision, such as psychological pressure. 124. Through family, colleagues, political parties, cultural beliefs, and so on. What is clear from Chomsky and Herman's account of the U.S. communications industries is that it is the need for economic security that tends to have the greatest impact in terms of affecting the range of decisions made both between and within organizations. On a general level, where resistance to this occurs, it often reflects the extent to which working people are able to organize themselves socially and politically, as Chomsky has noted in writings about his experiences of the pre-World War II working-class political culture in New York. Hence, as Chomsky has also emphasized in his work, the obvious concern of state and corporate interests to dismantle the forms of collective organizations within which such political and social consciousness might be developed, most obviously trade unions. The ideas that Chomsky and Herman set out in their propaganda model about the pressures facing those working within the communications industries both recognize the conflictual nature of interests facing individuals in the industry and also emphasize the wider structural pressures that tend to encourage certain decisions over others. As I will illustrate later in the chapter, the ability to produce and reproduce your social position is not simply a question of economic power but also reflects those pressures brought to bear through the need to work within the parameters of the prevailing core ideology, peer pressures within the industry, and so on. In addition, the U.S. state has sought to defend its self-image as a benevolent force in world politics through its close connection with and influence upon the communications and cultural industries as a means by which to help constrain and shape the cultural forms and symbols that have come to dominate U.S. political culture. 8. There are two main and often interrelated sources of propaganda, then, that Chomsky and Herman see as crucial in the development of U.S. political culture, and these can be set out as follows. B. Producing propaganda. The propaganda that Chomsky and Herman are concerned with emanates mainly from two sources, the state and corporations. I. Corporate propaganda. As Tidlow acknowledges, corporate PR emerged in the USA and has been part of a conscious effort by U.S. corporate elites to influence the general populace in support of the idea that corporations are socially benevolent features of U.S. society. Tidlow, 1979. Pages 14-17. These campaigns have been ongoing since the early part of the century and have been a systematic attempt to render trade unions, collectivism, public provision of welfare and 125. The overregulation of industry illegitimate in U.S. political culture. 9. These campaigns have taken the form of corporate funding of education, health, and housing for workers, through to the establishment of links with the church, policy institutes, think tanks, universities, political parties, and attempts at systematic mass indoctrination. Elizabeth Fones-Wolf gives an overview of the post-World War II efforts by corporations in U.S. political culture to undermine the New Deal, which had legitimized both trade union membership and the increased role of the state in regulating industry. In conclusion, she notes that although the approaches taken by business campaign groups to achieve these ends varied on questions of tactics, it is transparent that in the main they have achieved their goals of dismantling the social and economic gains made by working people in the early part of the century. Fones-Wolf, 1994, conclusion. This regression has been underpinned by both propaganda and a new consensus which has effectively disenfranchised a significant portion of U.S. society who have little hope of representation in federal politics. 10. In addition, it has taken the form of a struggle to shape state power towards these ends and away from the New Deal consensus, culminating as it did in the agenda of the Reagan presidencies. Harvey, 1993. The mixture of coercion and consent is central to understanding the success of corporate propaganda in the USA in achieving its economic and political aims. Hall, 1994, pages 42-3. The extent to which this core ideology has a general appeal throughout U.S. society is far more problematic, as Chomsky and Herman argue, and I will turn to the limits of propaganda later. 2. State propaganda. In Chomsky and Herman's analysis of U.S. political culture, there is an uneasy relationship between state and corporate power which reflects the degree of autonomy and the divergences of interest that can exist between them. As a consequence, their propaganda goals may frequently coincide, but the real splits both within and between the dominant political and economic forces means that they are not uniform or agreed upon without internal conflict. 12. If corporate propaganda in the 20th century can be traced back to 1910 and the origins of the PR industry, then state propaganda in U.S. political culture as an institutionalist process of governance has its origins in the Wilson administration's goal of turning U.S. public opinion away from pacifism and towards support for U.S. entry into World War I. In some respects, such a cut-off point can appear arbitrary because propaganda is a feature of politics and governance that has no clear beginnings. However, World War I marks a useful turning point in U.S. political culture because it coincides with three significant developments. 126. I. The incorporation of corporate PR techniques and stratagems into politics. Jowett and O'Donnell, 1992. Pages 123-5. 2. The creation of an institution deliberately aimed at what Ed Bernays, the founder of the PR industry, called the public mind. Chomsky, 1987b, pages 234-5. 3. This period marks the origins of mass democracy and the idea of mass society, and it is these developments that so troubled politicians and critical commentators alike. How can such an unwieldy social order in which the general populace had gained significant political freedoms be stabilized? Jensen, 1990, Martin Barbero, 1993, State propaganda is a familiar phenomenon to all capitalist democracies, and Chomsky and Herman are not unique in the emphasis that they place upon it as a mechanism for trying to secure political consensus and authority. The process of the dissemination of propaganda in capitalist democracies tends to take one of two forms in Chomsky and Herman's work. First, and in many respects the least important, is the way in which state institutions will attempt to dominate media coverage and interpretations of events. For this purpose they have a range of mechanisms, from the use of experts and state officials to legitimize the state's response to an event, the planting of stories in the media, the bribery of journalists, the setting up of newspapers, magazines, radio stations, and such like, through to the more straightforward forms of propaganda such as lying, deception, and misinformation. 13. To take a recent example, the distinguished U.S. journalist John MacArthur carried out a study on the coverage of the Gulf War by the U.S. media and found a range of propaganda devices that cut across the spectrum of mechanisms that I have described above. MacArthur, 1992. In terms of resources, the U.S. state has significant strengths when it comes to achieving propaganda goals, though, as Chomsky and Herman stress, this does not impute infallibility. The second form that propaganda takes is far more important and is central to Chomsky and Herman's notion of the manufacture of consent. Unlike authoritarian political systems, the U.S. state has limited powers to exert direct political control over the media, as the First Amendment to its own Constitution was established in part to prevent just this occurrence. Weil, 1987, p. 266. In U.S. society, propaganda is mediated through the mass media and as such could, in theory, be challenged and exposed. Returning to the beginning of this chapter, the state has no direct power to force journalists to accede to the mythical account of the role of U.S. state and corporate power in domestic and world politics. If this is the case, then how is it that the kind of consensus emerges that Chomsky and Herman have claimed to find? The answer to this, in part, is what the rest of the chapter is concerned. 127. But it is worth noting a comment from Chomsky here about the contrast between propaganda in authoritarian political systems and that in capitalist democracies. We're not a society which has a ministry of truth which produces doctrine which everyone then must obey at a severe cost if you don't. Our system works much differently and much more effectively. It's a privatist system of propaganda, including the media, the journals of opinion, and in general including the broad participation of the articulate intelligentsia, the educated part of the population. The more articulate elements of those groups, the ones who have access to the media, including intellectual journals, and who essentially control the educational apparatus, they should properly be referred to as a class of commissars. That's their essential function, to design, propagate, and create a system of doctrines and beliefs which will undermine independent thought and prevent understanding and analysis of institutional structures and their functions. If you investigate the actual productions of the media, journals of opinion, etc., you find exactly that. It's a very narrow, very tightly constrained and grotesquely inaccurate account of the world in which we live. Chomsky, 1993b, pages 6 to 7, propaganda becomes a matter of trying to constrain the parameters of legitimate political discourse, of the ability of states and corporations to set the agendas for debate in mainstream U.S. political culture. The goal is to attempt as far as is possible to build a consensus around themes and values that directly pertain to the legitimacy of the existing distribution of power in U.S. society. Dissent takes place but remains marginal and usually within limits whereby it is easily overwhelmed by the deluge of conventional or official discourse. Chomsky and Herman, 1988c, Conclusions. This is the picture that emerges in Chomsky and Herman's work, and I will turn to the grounds for their claims and their wider implications shortly. What Chomsky and Herman focus upon in their analysis of propaganda is the relationship between various forms of social power in U.S. society, political, economic, and cultural, and the way in which these manifest themselves in the procedures, beliefs, and structures of the various institutional forms. In effect, they are concerned with the mechanisms that generate propaganda, the political, economic, and cultural interests represented by the form this propaganda takes, and by way of consequence the limits to legitimate dissent in mainstream U.S. political culture. Having set out the background to Chomsky and Herman's concern with propaganda in political life, I can discuss the issues raised by the propaganda model itself. 128. The political economic background to the propaganda model. Ultimately, this is not a question of autonomous state or corporate propaganda but a study of the social relations of power in U.S. society. The state is only one part of the structure of dominant interests which is primarily, but not exclusively, driven by corporate power and is additionally reinforced by the parameters of mainstream U.S. political culture. The key to understanding the use of propaganda in U.S. political culture is to locate the interests that it serves, and this is precisely what Chomsky and Herman set out to do when they developed the propaganda model. There is a core or dominant ideology in Chomsky and Herman's account of U.S. political culture and, as I have mentioned, this is an idea that has come in for some substantial criticism in social and political theory. Altheide, 1985, Chapter 4. The notion of a dominant ideology has tended to reinforce the idea of mass indoctrination of a passive citizenry who are the unwitting victims of almost Manichaean social forces. Such an understanding of a dominant ideology leaves little room for agency and social change and is in many respects not an empirical theory open to easy evaluation because of its functional implications. Simply put, everything can be collapsed into the idea of a totalizing dominant ideology. Thompson, 1984, p. 5. Given Chomsky's own concerns with issues of human nature and social change, it is perhaps not surprising that the core or dominant ideology they locate is not one which reflects this kind of crude determinism. Chomsky and Herman's analysis of propaganda and power in U.S. society leads them to conclude that it is the dominant political, economic, and cultural groups that share a relatively coherent ideological understanding of the way in which society should be ordered and organized. 14. The core ideology is a product of and largely for the dominant social forces in U.S. society, a thesis similar in many respects to one developed in recent empirical studies of the role of ideology in modern societies. Abercrombie, et al., 1980, pages 9x. On this understanding, the permeation into wider society of a dominant ideology that defends the existing social relations of power is frequently fragmented and contested. It is in the mainstream that the dominant ideology is strongest, and where dominant interests have the greatest power and control. It is these dominant social forces in U.S. society, uniting a range of interests that cut across politics, the economy, military, and culture, and which have been able to incorporate significant cross-class support across time, that are most deeply committed to defending the existing structures of power in U.S. society. In addition, they most fully reflect the dominant ideology itself. This does not mean that these beliefs and values do not permeate into the subordinate sections of U.S. society. There is a great deal of evidence to 129. Suggest that they do. Phones Wolf, 1994, p. 287. What must be borne in mind, though, is that the extent to which existing capitalist relations are seen as legitimate is not merely a reflection of passive ideological conformity through all sections of U.S. society. Rather, it has come about through the fact that powerful political and economic interests have had to work very hard to promote, defend, disseminate, and instill a range of values and beliefs which help to legitimize their authority. When consensus fails, then the use of differing levels of coercion has always been the tool with which to deal with dissent. Zinn, 1980. Chomsky and Herman undoubtedly waver on these issues as, at times, the analysis of U.S. political culture that they present is one of an overwhelming and monolithic form of power before which all opposition is doomed to failure. Chomsky 1987b, The Challenge Ahead. Structure and ideology, if you like, sometimes appears to determine the political culture in an unproblematic manner. This goes very much against the grain of Chomsky's account of human nature and his general social thought, which highlights the possibilities of social and political change. To this extent, it remains at least a rhetorical weakness in their account of propaganda, and it is an issue which I will return to later. What is clear from Chomsky and Herman's work is that class remains the central organizing principle for understanding the structure of social and political power in U.S. political culture. Chomsky, 1994b, Class. The dominant ideology thesis that they develop is one which recognizes that dominant social forces have to create a political force or body of support which cuts across class, gender, and ethnicity to a significant extent if it is to retain its political legitimacy. This coalition is not permanent and will change over time as different groups rise in importance in the political realm. For example, this analysis is illustrated by the success of the Reagan presidential campaigns, which in part rested upon the ability of his political strategists to manufacture an image of Reagan as a unifying symbol for a shared sense of political culture and values. This proved to be sufficient to gain support from traditional working-class Democratic Party voters for an administration that had the clear goal of systematically dismantling the gains made by the working class in 20th-century U.S. politics. 15. This is a good example of manufacturing a consensus in society from social forces with quite different interests and aims. There is no sense of a simply rigid or homogeneous ruling class in Chomsky and Herman's work. The impression that is left is one of an overlapping series of elite interests that are able to coalesce around a range of political and economic goals but which nonetheless remain themselves divided on a number of issues. 16. Chomsky has written extensively on these issues and the internal conflict within the dominant social forces in U.S. politics and concedes the problem of oversimplification in the idea of a ruling class. 130. Conversely, for the rest of U.S. society, the various subordinate groups, there are different degrees of consensus over these values and beliefs. Chomsky and Herman see the purpose of propaganda as being in part to confuse and isolate the possibility of counter-interpretations of U.S. political culture emerging outside the parameters of the official discourse. Chomsky, 1989b, The Bounds of the Expressible. This does not mean, and this cannot be stressed too much here, that subordinate groups simply swallow an ideological pill which inculcates them with the American way of life. Moore, 1970, pages 100-1. The effects of propaganda are undoubtedly the most contentious area of communication research, so much so that by and large they have receded from the agenda of ongoing debates about communication and politics. 17 general statements about the effects of propaganda invite easy empirical refutation and rest upon a positivist understanding of causality which assumes the empirical regularity of such effects on an exposed audience. As I have argued in earlier chapters, positivist approaches to social inquiry are lacking in terms of their explanatory power precisely because they tend to be structurally determinist, removing agency from their analyses and remaining insensitive to the different structural levels in society. Bhaskar, 1979, p. 32. The ability to establish convincing causal models of the effects of propaganda has proven to be beyond any meaningful consensus in research. Thus it is important to emphasize that the propaganda model is not an effects model. It is concerned with a range of political economy questions about the communications industry and its role in U.S. political culture. Most important, it is concerned with offering an explanation of what Chomsky and Herman take to be the narrow range of political ideas expressed within the mainstream U.S. media. With regard to the impact of propaganda on the subordinate groups in U.S. society, there are no general statements in Chomsky and Herman's work to this effect. In fact, while they argue forcefully that there is a dominant ideology that serves to unite an uneasy coalition of elite interests, they are far less clear as to the impact on subordinate groups in U.S. society. What does seem clear is that the level of resistance to both propaganda and the core ideology is related in important ways to the level of political consciousness among working people, and this will reflect the range of independent organizations within which they can work and act, be they trade unions, political parties, human rights groups and so on. In order to examine the content of this dominant ideology and the impact that these interests have had upon the development of U.S. political culture, we need to turn to the propaganda model itself and the mechanisms that it presents as being central to explaining the severe limits to critical analysis in the U.S. media. 131. The propaganda model and the liberal myth. Herman and Chomsky's propaganda model offers a stark challenge to the liberal conception of the media which has tended to dominate the image that the media has of itself and its social role. The liberal model of the role of the media in liberal democracies is composed of a familiar list of empirical and normative statements. Thus, the media acts as the fourth estate, a bulwark against unchecked state power. The check against corporate power is less explicit. The media acts as a forum for diverse and challenging ideas and understandings of contemporary events and acts as a vital point of public debate on great issues of the day. The media is inherently plural and should indeed remain so for the good of the body politic, as it helps to devolve power to different interests and groups in society and is a counterweight against centralist power and control. The media is an independent and critical body, always striving for independence of prevailing forms of social power in order to maintain its objectivity. Finally, the media is a firm defender of the right to inform, of free speech and the asking of unfortunate and provocative questions. Keene, 1991. There are, no doubt, other features that could be added to the classic liberal model of the media, and authoritative accounts of this can be found elsewhere. Keene, 1991. It is this image that Chomsky and Herman see as being essentially a myth and that the propaganda model has sought to refute. The key to the model is the 5 mechanisms that they see as serving to filter the way in which the mainstream U.S. media acts as institutions to constrain interpretations and representation of events. It is, as Chomsky and Herman concede, an institutional critique. These 5 filters are mechanisms through which forms of social, economic, political, and ideological power are exercised in the media industries and which between them have the tendency to establish patterns of representation in news coverage. The 5 filters are as follows. A. Size, ownership, and profit orientation of the mass media. B. Advertising. C. Sources for mass media news. D. FLAC as a control mechanism. E. Anti-communism as a control mechanism. Between them, Chomsky and Herman's analysis aims to show that these filters are the mechanisms by which the self-image of the U.S. state and corporate power prevails to the extent that it does. In order to examine the implications of their claims, I will look at the role that these mechanisms have played in the historical development of the U.S. news media, the relationship. 132. Between the state and the media corporations, and finally their account of the culture of the industry itself. I. The historical development of the industry. The historical development of the communications industry in the USA has been quite different from most other major industrial nations in that the role of the state in regulating the industry or providing a public service sector has always been comparatively limited. McChesney, 1993, and in Solomon and McChesney, 1993. It was the market model that won out in the early years of the industry and which brought with it a structure of ownership and control that was driven by the same primary interests as those of other corporate actors, the search for profits, the need to expand market reach and the need to control competition. These structural constraints have been fundamental to the subsequent development of the U.S. mass media industries as major corporate actors. There are 3 features of this filter that tend to recur in their analysis. Chomsky and Herman trace the trajectory of the U.S. mass media over the course of the past 150 years and note a tendency that has been borne out elsewhere in empirical research, most notably in the UK, that the industry has tended to become more concentrated and centralized in terms of ownership and to a lesser extent control. 18 ownership patterns have tended towards convergence of media interests, a tendency that since the 1980s has seen the unprecedented synergism that has led to the merger of healthy corporations in search of greater market power and control. In the USA, structures of control have altered as the mass media corporations have moved into new areas of interest and have expanded their structures beyond the immediate horizons of any small group of private owners. Nonetheless, as Chomsky and Herman note, family ownership of the mass news media shows a remarkable consistency and continuity over time in the major corporations. Chomsky and Herman, 1988c, pages 3 to 14. This historical development has had 2 main consequences for the media market, both of which seriously refute or challenge the liberal model of the media. First, the media industry is not a free market system in which there is widespread competition between a vast number of institutions representing a healthy diversity of social and political opinion. On the contrary, what persists is a guided market system within which the major corporations have sought to maintain their control of the industry by making entry costs so prohibitive that all but the most wealthy are excluded from competing. 19. The liberal pluralist model is further undermined in that its claim is that in a market system the media will necessarily be diverse and pluralist in its outlook. The reality is quite different as in both the UK and the USA. 133. The production costs of a market model within which most revenue is accrued from advertising has actually served to erode social and political diversity. As Chomsky and Herman and Bagdikian have noted in the USA, and Curran, Koss, and Williams have shown in the UK, mass news media that had their origins in a working-class audience and culture were far and away the biggest-selling newspapers of their time. However, over time they increasingly lost out because of the structure of the market system within which they operated. Rising production and distribution costs meant that the newspapers became increasingly dependent upon securing advertising revenue to subsidize their cover price. Failure to do this meant bankruptcy or cover prices that were too expensive for the audience for whom the papers were being produced. As all of the above writers note, this coincided with a gradual erosion over time of the radical content of these popular papers as they sought to secure and maintain advertising revenues. 20. Those that failed to temper their tone of radical criticism of capitalism were, unsurprisingly, left to fold. The irony here is that this tendency refutes the liberal notion that the market is the best mechanism to satisfy demand. What has happened historically is the reverse of this idea. The popular press, rooted in radical social and political thought, folded in spite of their popularity, not because of their lack of it. The reason for their failure is significantly to do with the fact that the social and political goals that they stood for were hostile to the core ideology of capitalist institutions. Why would capitalist corporations want to subsidize a media that was hostile to their own claims to legitimacy? Recent developments within the communications industries towards ever larger mergers of healthy corporations only reflect a deepening of this tendency and the structural consequences that it generates as the system of guided markets proves to be one of ever-tightening control. In support of this process of media integration, the mass news corporations in the USA and elsewhere have been integrating vertically and horizontally into other industries, linking apparently disparate corporate interests into ever larger blocks of corporate power. Smith, 1991. At the same time as this corporate convergence is taking place, there is a spread and increasing accessibility of new technology in the communications industry, which offers the potential for a radically diverse and decentralized form of interactive media that might have extremely radical potentials for extending and deepening democracy, citizenship, and participation. 21. Chomsky has always been a keen defender of the idea that technology is a possible means to limit the drudgery of everyday work and for the emancipation of working conditions. The trajectory of these developments thus far offers little room for encouragement that this will be the outcome, as the major communications corporations have sought to dominate these new technologies. Questions of access, control and 134. Regulation remains central to the development of these new forms of media, and there is little to suggest thus far that they will reverse the decline in political pluralism in the mainstream media that has been underway for over a century. 2. The state and the media corporations. The image of the press as the independent and adversarial mechanism to challenge state power is a pervasive one in liberal thought, but Chomsky and Herman note that it is one that overlooks the centrality of the relationship that connects them. The state has served to legitimize and maintain the structure of the industry both through its legal authority and also its massive subsidy of the industry through advertising revenues. 22. In addition to this, there have been strong links between major political and state actors and the media corporations in the USA. Thus, it is not unusual to find political and state representatives on the boards of major media corporations, and there is substantive evidence of the kind of pressures that can be brought to bear where the interests of political and state actors conflict with the independence of the media. Matsuko, 1994. The biggest strength that the state has in terms of its ability to use the media to disseminate propaganda is the fact that states have increasingly become the main source of information for the mass news media. 23. The U.S. state has vast resources to promote its account of events in order to construct and influence what is to be determined as the main news items of any given day. When coupled with the U.S. state's history of planting stories, paying sympathetic journalists, creating its own journals, magazines, radio stations, and so on, it is clear that it has long had a highly effective system of promoting its official discourse on the necessary response to political events of the day. 24. The target of this propaganda, Chomsky and Herman note, is invariably the domestic audience, which is seen as a potential source of conflict and challenge to existing political authority. As Chomsky has noted, the Reagan administration, for example, saw propaganda as a mechanism to try to control domestic dissent. The Office of Public Diplomacy had been established by the Reagan administration to disseminate state propaganda with regard to the U.S. state role in Central America in the 1980s. Chomsky commented, when the Office of Public Diplomacy was first exposed by Alfonso Chardy of the Miami Herald in July 1987. One high administration official, whom he quoted, referred to it as the kind of program that you would carry out in enemy territory, which is exactly right. Chomsky, 1993b, p. 107, Alexander, 1987, 1992. 135. Chomsky and Herman have noted the importance of experts as a source of commentary in the U.S. media, either the political or state official responding to events or, more importantly, the independent intellectual who regularly comments on current social and political events. Chomsky's ideas about the role and responsibility of the intellectual come to the fore here, as both he and Herman outline the way in which the expert sources used as commentators on events help to constrain the parameters of political discourse by representing the supposed boundaries of credible political analysis. The narrowness of mainstream U.S. political culture and commentary is well illustrated in Chomsky's analysis of the hawks and doves in the Vietnam War. The hawks were those, like journalist Joseph Alsop, who felt that with a sufficient exercise of violence we could succeed in our aims. The doves felt that this was unlikely, although, as Arthur Schlesinger explained, we all pray that Mr. Alsop will be right, and we may all be saluting the wisdom and statesmanship of the American government if the U.S. succeeds in a war policy that was turning Vietnam into a land of ruin and wreck. It was this book that established Schlesinger as a leading war opponent, in the words of Leslie Gelb. It is, of course, immediately evident that there is a possible position omitted from the fierce debate between the hawks and the doves, which allegedly tore the country apart during these trying years, namely, the position of the peace movement, a position in fact shared by the large majority of citizens as recently as 1982. The war was not merely a mistake, as the official doves allege, but was fundamentally wrong and immoral. This position does not even enter the debate. Even to be refuted, it is unthinkable, within the ideological mainstream. Chomsky, 1987 dp 130, beyond the analysis that they offer of the apparent ideological conformity that recurs in mainstream U.S. political culture and commentary, they also stress that the U.S. state and corporate interests have sought to foster this ideological conformity in social and political analysis by the funding of radical think tanks staffed with intellectuals who, for Chomsky and Herman, become experts in legitimation of the existing inequalities of social power. 25. In essence, this has been an attempt to privatize mainstream political culture, with both the state and corporations seeking to promote intellectuals with similar ideological agendas. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. pages 22-4. Despite the differences of tactics and interest that exist within the dominant political, economic, cultural, and state forces in U.S. political culture, Chomsky and Herman conclude that it is their shared worldview which enables the process of propaganda to flow with the degree of smoothness that it does. State and corporations may clash on policies of public expenditure, taxation, 136, welfare, and such like, but they do not disagree on fundamentals about the structure of power in U.S. society and the way in which social power should be maintained. Attempts by agents within the media industries to challenge these central doctrines are frequently met by a barrage of flack, as Chomsky and Herman call it, in the form of well-orchestrated public and corporate protest. Diamond, 1989. 26. As they suggest, the success of flack tends to reflect the social power of the actors and institutions involved, but it can have a dramatic impact on a media driven by the need to secure advertising revenue, which in turn depends upon the ratings success of the programs produced or the total of newspaper sales. 3. The culture of the industry. The culture of the industry itself is of great significance for Chomsky and Herman's analysis, as it would be easy to slip into a straightforward and monolithic portrait of the media industry as being solely an instrument for state and corporate propaganda. Indeed, one of the main criticisms of the model from sympathetic critics has been that it does precisely that. Peter Golding and Graham Murdoch have suggested that the propaganda model turns the mass news media into a simple instrument for the dissemination of propaganda. Golding and Murdoch, in Curran, et al., 1991, pages 18-19. There is, I think, some substance to this criticism, and the weight of Chomsky and Herman's empirical work, which is a colossal and impressive feat in itself, can easily give this impression. The representation of the culture of the industry that they provide is, however, more complex than this, and there are three features of it which negate or raise obstacles to the view that they are working on a model which is simply an instrumental one. The first thing that they emphasize is that the values and interests of the mass news media should be seen as being driven by the same primary tendencies as those of any other capitalist corporation: the search for profits, to secure greater market share, to satisfy shareholders, and to secure advertising revenue. As we have seen with the historical development of the industry, no modern media corporation can afford to go against this tendency, as to do so is to guarantee bankruptcy. Having a large audience is insufficient for contemporary media corporations, as this does not, in itself, raise sufficient revenue. The key to financial success is to secure the advertising revenues from state and corporate interests. In effect, Chomsky and Herman argue that this reverses the traditional understanding of advertising as a mechanism primarily concerned with informing consumers. Instead, the media corporations secure their advertising revenue by their ability to deliver audiences to advertisers. 27. The sophistication with which audience types are 137. Identified by market research as a means to direct advertising is remarkable and a testament to the ends to which new information and communication technology can be put. Poster, 1995, p. 89. The social, political, and economic values that permeate the U.S. media corporations are not simply homogeneous. There is dissent and disagreement on policy and tactics among the fractions of the dominant social forces. There is, however, no fundamental opposition to the core ideology that Chomsky and Herman outline. The main values of these corporations provide a framework within which journalists and editors have to work. What Chomsky and Herman emphasize here is that this framework acts to impose a structure upon the values expressible in the industry, upon the autonomy of journalists to write what they think is true about a case, upon the way in which editors and sub-editors have to fit stories into shape for publication, and so on. What must be stressed is that their model does not presuppose uniform journalistic bad faith, that journalists know the truth of stories but merely accede to corporate pressure to write within the official discourse. On the contrary, what Chomsky and Herman argue is quite different, and is an account that is sensitive to the struggle that takes place within the culture of the industry between those journalists who attempt to maintain and defend their autonomy, and the culture of the industry which reflects the dominant ideology of U.S. political culture. 28. They are quite aware of the degree of political ethical struggle that takes place in the industry on the part of journalists who wish to challenge an official discourse that constrains and limits the type and tone of criticisms that are acceptable. Power in the industry is not a totalizing force that reduces its actors to vessels through which to perpetuate and disseminate a particular ideology, a view which would be closer to Foucault's power/knowledge axis, as Christopher Norris notes in his brief but excellent account of Chomsky's work. Norris, 1992, pages 100-20. Chomsky and Herman say that the humanity and professional integrity of journalists often leads them in directions that are unacceptable in the ideological institutions, and one should not underestimate the psychological burdens of suppressing obvious truths and maintaining the required doctrines of benevolence, possibly gone awry, inexplicable error, good intentions, injured innocence, and so on, in the face of overwhelming evidence compatible with these patriotic premises. The resulting tensions sometimes find limited expression, but more often they are suppressed either consciously or unconsciously, with the help of belief systems that permit the pursuit of narrow interest, whatever the facts. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. pages 304-5. 138. Dissent can and does occur, but what is emphasized in the propaganda model is the array of forces that act to encourage conformity, financial reward, flack and criticism for those who step over the boundary of legitimate criticism, the psychological pressures of patriotism which are a central feature of the modern nation-state with its emphasis upon ideas of national loyalty and unity. All of these are significant cultural features of the media industries that help to maintain a discipline around the core themes of the self-image of the U.S. state and corporate power. In similar fashion, the Cold War itself and the well-documented hysteria of anti-communism helped to encourage a mode of thought and representation that saw political events in simple binary terms of friend/enemy, USA/Soviet Union, Fred MacDonald, 1985. The importance of anti-communism to U.S. state and corporate power has been a crucial factor in helping to undermine ideological challenges to the core ideology of American capitalism, and was a highly effective tool by which to harass and coerce dissidents. Fried, England, 1993. The combined weight of the evidence that Chomsky and Herman present on the nature of propaganda in the U.S. news media and its implications for U.S. political culture are substantive and lead to a number of conclusions about Orwell's problem and Descartes' problem. In offering an answer to these two problems, I will look at the conclusions that can be drawn from Chomsky and Herman's work. Three main issues emerge here that I want to set out: I. Structure and agency; 2. U.S. political culture and social change; 3. Descartes and Orwell's problems revisited. Conclusions: the propaganda model and U.S. political culture. Chomsky and Herman's propaganda model leads towards a number of conclusions about the relationship between U.S. political culture, communications, and the limits to consensus and conflict. As such, they are developing a thesis on a range of issues that have been central to social and political thought in the 20th century. In assessing the implications of their claims, I will show how they provide an answer to Descartes and Orwell's problems. Problems of structure and agency. Arguably, the central concern for social thought in the past 2 decades has been with providing an explanation of the relationship between social 139 structures and human agency. This has been a crucial area because it raises, in turn, a number of questions about the limits to the autonomy of agents from the institutions in which they are situated, what is meant by the idea of a social structure, and how do these relationships develop over time and space. Chomsky and Herman's work offers an account of the development and working of the U.S. mass media which addresses all of these questions. Chomsky and Herman's political economy of the mainstream U.S. mass media establishes an account of the relationship between structure and agency which is sensitive to the complexities of capitalist institutions. In structural terms, the 5 filters of the propaganda model provide us with a range of mechanisms that serve to constrain and limit the boundaries of representation and discourse in these media institutions. These mechanisms serve to answer the questions that Chomsky and Herman set out at the beginning of this chapter: the apparent discrepancy between the beliefs about U.S. state and corporate power as expressed in mainstream U.S. political culture and the reality of that power. There are, then, limits to the degree of autonomy of either agents working within the industry or of the institutions themselves if they do not adhere to the primary pressures facing any capitalist media corporation. If the balance of power lies in the hands of those social forces that have the greatest power to guide and direct the development of these media institutions, it is important to emphasize that there is no simple determinism at work here. What Chomsky and Herman suggest is that media corporations operate in a social space which is structured in a number of ways, all of which serve to affect the workings of the industry. There is a struggle going on within this space between competing corporations for market dominance and, to a lesser extent, within them on the part of journalists who have sought to challenge the parameters of U.S. political culture. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. p. 304. The propaganda model has sought to explain what Chomsky and Herman describe as the patterns that recur in the representation and coverage of U.S. state and corporate power in the mainstream media and more widely in U.S. political culture. They readily concede that there are exceptions to these patterns, but in comparison with the overall weight of media coverage these exceptions are slight. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. p. 12. The empirical evidence that they have brought to bear on these issues is impressive and highly supportive of their central concern: the distance between the beliefs about U.S. state and corporate power as expressed in the mainstream media and U.S. political culture, and the reality. Cohen and Rogers, 1991, p. 21. Fisk, 1994. The mechanisms located by the propaganda model offer us an explanation of the array of social forces that help to generate the patterns of representation and coverage of U.S. state and corporate power. At the same 140. Time they are not defending an account of agency which says that journalists are uniformly acting in bad faith and always suppressing explanations that they know to be true. Nor are the actions of journalists inevitable outcomes of their structural position within the industry. On the contrary, Chomsky and Herman, as we have seen, recognize the integrity of journalists whose work frequently leads them into confrontation with the institutions within which they work and the primary interests that those institutions represent. Chomsky and Herman offer two explanations here as to how journalists get around this problem. I. Internalize the values of those whose interests are of primary concern in U.S. political culture and the mainstream media. Thus journalists may well come to believe that the accounts of U.S. state and corporate power they are giving are indeed true. As a consequence, they are not invariably acting on bad faith but are operating under a system of false beliefs. Indeed, such is the structure of the media industries that, as with other powerful institutions in a modern capitalist society, they will seek to appoint those personnel that already share the normative framework that underpins them. This is not an invariant process, and as Chomsky and Herman note, there are significant exceptions, but it offers a plausible explanation of the patterns of conformity expressed in the media. At the same time, it is important to recognize that lying remains a possible source of explanation of these patterns of coverage of U.S. state and corporate power that should not be overlooked. Raboy and Dagenet, 1992, pages 17 to 23. 2. Do what you can when you can. Journalists recognize the constraints that they are working under and seek to utilize openings as and when they occur in order to present a view which challenges the parameters of official discourse. To this end, Chomsky and Herman have written, "We know from personal experience that many journalists are quite aware of the way the system operates, and utilize the occasional openings it affords to provide information and analysis that departs in some measure from the elite consensus, carefully shaping it so as to accommodate to required norms in a general way. But this degree of insight is surely not common. Rather, the norm is a belief that freedom prevails, which is true for those who have internalized the required values and perspectives." Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. p. 304. The propaganda model presents us with a picture of the relationship between structure and agency which avoids the charge of straightforward determinism and which allows for varying degrees of autonomy which will reflect the relative power of institutions and agents at a given time. None. 141. The less there is a balance of power in the industry which reflects the prevailing forms of political, cultural, and economic power in U.S. society. Journalists have autonomy in two senses of the term. A. Either they are conscious of the ideological parameters of the industry in which they work and attempt to do what they can as and when the opportunity arises. B. Or else journalists are chosen to the extent that they have already internalized those core values. If this is the case, then their autonomy appears quite real. If they already share these core beliefs about U.S. state and corporate power, then there would appear to be no infringements of their autonomy in their reporting. The propaganda model does not attempt to refy the division between structure and agency but fully accepts that social structures are the result of social action and as a consequence have the potential to be transformed by people. Social structures exist to the extent that people have created them and recreate them, and they, in turn, serve to generate the range of patterned actions that are a feature of any society. Bhaskar, 1979. As is clearly implied in Chomsky and Herman's work, such social structures have an existence independent of any particular individual working within them. That is, we are born into already existing social structures and act upon them, and they, in turn, act upon us. In this sense, the social structure refers to the tacit and overt rules and material resources of the mainstream media industries and the degrees of autonomy that different agents and groups can bring to bear in interpreting and acting upon them. However, these social structures crucially reflect the balance of power that exists between conflicting social forces at any given time, and in the propaganda model it is quite clear where the balance lies. The ongoing battle between labor and capital is reflected in these social forces, and as I have set out earlier in this chapter, in U.S. political culture this struggle has seen the dominance of social forces around prevailing capitalist forms of social organization. As such, the media industries themselves, which are major capitalist corporations, are a part of these structural relations and serve an important ideological function. Chomsky and Herman stress that this is not all that they do, but that in the coverage of issues of importance to state and corporate power there is a narrow parameter of discussion that hardly ever seeks to challenge the legitimacy and authority of the core values of mainstream U.S. political culture. As Chomsky and Herman note, most biased choices in the media arise from the preselection of right-thinking people, internalized preconceptions, and the adaptation of 142 personnel to the constraints of ownership, organization, market, and political power. In most cases, however, media leaders do similar things because they see the world through the same lenses, are subject to similar constraints and incentives, and thus feature stories or maintain silence together in tacit collective action and leader-follower behavior. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. p. 12. As noted earlier, Chomsky and Herman's work complements that carried out by other writers in the political economy tradition who have sought to trace the historical development of these industries. What is revealed in these studies is an account of the media industries that shows them becoming increasingly constrained in terms of their political diversity as pressures brought about by increasing production costs force those who have sought to challenge the core values of capitalism into bankruptcy. Increasingly across time, the structural power of those social forces who have sought to defend existing capitalist relations has expanded against those who would question or oppose this. As we have seen in this chapter, there has been no inevitable or mechanical reproduction of social relations in the communications industry, instead it has been part of a conscious, bloody, and ongoing struggle between conflicting social forces. Technological developments of the past 20 years have helped to spread this expansion spatially so that increasingly the world's communication industries are converging in patterns of ownership and control. 29 At the same time, Chomsky recognizes that these structural changes have also generated a range of dissenting voices existing and coordinating outside the mainstream. The introduction of new technologies generates a range of possibilities that might yet enable oppositional forces to challenge the ideological conformity of an increasingly centralist and privately owned communications industry. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. Conclusion. Autonomy within the mainstream media may have diminished historically as the structural power of the industry has expanded and the political cultural diversity narrowed, but outside the mainstream the possibilities for independent activity and thought remain, as Chomsky has always stressed in his work. The propaganda model is not a generalizable model that applies to all political cultures but is one that Chomsky and Herman have developed from a study of the concrete realities of U.S. society. However, it is increasingly evident that, with the convergence of the media industries at a global level, these tendencies might well be reflected in developments in other countries. What conclusions does Chomsky and Herman's work lead to about U.S. political culture and how sound are they? 143. U.S. political culture, conflict and consensus. As I have stressed throughout this chapter, Chomsky's social and political writings are explicitly concerned with both the grounds for and the limits to consensus and conflict in U.S. political culture. To this end, the propaganda model aims to reveal the reasons why both mainstream U.S. media and U.S. political culture more generally seem to share narrow parameters of expression, debate, and analysis. It is an attempt to give an account of the structural and cultural pressures that help to restrict and guide the direction of both of these factors. The copious evidence that both Chomsky and Herman present in defense of their model as to the nature of bias in the mainstream media is persuasive and sets out a clear picture of the ideological nature of this coverage. Their claims support the view that media coverage is biased on four grounds. It is biased towards existing structures of power in U.S. society, both material and symbolic. 2. Coverage of the role of U.S. state and corporate power overwhelmingly rests upon a distorted analysis of the real effects of this power both domestically and globally. 3. The diversity of opinion and explanation in mainstream media and political culture is extremely narrow. 4. These tendencies have increased in the 20th century, as a result of a range of political and economic pressures that have closed down the outlets for dissenting voices. Chomsky and Herman's work presents a strong case to be answered, particularly when it is supported by a range of other writers working on issues of U.S. political culture and media analysis. However, before turning to the implications of their work for an understanding of the state of consensus and conflict in U.S. political culture, there are a number of objections to the model which need to be considered. The first of these concerns the relationship between ideology and the interests of dominant elites in the United States. Dennis McQuail, for example, has said that the propaganda model is a straightforward structuralist functionalist account of the media, with all of its attendant limitations. McQuail, 1987, p. 367. The idea here is that the ideological content of the media is straightforwardly of functionalist interest and support for dominant elites in U.S. society. There are two main problems with functionalism that tend to recur in critiques of it. Functionalism is a deterministic account of the relationship between social structures, institutions, and agency that offers us no explanation. 144. Of why a particular structure came into being or how it might be transformed. In this case, it is an ahistoric and reified view of the media and of mainstream political culture. 2. It presupposes a model of a particular institution or process that is homogeneous and closed. In this case, that the media is a monolithic and invariant entity that shares a narrow range of values. Giddens, 1984, pages 293-7. There are undoubtedly functionalist elements to the propaganda model, as Chomsky and Herman state clearly. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. Preface and Chapter 1. A great deal of the ideological representation of U.S. state and corporate power that they are concerned with is indeed of functional interest to those who exercise authority and control within those institutions. However, I am not sure that Chomsky and Herman fall prey to the standard critique of functionalism that I have set out above. In fact, their work presents a view of the U.S. media and political culture that avoids the kind of reifying and homogenizing tendencies that critics of functionalism have focused upon. By way of defending the model from these functionalist criticisms, I would draw attention to three aspects of Chomsky and Herman's work. First, although Chomsky and Herman assert that mainstream U.S. media representations are highly functional for the interests of elites in U.S. society, they do not present a picture of U.S. society that is ideologically closed and resting upon an invariant consensus. On the contrary, their work presupposes just the opposite, as should be clear by now. The level of consent that exists in U.S. political culture reflects the ability of powerful elites in U.S. society to promote and defend their interests through the use of both propaganda and coercion. As Chomsky and Herman have made repeatedly clear, even after many decades of attempts to instill a shared ethos around a core ideology, it is quite clear that large sections of U.S. society do not agree with it, and frequently actively oppose those values. I can see no objection to the idea that elites themselves share a range of interests in defending their power and authority, and in this chapter I have documented many of the studies that have attempted to show just this. To that extent, the functional aspect of the propaganda model is perfectly valid and wholly appropriate if we are to explain the narrow parameters of debate in the U.S. media and mainstream political culture. What the model does not allow for, I think, is that elites themselves are often divided and, as a consequence, what is functional for different elite factions will vary over time. This is all the more surprising given that Chomsky has often noted in other writings the way in which elite groups in U.S. political culture have held different and conflicting political agendas. Bodenheimer and Gould, 1989, Introduction. 145. Second, the propaganda model gives a clear account of the structural development of the U.S. media and of the changing balance of social forces in U.S. political culture. Chomsky and Herman have an empirically grounded account of why the industry and the wider political culture have developed in the way that they have, and, as I have stressed, they do not see U.S. society as simply a closed functional system. Instead, they have sought to emphasize the way in which oppositional groups to prevailing forms of U.S. state and corporate power have struggled to resist and counter mainstream media and political culture. The fragmented nature of this political opposition has tended to undermine its impact, but it remains a thriving and conflictual part of U.S. political culture. Chomsky and Herman do not explain this persistence in functional terms, as these oppositional groups remain a potential challenge to the existing structures of power and authority. Finally, the propaganda model is not an ahistoric account of an unchanging media structure, but is one that has sought to trace the developments of the industry and U.S. political culture in the light of ongoing and persistent conflict in U.S. society. As the media industries have narrowed in terms of ownership, so have their parameters of debate and analysis. At the same time, new forms of political communication have sprung up outside the mainstream to act as an alternative network for the diverse oppositional forces in the USA. As Chomsky and Herman note in Manufacturing Consent, there are a variety of political forces at work in U.S. society whose impact on politics is not marginal. Chomsky and Herman suggest that in part the reason that the Reagan administration did not intervene directly in Central America in the 1980s was very much to do with the dissent and public voice of the various solidarity groups, church groups, and the U.S. peace movement. Chomsky and Herman, 1988 c. pages 306-7. The media representations of U.S. state and corporate power may be highly functional for dominant social forces, but Chomsky and Herman do not extend their functional analysis to U.S. society as a whole, and it would be a gross mistake to assume that they do. They do not present an account of U.S. society as a closed system centered around functional relationships. More problematic, I think, is the extent to which the propaganda model has implications about media effects and consent which are difficult to sustain in the light of Chomsky and Herman's own account of U.S. political culture. Chomsky's work with Herman on the propaganda model and elsewhere in his writings, most notably in his follow-up volume Necessary Illusions, give an account of the relationship between ideology and consent in U.S. political culture, which is about effects in two distinct and problematic ways. The first problematic notion of effects, contained in both the propaganda model and elsewhere in Chomsky's writings, is that while sections of mainstream U.S. 146 political culture have a genuine belief in the ideological defense of U.S. state and corporate power, many among the senior reaches of the corporate and state elites do not. In fact, the implication is that these elite groups have a reasonably clear picture of the way in which U.S. state and corporate power is really exercised, and indeed they have to if they are to defend their interests effectively. 30. While Chomsky and Herman present plenty of evidence to support their analyses, the implication of their presentation is to impute a level of infallibility to these groups that is difficult to sustain alongside the rest of their analysis of U.S. political culture. For example, Chomsky's work on the arms build-up during the Second Cold War of the early 1980s illustrates quite clearly the contradictory nature of elite interests. While the arms build-up made good economic sense for sectors of the U.S. economy in terms of providing a vast public subsidy for private industrial expansion in high-tech and related industries, it made little geopolitical sense in that it pitched the USA into a level of escalation and potential conflict that might have led to all-out war. Walker, 1995. This, in turn, was reflected in the level of intra-elite conflict in the USA, which has been noted elsewhere and of which Chomsky has himself written. The criticism I would make here is that while elites are undoubtedly able to wield powerful resources in U.S. society, they are still prone to misunderstandings and irrational behavior which at times Chomsky tends to underemphasize. Hollis and Lukes, 1982, p. 133. If you like, there is a Manichaean quality to Chomsky's analysis that tends to refute the very strong notion of resistance and opposition that is central to his writings and to his account of human nature. The second problem of effects in the propaganda model is one that ties together Chomsky's limited interest in, but usually critical view of, popular culture, Ekbar, 1994, pages 90-2. Generally, Chomsky and Herman's work is not particularly concerned with popular culture beyond the familiar criticisms that it serves to divert attention from issues of real concern to people. Chomsky's analysis of mainstream U.S. political culture emphasizes that the groups most fully committed to the core values that defend the ideological image of U.S. state and corporate power will tend to be those with the greatest interest in defending the existing structures of power in society. Given the limited writings on popular culture in Chomsky's work, it is difficult to know how far his criticisms really go, and given his overt anarchist/libertarian socialist sympathies, it is a little surprising that he should lapse at times into what is a fairly conventional Marxist critique of popular culture and mass society. As Jesus Martin Barbero has noted, anarchists have tended to take a far more positive view of popular culture as the arena in which popular opposition and resistance to authority can be acted out and explored. Martin Barbero, 1993, Chapter 1. Chomsky's own experiences as a child are quite 147. Revealing herein that it was the popular working class culture of pre-war New York that was the intellectual environment in which he thrived. He has commented on various occasions that, in his experience, it was the most vibrant and stimulating intellectual period of his life and that there is nothing left now of that culture. In this sense, his criticisms of popular culture are based upon what he sees as the decline in its potential for popular participation and social emancipation. Chomsky, 1987d, pages 11 to 14. At the very least, this remains a significantly underexplored area of Chomsky's account of U.S. politics and culture. We are left with two contrasting pictures of popular culture in Chomsky's work: the popular culture of social and political resistance and opposition, which has a long history in U.S. society and which Chomsky draws out in his work, and the corporate popular culture that is analyzed in the work of writers such as Herbert Schiller, 1989. The less problematic effects issue that arises from the propaganda model is one which I think has substantial claims to explanatory power. This is the assertion that Chomsky and Herman make that apparent widespread conformity in U.S. political culture to the existing structure of social relations can be explained by mundane factors that pervade everyday life rather than the more covert impact of ideological manipulation. The pressures to conformity in any society where economic and social insecurity is great are immense, and when coupled with the lack of a clearly presented alternative political culture and ideology, it is perhaps not hard to understand why the image of consensus prevails to the extent that it does. Cohen and Rogers, 1983. Again, the success of the Reagan administration is a classic example of just this phenomenon, in that both presidencies were seen as being overwhelmingly popular and marking a rightwards shift in U.S. politics and culture. However, the reality of this rightwards shift and the popularity of the Reagan presidency is more complex in that, as Chomsky and Herman have shown, research illustrates clearly that even the majority of Reagan voters did not agree with the policies of the administrations and actually held quite different values and policy priorities. They were voting for, among other things, the image of the man, not the ideas. When added to the low turnout at both elections, the stunning mandate breaks down to less than 25% of the U.S. population. Hardly a major shift in popular ideology. The significant question that really arises here is why voter turnout is so low and what this tells us about existing U.S. political culture. Chomsky, 1987b, pages 240 to 5, Burnham, 1986, pages 303 to 8. 31. The picture that emerges in Chomsky's work on propaganda and U.S. political culture is one in which the balance and struggle between consensus and conflict is ongoing. The ideological serviceability of the media does not necessarily induce any kind of stable or lasting consensus and, while civil. 148. Society has historically been dominated by powerful corporate and state institutions and interests. It has also afforded the space for resistance to these increasingly authoritarian and unaccountable forms of power. The possibilities for social and political change depend upon the balance of these conflictual social forces, and there is nothing inevitable about the outcome. To this end, Chomsky has commented, if you assume that there's no hope, you guarantee that there will be no hope. If you assume that there is an instinct for freedom, there are opportunities to change things, there's a chance you may contribute to a better world. That's your choice. Chomsky, 1993b, p. 355. Descartes and Orwell's Problems Revisited. Chomsky's work with Herman on the propaganda model and his own social and political writings lead towards two answers to the issues raised by Descartes and Orwell's problems. What are the barriers to social and political transformation in U.S. society? This, I take it, is the central issue that arises in Chomsky's work over the nature of consent and conflict in U.S. political culture. Taking each issue in turn, Chomsky's work offers the following conclusions. A. Descartes problem: how do we know when we are being misled? The use of propaganda by state and corporate institutions has been a permanent feature of U.S. politics in the 20th century and has had a mixed record of success in its ability to manipulate public opinion on issues of importance to it. Propaganda here refers to the short-term and perhaps temporary hold that misinformation and deception can have upon the public's awareness of political issues. Despite the reach and power of both state and corporate institutions to help set agendas in politics and the media, their control is limited by the extent to which there is an active and widespread civil society which is composed of alternative sources of information. B. Orwell's problem: beliefs and reality. Orwell's problem is more insidious in that it is a concern with the continuities in a political culture which are central to the production and reproduction of any society at both the material and symbolic level. The explanation that emerges here is one that focuses upon the structural relations in a society that have been established over time and become deeply embedded in that culture. They are the range of meanings and self-images that underpin mainstream political culture and help to define the legitimate parameters for 149. Political action and discourse. Orwell's problem and its concern with the separation between beliefs and reality leads us to consider the historical development of material and symbolic power in U.S. society and the relationship between them. The concern here is with the ways in which a common-sense understanding of the role of U.S. state and corporate power has been established both domestically and internationally. There is no necessary popular consensus here, as Chomsky and Herman have illustrated, that the beliefs about U.S. state and corporate power set out at the beginning of the chapter are contested both domestically and internationally. Their concern is with the realm of official or mainstream U.S. political culture where the powerful institutions and actors reside. In particular, Orwell's problem illustrates the way in which these culturally embedded presuppositions and norms about U.S. state and corporate power help to set the grounds for the wider political culture where debate and analysis take place. To overcome Orwell's problem requires, among other things, the defense and expansion of a critical political culture in which a far wider realm of ideas and analysis is available to all citizens. There are many structural obstacles to such a goal, as should be clear from the analysis offered by Chomsky and Herman, as it would challenge the interests of dominant social forces in U.S. society, but nonetheless it remains a crucial principle underpinning his ideas about libertarian socialism and a freer society. In the final chapter I will bring together the positive and normative aspects of Chomsky's work as I examine the grounds for his ideas about libertarian socialism and human emancipation. 6. Chomsky on libertarian socialism, reconciling solidarity and diversity. Introduction. In the final chapter I want to turn my attention more fully to Chomsky's ideas on libertarian socialism and their implications for a number of issues in social and political thought. In particular, I want to examine the grounds for arguing that libertarian socialism offers a means by which both Descartes and Orwell's problems can be challenged. My aim here is to set out and defend a range of ideas that Chomsky sees as central to libertarian socialism while also examining some of the difficulties it faces. There are two main strands to the concluding chapter which help to draw together many of the themes concerning power, knowledge, and human nature that I have explored in Chomsky's work. After introducing what Chomsky has to say about the libertarian socialist tendency and its heritage, I will consider the grounds for it that are to be located in Chomsky's ideas about human nature and freedom. Throughout, my intention is to focus upon Chomsky's interpretation of libertarian socialism and the primary obstacles to the realization of such a social order. In addition, I will also attempt to defend libertarian socialism, as far as possible, from the counterclaims of its diverse critics. The central problem facing any form of emancipatory social and political thought grounded in an account of human nature is the following: if libertarian socialism is the most suitable form of social and political organization for satisfying and realizing the deepest aspects of our human nature, then why do current social and political arrangements not resemble it more fully? I think that such an answer can be offered, but at the same time it is an answer that reveals what thus far has been the fundamental weakness of libertarian socialism. Libertarian socialism, a recurring tendency in social and political thought. The true end of man, is the highest and most harmonious development of his powers to a complete and consistent whole. Wilhelm von Humboldt, 1969, p. 16. 150. 151. Classical libertarian thought is opposed to state intervention in social life, as a consequence of deeper assumptions about human nature and the need for liberty, diversity, and free association. Noam Chomsky, Garin, 1970, p. 12, Liberty without socialism is privilege and injustice, socialism without liberty is slavery and brutality. Michael Bakunin, 1980, p. 127, perhaps the central issue facing contemporary social and political thought is a theme that runs throughout modernity, the tension between claims to universality and particularity in social and political thought and practice, Squires, 1993. It is an issue that takes a variety of forms: culture as opposed to nature, the common good and the rights of the individual, nationalism as opposed to internationalism, and so on. In recent times a familiar story about modernist social and political thought has emerged that reads along the following lines: the demise of socialism is based often upon the premise that socialism in modernity led inexorably towards a social order within which the need to homogeneous and typologize all peoples into a system dominated by state power was transcendent and where aspirations to diversity were crushed. Such a form of social and political organization could only end in tragedy, as it curbed and challenged the very qualities that render human beings distinct, most importantly, their desire for freedom. Conversely, liberalism as the alternate major political movement of modernity, with its emphasis upon individual liberty and diversity, was, at least temporarily, seen as the beneficiary of the failings of state socialism as ideas about the end of history resurfaced in the wake of the revolutionary movements in Eastern Europe in 1989. Only liberal capitalism, so the argument went, was capable of providing for the essentially idiosyncratic needs and wants of peoples marked most distinctively by their desire to pursue their own, freely chosen, ends, wherever they took them. Socialism, by contrast, was seen to offer little more than at best a model for society built around a paternalistic and bureaucratic social and political order that tended to sap people's creative instincts and freedom. More recently, liberals too have been much vexed by the universalist claims that underpin liberal capitalism and its own tendency to trample notions of society and community underfoot in the wake of the need for forms of capital accumulation that have shifted from the national to an increasingly global scale. Gray, 1995, The Undoing of Conservatism. Within social and political thought, this mood has been reflected in the fragmentation of many old certainties about political ideology and the profusion of a range of new philosophical and theoretical agendas, many influenced by the linguistic turn that I focused upon in earlier chapters. In 152. This sense, it has proven to be a period in which the transcendence of ideas of difference and diversity in political thought have been most marked, with modernist ideas about universality and solidarity regarded with at best suspicion and at worst withering disdain. One, for a variety of reasons, then, a figure like Chomsky, firmly rooted in the Enlightenment and modernist traditions, would appear to be something of an anachronism in this period of dissension. What case can be made for any kind of socialism, libertarian or otherwise? What Chomsky's social and political thought offers us is the defense of a tendency in socialism that is implacably opposed to state, what Chomsky calls authoritarian socialism, and which is at the same time concerned with grounding itself in an understanding of humanity that emphasizes both the reality and necessity of solidarity with the equally important need for the expression of creativity and diversity in social and political life. Before moving on to the arguments about the need for a politics that is built upon a sense of solidarity that is something more than the contingency of community identity, it is worthwhile clarifying the main strands of libertarian socialist thought as Chomsky sees them. I would stress that Chomsky sees himself as a fellow traveler in this tradition, someone who aims to add to an already rich vein of thought. Thus it is not my intention to set Chomsky up as an infallible grand theorist or new orthodoxy, as such an idea is antithetical to the tendencies within libertarian socialism to which he refers. Rather, what I think is important about Chomsky's work is that he offers us a coherent and revived account of aspects of libertarian socialism at a time when such social and political ideas are threatened on all sides. Indeed, the fact that Chomsky sees libertarian socialism as a tendency in social and political thought is itself quite significant. What he means here is that the central ideas that tend to cut across libertarian socialist writers and movements resurface at different times and places in different groups, such themes as the transformation of society from below, a movement towards self-management in the economy, a federated social and political system organized around a system of councils, the defense of individual liberty from centralist power, opposition to all forms of centralist power and illegitimate authority, solidarity with those suffering from oppression. 2. Rather than being a self-conscious and organized political movement, as with Marxist political parties, libertarian socialism is a tendency that arises in a variety of social and political movements past and present. At times substantive and far-reaching, as in the Spanish Civil War, more recently finding an outlet in aspects of green social and political thought. 3. For Chomsky it remains the best means by which a form of social organization might be established that would satisfy human needs, as well as the aspiration to both solidarity and 153. Diversity in human affairs, while at the same time serving to ameliorate the impact of both Descartes and Orwell's problems. What, then, is the libertarian socialist heritage that Chomsky has outlined in his work? Chomsky on libertarian socialism as a tendency in social and political thought. For God's sake, when we have demolished all a priori dogmas, do not let us think of indoctrinating the people in our turn. I wholeheartedly applaud your idea of bringing all shades of opinion to light. Let us have a good and honest polemic. Let us set the world an example of wise and far-sighted tolerance, but simply because we are leaders of a movement let us not instigate a new intolerance. Let us not set ourselves up as the apostles of a new religion, even if it be the religion of logic or science. Proudhon to Marx, 1846, Marshall, 1992, p. 241, Chomsky has described libertarian socialism as the tendency within socialist thought that is opposed to all forms of centralist power and authority, be they political or economic power. As such, it is a tendency that spans the breadth of non-state socialist thought. Within this rubric it incorporates anarchists and socialists opposed to the idea that the centralization of political and economic power in the hands of the state or corporations will lead to anything other than tyranny. More explicitly, it is clear in Chomsky's work that, in general, he sees libertarian socialism as being qualitatively distinct from, and fundamentally opposed to, Bolshevism or any form of socialist thought that places notions of party or vanguard before the interests of working people. For this is entirely coherent with Chomsky's conception of agency and freedom that I outlined in earlier chapters, emphasizing as it does the inherent capacity that is a part of our generative human nature to struggle for freedom from external manipulation and control in whatever form it takes. Thus, Chomsky has cited a range of writers whom he sees as being major influences within the libertarian socialist tradition. Significantly, given Chomsky's avowed acknowledgement of the need for any emancipatory politics to be concerned with both solidarity and diversity, he has developed a lineage in libertarian socialist thought that traces its origins back to the work of a range of classical liberal writers. For example, at various times Chomsky has focused upon all of the following: Adam Smith's critique of centralist power, the tendency in markets towards oligopoly and monopoly, and his views on human creativity. 5. Jefferson's defense of a radically decentralist form of political community based around a locally organized and federated council system. 6. Rousseau's ideas on the natural desire or instinct for 154. Freedom and creativity in human nature. 7. And perhaps most significantly, the ideas contained in the work of Wilhelm Humboldt about our inherent need to exercise and develop these powers because of the pleasure and fulfillment that this brings to us, a concept that Humboldt called Bildung, Chomsky, 1975b. This is little more than a snapshot of the aspects of classical liberal thought which, Chomsky has argued, finds its logical fulfillment in libertarian socialism. Why should this be the case? Surely as classical liberals the views of the above writers are in clear contradiction to later socialist thought. This is only partly true. What all of these writers share is a commitment to the defense of social autonomy, meaning that people should be free from coercive pressure when it comes to establishing the basis of their forms of social and political organization. The latter they locate primarily in the state, although Smith, for example, was highly aware of the dangers of concentrated economic power. What Chomsky has argued is that while classical liberalism may well be antithetical to state socialism, it is not necessarily antithetical to libertarian socialism. In fact, there is a strong case to be made that if it is to remain consistent in its resistance to all centralist forms of power and authority, then classical liberals would be equally opposed to both centralist political and economic power. For Chomsky, this means a fundamental critique of capitalism and a need to challenge the premises upon which it is based. Given that classical liberal theorists were generally writing at a time when capitalism was emerging as a social and economic form, they could hardly have been aware of precisely how it would develop. Moreover, there is little reason to doubt that, at the time, state power would quite legitimately have been seen as a primary threat to the possibility of expanding the realm of freedom for all peoples. However, as Chomsky has cogently argued, a commitment to opposing centralist power and authority in any guise means a constant opposition to all such forms. As such, Chomsky argues that for libertarian socialists both corporate and state power remain immense obstacles to the possibility of realizing what they see as the good society. Among socialist theorists, Chomsky locates the libertarian tendency in many of the more obvious anarchist writers from Bakunin, most importantly, through to Kropotkin and the less well-known figure of Rudolf Rocker, whose anarcho-syndicalism Chomsky sees as the major work in libertarian socialism this century. In addition to the deep influence of anarchism in Chomsky's account of libertarian socialism, there is room for those he has described as left-wing or non-state Marxist writers, those such Anton Pannekoek, Rosa Luxemburg, Paul Maddox, and others, a list to which we might add such figures as William Morris and Bertrand Russell. 8. 155. Chomsky on Marx and libertarian socialism. Any account of socialism must have something to say about Marx's centrality to socialist thought, and Chomsky's account of libertarian socialism is no exception. Indeed, critics have been quick to describe Chomsky as being a Marxist himself, a response that says more about the catch-all nature of the term than it interprets fairly Chomsky's own views. 9. Think that Chomsky's position towards Marx can be clarified in the following way. Chomsky has stated on various occasions that he has a high regard for Marx as a revolutionary socialist, and other writers have noted that there are similarities in the approaches to inquiry pursued by them both. 10. Nonetheless, Chomsky has three major criticisms to make of both Marx and, more significantly, what he sees as the problems of the Marxist tradition. First, Chomsky has been highly critical of the sectarian nature of Marx's own actions as a political agent, particularly with regard to his dispute with Bakunin over the direction of the First International. Marx's desire for political control over the movement is indicative of a tendency to intolerance that surfaced throughout the period of his practical political activity. 11. While Marx undoubtedly expresses ideas that fall comfortably within the tendency that is libertarian socialism, his political activism frequently led in the opposite direction. More importantly, his influence as a writer and theorist has provided the rhetorical grounds for what Chomsky calls authoritarian or state socialism. Second, Chomsky has been extremely critical of the notion of a Marxist tradition, arguing that it comes close to a form of idolatry or a deification of Marx's ideas. As Chomsky has noted, now personally, I think Marx was a human being, not a god, with very important ideas, and a human being who made many mistakes, which is why he kept changing his views through his life. And in the past 100 years we have found a lot more about many other mistakes. Chomsky, 1988d, pages 176-7, it is worth stressing that Marx too was well aware of the problems likely to arise from such developments as shown in his well-known denial that he was himself not a Marxist. For Chomsky, socialism in general can be seen to have suffered inordinately as a movement by an unhealthy predilection for doctrinal commitment to Marx as a sacred text, a point that he has made with obvious disapproval. Chomsky, 1988b, Class Consciousness and the Ideology of Power. A political movement that lapses into such tendencies is clearly in grave danger of ossifying and structuring itself around uncritical and authoritarian political practices, a point that the history of state socialism does. 156. More than enough to substantiate. This, in turn, offers support to the criticisms of those postmodern writers who have argued that modernity has been intrinsically marked by modes of thought that are grounded in claims to absolute certainty about politics and which subsequently lead to the worst of political practices. Bauman, 1989. Thus Chomsky is supportive of substantive aspects of Marx's work to the extent that it adds to and develops the libertarian socialist canon, and equally critical of authoritarian tendencies within the Marxist tradition. Chomsky, 1988b, p. 246. None of this should be taken to mean that Chomsky is somehow anti-Marx in his social and political thought. Nor does he argue that there is a straightforward link from Marx through to Lenin and then Stalin. On the contrary, he is well aware of the insights and advancements generated for human emancipation through those situating themselves within Marxism. What it does illustrate is that Chomsky is selective about what he takes from Marx and Marxism. An obvious and important rejoinder to the criticisms made by Chomsky from within the Marxist or state socialist tradition is to ask of libertarian socialists what alternate strategy they have for attaining the kind of society that will offer greater emancipation. It is all very well to criticize state socialism or the Bolshevik tradition, but what alternatives have libertarian socialists offered in their place as a guide not only for theories of socialist societies but, most crucially, for political practice? This is a substantive and important question, and it does expose one of the historical weaknesses of libertarian socialism, its inability to defend itself in practice from those groups in society with a vested interest in its failure. 12. I will turn to these questions of action and strategy in more detail shortly, but for now I want briefly to highlight some of the main ideas that run through Chomsky's thoughts on libertarian socialism and finish this section with a view as to the understanding of freedom and equality that it presents us with. Chomsky on key themes in libertarian socialism. In my view, what a popular movement ought to be is just basically libertarian, concerned with forms of oppression, authority, and domination, challenging them. Sometimes they're justifiable under particular conditions, sometimes they're not. If they are not, try to overcome them. Noam Chomsky, 1993b, p. 14, on a general level, libertarian socialism can be characterized by a number of ideas that have recurred in a variety of movements and writers. The defining aim can be seen to be the desire to end all forms of slavery in social 157 relations, be it wage slavery or the slavery that can be embedded in family structures, and so on. Chomsky, 1993b, pages 246-8. As a consequence, its ambition is to bring about a transformation of existing society so that forms of social order can be established that more fully reflect our human needs. Although Chomsky has remained an assiduous critic of the class structure of American society and the exploitative nature of these social relations, libertarian socialists in general have frequently come in for a severe criticism from other socialists for a poor understanding of the centrality of class relations in a capitalist society. Marx, for one, was particularly scathing towards anarchists in this regard. Marshall, 1992, p. 26. While it is true to say that anarchists have always aligned themselves with the oppressed in general as opposed to the proletariat in particular, The anarcho-syndicalism with which Chomsky is most in sympathy within anarchist thought has often been criticized by other strains of anarchism for being overtly class determinist. Wilkin, 1993. As I say, Chomsky's work has always focused upon the attacks on the working classes that have been ongoing in 20th century US society, what he calls a one-sided class war. 13. Nonetheless, Chomsky is equally aware of the difficulties in tying down the meaning of the idea of a ruling class, preferring instead to use the term elite as it covers those groups in society that occupy positions of hierarchical and illegitimate power and authority generally, rather than focusing solely on the power of a capitalist class. 14. Hence Chomsky's concern with the role of intellectuals in helping to manufacture consent in modern U.S. political culture. Crucially, though, he argues that power remains in the hands of capital and the state, the principal obstacles to the possibility of bringing about a libertarian socialist society. As I set out in Chapter 5, he does not collapse the one into the other and defends the idea that the state and capitalists can and often do have highly conflictual interests. Returning to the theme of the agents of social change in libertarian socialist thought, generally libertarian socialists have sought to align themselves with all oppressed groups in society, as opposed to championing the pivotal role of an industrial proletariat. As a consequence, the transformation of society is an action that moves from the lowest level of action, transforming how we act in all aspects of our daily life, through to the glaring need to restructure the organization of economic and political life. Chomsky's views about the agents of change certainly emphasize the relationship between workers and capitalists, but they may also stress a holistic view of social transformation which suggests that a libertarian socialist movement has to be committed to the ending of myriad forms of oppression. What is transparent in Chomsky's work is that the transformation of existing social relations is impossible without a form of solidarity that recognizes the shared nature and form of 158. Exploitation in capitalist societies as well as the need to secure a social order that allows all peoples to develop their powers, interests, and talents in conjunction with their responsibilities towards each other. While the opportunity to pursue and develop diversity and difference are undoubtedly features of a capitalist world system, the defining fact here is that they are radically uneven in their distribution and reflect existing inequalities of social power. They are not specific to the contrast between nation-states, for example, as even the wealthiest nation-states are radically divided in terms of wealth and poverty and the attendant ability of peoples to exercise and develop their potentials for creativity and freedom. Sen, 1992, Poverty and Affluence. This uneven development is a necessary feature of capitalism as a global force, and libertarian socialists, as Chomsky emphasizes, remain virulent critics of the view that the genuine and lasting fulfillment of human potential can be achieved in capitalist societies. The case for solidarity is irrefutable if the goal is to be not only a free society where people can pursue their interests and talents and develop their natural powers and capacities, but a society where this is to be achieved for all peoples and not to be secured for some at the expense of any other group or class. There remains, then, within Chomsky's account of libertarian socialism the commitment to solidarity between oppressed peoples as well as the need to enable people to pursue and develop their diverse talents and interests. What is crucial here is that a good society will be one in which the latter is not guaranteed at the expense of the former. The good society in libertarian socialist thought will be one in which diversity emerges in the context of social relations that are neither exploitative nor grounded in illegitimate forms of authority and hierarchy. This, in turn, rests upon a transformation of society that is generated from below and is deeply embedded in a political culture that actively pursues and promotes these changes. Without this notion of a political culture that is self-conscious of the need for such social transformation, any movement for social change runs the risk of being grounded in more authoritarian forms of political organization. Having set out something of the libertarian socialist tradition, I want to move on here to look at the grounds for it that Chomsky offers in his work. Grounding libertarian socialism, generative. Human nature. In earlier chapters I have shown how Chomsky has argued that any serious social and political thought will put forward a clear conception of the qualities of human nature, what it is that renders human beings most distinctive as a 159 species. To that extent he concurs with Berlin's idea that an understanding of the nature of human beings brings with it an account of what constitutes human freedom, Quinton, 1967, p. 152. Chomsky's account of generative human nature is important precisely because it provides him with the means to ground his social and political thought. As I have set out in Chapter 3, generative human nature posits a strong account of human needs, needs that are transhistoric as well as needs that are historically specific. While all human needs are culturally mediated, Chomsky's argument supports and adds strength to the idea that needs can be presented in terms of a layered model that begins with universally necessary and transhistoric needs and moves through layers of needs that are historically and culturally specific. This move can be seen in terms of what I call here core and peripheral needs. To illustrate where the conception of human needs that lies at the heart of libertarian socialism takes us, I can briefly illustrate the range of needs which arise. Core needs. These will include such general categories as the need for food, shelter, the need for cultural activities and the free exercise of our creative powers, protection from the environment, some form of communal or social bonds, health provision, and protection from cruelty, harm, and exploitation. These needs can be seen as universal and transhistoric. They are things that must be satisfied in order for any human being to live a dignified life. These are general categories of need within which there would be a requirement for sensitivity to the particular differences that reflected such factors as gender, culture, and so on. 2. Secondary needs are those that take the form of the range of culturally and historically specific activities and resources that help to define the life of a full member of any culture at any given time. 3. Peripheral needs. Although I have termed these as peripheral needs, this does not imply that they are somehow less important than core needs. On the contrary, peripheral needs refers to those needs that are intrinsic to individuals. They are needs that are specific to the skills, talents, and powers of individuals in all of their natural diversity. A good society would be one in which all of our needs were satisfied as far as resources allow. The difference is that the satisfaction of core needs must have primacy for reasons of solidarity and justice. To satisfy the peripheral needs of some members of society while the core 160 needs of others might be neglected is to extend the freedom of some at the expense of others. There is a trade-off between core and peripheral needs that reflects the fact that we live in a world of finite resources in which it is necessary to prioritize the satisfaction of core needs prior to peripheral needs if the latter are not to rest upon an exploitative social relationship. A number of objections can and have been raised against the idea of grounding political objectives in an understanding of human needs, and there are three in particular that I want to deal with here. The first objection is one that arises even among those who might be sympathetic to Chomsky's ideas about libertarian socialism and asks, what is significant or special about human needs that we should focus such concern on them? To say that we should prioritize the satisfaction of core needs is to say very little about a libertarian society, as the things that are prioritized under core needs seem to be quite prosaic. In fact, they appear to be things that any reasonable person would take for granted anyway, so why would they form a central plank of any emancipatory political program? In a sense, this criticism is an understandable one. The kind of needs included under core needs do indeed seem ordinary. Who could possibly object to everyone having the entitlement to claim adequate food, health care, housing, leisure and creative activities, freedom from exploitation, and so on? And yet if we take a snapshot of the state of the world as it currently stands with regard to core needs alone, the picture that emerges is one that is radically different to that which would reflect a world in which core needs were met for all. The UN Social Summit, which took place in 1995, revealed that a vast proportion of the world's population, around 1 in 5, enjoy the satisfaction of none of their core needs. Instead, they live in conditions of absolute poverty, meaning that they do not have the bare means to provide for their daily existence. When the gross inequalities, poverty, and exploitation that scar the picture of the world are exposed to comparison with the idea of satisfying core needs, then it becomes much clearer as to why a political movement shaped around this aspiration would be so radical. The entitlement to satisfying core needs would transform the lives of millions of people around the world, not just those in the South but increasingly significant areas of uneven development in the North. For these reasons it seems to me that a libertarian socialist politics grounded in the satisfaction of human needs remains a massively important project. The second objection to human needs that I want to consider here is that they are actually functional or teleological claims. 15. The criticism is that to talk in terms of human needs is to make a claim about the essential qualities of human beings and, by extension, it is a claim about the form of social order that would be most functional towards the satisfaction of these essential qualities. In a sense it is a claim that is similar to ideas about the end of history. 161. If we could only build a society around human needs, then we would have the perfectly functioning social order in which all needs would be met. It could be seen as a kind of utopia. There are 2 points to be made here that offer a counter to these criticisms while at the same time defending the centrality of human needs to any emancipatory political project. First, the satisfaction of core human needs, for example, may well be seen in functional terms if by this is meant that it improves the general happiness and comfort of human beings. If satisfying core human needs offers a general improvement in the state of mankind, then I see no objection to calling this a functional claim. Who would object to this? If, however, the claim is that the satisfaction of core needs means that there is also a perfect form of social order that would guarantee this task and that, by extension, this would amount to the end of social change, then this seems to be a far more problematic claim to make. Chomsky has made clear in his writings that there is no end goal of social theory, no hidden teleology secreted in an account of human needs. What remains is a continued search for more liberatory forms of social organization. The satisfaction of core needs is the starting point for an emancipated society. Indeed, the role that the creative aspect of our generative human nature plays in generating new forms of knowledge, art, and culture is such that these tendencies would only be enhanced and exercised more freely by all in a libertarian socialist society. Creativity and innovation negate the idea of a teleological social order that is the endpoint of human existence. The final critique of human needs that tends to recur, and is probably the most striking criticism, is that a claim to human needs is a purely arbitrary one. 16. Many writers have said that we should reject the idea of human needs in toto, as they are claims that cannot be settled in a rational manner. More profoundly, when state socialism has tried to address human needs, it has come in for a sustained and deep attack by liberal critics who have focused upon the problems of the idea that the state is the appropriate vehicle for the satisfaction of human needs. Von Hayek, 1944. Liberal critics have argued that at best this is a paternalistic view and at worst it is potentially despotic. What grounds does the state have for claiming that it knows people's needs better than they do themselves? Why should we trust the state to act in our best interests over such issues when it may well have its own agenda to pursue, that includes its ability to manipulate our understanding of what constitutes our needs? Far better to either leave the decision-making about needs to the individuals concerned or else to minimize the significance of needs as a political claim. In response to this kind of criticism, there are 3 points that Chomsky's libertarian socialism can defend. The first is to note that the criticism that human needs are idiosyncratic claims best left to the individual is a claim. 162. That reduces what I have described here as 3 different types of need to 1. While peripheral needs reflect the idiosyncratic natural powers and qualities of individuals and secondary needs reflect the culture and history of a group of peoples, would it also make sense to say that core needs are radically idiosyncratic? The onus, it seems to me, is on those who would deny that poverty, hunger, exploitation, ill health, and so on, are universal ills that undermine the possibilities of any person satisfying their genuinely idiosyncratic peripheral needs and the culturally and historically specific secondary needs. The strength of the libertarian socialist claim about human needs is precisely that it recognizes that there are different types of needs and that the way in which we order them is a determining factor in terms of our understanding of a good society. While some needs are a feature of culture and history and others are in part generated by our natural powers and talents, what plausible grounds are there for denying that the satisfaction of either of these needs for all peoples can be realized without the satisfaction of our core needs? Instead, there are good grounds for arguing that the satisfaction of our core needs is a reflection of universal features of human beings along the lines that I have set out here and elsewhere. These themes have important implications for libertarian socialism with regard to questions of freedom and equality, and it is worth drawing them out a little more clearly here. Chomsky on Freedom and Equality. Chomsky's essay on equality, language development, human intelligence, and social organization, Chomsky, 1987d, raises the important point that the issue at the heart of debates about equality and freedom for libertarian socialists is to ask, what kind of equality? Given that the initial theme of this chapter set out the central problem of contemporary social and political thought as being the need to reconcile solidarity with diversity, this is a particularly pertinent question. As Chomsky's account of generative human nature makes clear, the essential facts of human beings are twofold: their universal generative human nature and their diversity of talents, powers, skills, and interests. With such an understanding of human nature as a grounds for libertarian socialism, what does it tell us about the relationship between equality and freedom? Recent work by Amartya Sen is relevant here, where Sen talks about the idea of an equality of achievement. Sen, 1992, chapters 1 and 2. Socialists in general and libertarian socialists in particular support the need for equality precisely because inequalities of social power help to generate a variety of forms of oppression and domination: class, gender, sexuality. 163. Imperialism, and so on. For libertarian socialists, the task is to transform society so that inequalities of power do not lead to exploitative or oppressive social relations. But what does this imply for the idea of equality itself? Liberal critics have repeatedly charged that equality under socialism is a leveling down of human capability, diversity, and most important, freedom. Von Hayek, 1976, 1973, p. 2. Need this be the case? The link that I want to draw out between Chomsky's and Sen's work would suggest otherwise. Taking that human diversity, which is a feature of our rich generative human nature, as a starting point, it is clear that the full exercise and development of natural human powers does not lead to the uniformity of outcomes and achievements, but the opposite. Any social order based on an idea of equality that sought to negate or curtail these differences in talent, skill, outcomes, and achievements would be a serious threat to freedom. As a consequence, Chomsky has argued that the aim of libertarian socialism is to ensure that people have the resources that they need to exercise these myriad powers to the full, recognizing always that there are limits to resources that require a fair and democratic mechanism in order to organize their distribution. 17. Mirroring Sen's idea of an equality of achievement, such a social order will be centrally concerned with attempting to ensure that people have the opportunity and specific resources necessary to develop these powers and interests. The notion of core and peripheral needs is important here, as they are closely linked to this idea of equality of achievement. Without the satisfaction of core needs, people's environments and experiences will be differentially impoverished, and so the satisfaction of core needs will remain paramount. However, peripheral needs are where the equality of achievement must focus, as these are the needs that reflect our particular traits and natural capacities. There are, then, three main implications for the relationship between freedom and equality. First, a libertarian socialist society will seek to satisfy core needs and ensure that the institutions, procedures, and practices prevail that curb and limit the possibilities of exploitative relationships between different groups in society. Second, equality is a means to the end of enhancing freedom for all citizens and is not the end in itself. Finally, equality of achievement implies that beyond core needs the distribution of resources will be extremely varied in order to match the inherent diversity of human capacities and powers. Chomsky, 1987d, pages 190-9. Equality of opportunity is clearly a radically insufficient ideal for any libertarian socialist society, as it is a principle that is quite consistent with deep inequalities of social power and says nothing about the entitlement that citizens in a good society would have to the mutual satisfaction of their peripheral needs insofar as resources allow. Feinberg, 1978, pages 1-13. The key thing here that 164. Chomsky's account of libertarian socialism defends is the idea that a good society will be one in which our natural human diversity is encouraged to flourish and develop, but not at the expense of the satisfaction of the core needs of others. Diversity that is built around a form of social organization that is exploitative is unjust and for that reason should be challenged. Only when diversity is encouraged in a society where solidarity is recognized as the mutual satisfaction of human needs can we be truly content with its outcomes. Thus the maximization of human freedom as the full exercise and development of our inherent needs, capacities, and powers in a non-exploitative society is what I take to be the central principle at the heart of Chomsky's account of libertarian socialism. 18. Chomsky may be a self-confessed rationalist, but, as I have illustrated throughout this book, he has a particular conception of the history of rationalism, and his account of generative human nature emphasizes not only the classic rationalist themes of the power of reason but also ideas most often associated with Romanticism, such as human creativity and the need to exercise our natural powers. Again, Chomsky's account of generative human nature is deeply influenced by Humboldt's conception of Bildung, and other writers have focused upon the libertarian socialist aspect of Humboldt's work. I want now to turn to two problems facing Chomsky's conception of generative human nature in social and political thought. Challenges to generative human nature and libertarian socialism, culture and communitarian. In contemporary social and political thought, the idea of a transhistoric human nature has undergone severe criticism in recent decades from a range of perspectives, both theoretical and political. I want to explore the implications of two of the major anti-naturalist criticisms for both the idea of generative human nature that I have taken from Chomsky's work, and the claims of libertarian socialism. Communitarian, culture, human nature, and politics. Communitarianism has emerged in recent years as a powerful theme in social and political thought, with a variety of proponents that cut across the political spectrum. Bell, 1993, Rasmussen, 1990. In related fashion, cultural theorists have developed a number of arguments about the nature of political identity and the absolute contingency of values that are also pertinent. 165. Challenges to Chomsky's account of a generative human nature. Ryan, 1989, The Law of the Subject, Milner, 1994. I will tie together the substantive criticisms raised by these two approaches to human nature and universality in this section. The communitarian lineage can be seen to have a number of antecedents, of which the most commonly cited figure is Hegel, but others might equally point to Hume, Burke, and the later Romanticists. Of the contemporary advocates of some form of communitarianism, the figure that I want to bring in here is Richard Rorty, as he represents not only a substantive figure in communitarian thought but because he has been highly skeptical of naturalist claims about knowledge and human nature. John Gray has recently sought to develop the culturalist implications of a tradition of thought that both he and Rorty trace back to Heidegger. Gray, 1995. It is useful to supplement Rorty's communitarian claims with the more profoundly culturalist account of human nature that Gray has recently offered, as both writers are comfortably situated in the anti-naturalist tradition. While communitarianism embraces a range of ideas and themes, there are two particular aspects that arise in the context of Rorty's account of it that are of importance for Chomsky's work on libertarian socialism. The first of these is the historicist account of human nature that lies at the heart of communitarian political thought. As Rorty has argued, what we share is our culture and society rather than any kind of transcendent human nature. 19. The implication in this claim is that there is nothing to human nature apart from that which is put there through our experience of the history of the community within which we find ourselves. In effect, we are historicists down to our bootstraps. The consequences of this view for political thought are profound. The values that we adhere to become intrinsic to the values of our tradition and our way of life. In a number of places Rorty has noted that the sum of human identity is thoroughly contingent on the history or genealogy of our community, leaving us in a situation where a self-conscious member of such a community will recognize that their identity, values, and beliefs might have been entirely different if they had been born into another contingent community. 20. This view is radically unsettling for any account of human nature and political principles that wishes to defend a substantive conception of universality. What grounds are there for arguing for any understanding of universal values or political principles if we are little more than the sum of the contingent historical outcomes of discrete communities? Rorty is well aware of the difficulties of such a position for political thought, particularly for the defense of human rights of the kind that he himself wishes to make. Taking this theme to a deeper conclusion, a number of writers have sought to develop the idea of contingency to a more radical point at which human identity is seen as being in a state of potentially permanent flux. 21 for writers. 166. Such as Gray, the conclusion is a thoroughly Nietzschean one whereby there is nothing essential or authentic about human nature or human identity. Instead, we are what we make of ourselves and have the capacity for a fluid and malleable form of identity in all aspects of our lives. As a consequence of this, our social identities are indeterminate and open. There is no fixity to human identity that is bound by the objective factors of society or the social relations in which we find ourselves, only a potentially continuous shifting and transformation of identity. 22 This understanding of human nature and identity shares something with communitarianism in that it recognizes and defends the idea of the contingency of human nature, but it goes much further in radicalizing this claim to a point at which community itself would appear to be called into question as a coherent notion. Both positions, though, represent the viewpoint that human beings are essentially cultural beings with human nature comparatively insignificant as an explanation of human action. Thus there are two problems that Chomsky's generative human nature and libertarian socialism have to deal with arising from these points. First, the incommensurability, contingency and relativism of values and the limits to solidarity. Second, the inauthenticity of human nature as an ontological claim. Culture and the inauthenticity of human nature. Taking the issue of the inauthenticity of human nature first, this is a claim that there is nothing essential about human nature and that it is our culture that is the defining feature of human identity, thought and practice. The notion of inauthenticity has its roots in the lineage established through Nietzsche and Heidegger, with its emphasis upon the fluidity of human identity and the notion that human beings can create and recreate their modes of thought, identity, and action almost as they choose. On such an understanding of human nature, the biological or structural constraints on human development are marginal, and we are left with a conception of human nature that suggests that our identities are almost indefinitely malleable and transforming. From what I have set out in Chomsky's account of knowledge and human nature, there are three ways in which I think contemporary naturalism might counter these substantive anti-naturalist claims. The point to stress here is that to defend the type of malleability or emptiness of human nature that anti-naturalism advocates is to raise important theoretical and philosophical claims that invite empirical inquiry. Is it really the case that human nature is completely unstructured and open to an almost infinite array of possibilities? This is most certainly an empirical claim about the structure of human ontogenetic and phylogenetic development, and it faces two major problems. 167. That surface in Chomsky's account of knowledge and human nature. As I have shown with Plato's problem, Chomsky has given us good grounds for arguing that human nature is structured from birth and that this acts both to constrain and enable the ways in which we might develop as beings. It is the relationship between human nature and our particular cultural heritage, experiences, and environment that generates the diverse forms of practices and beliefs about the world that ensue. However, this is not a limitless and unconstrained development. There are parameters to the forms that these developments might take. The culturalist argument offers a view of human nature and knowledge that is untenable on two grounds. It is an overly deterministic account of human knowledge and nature, implying that both are constituted by an external force that molds the contours of culture and thought. In addition to this, it is perilously close to classic empiricist and behaviorist theories about the malleability of human nature that I argued against in Chapter 3. Both share a vision of human nature as being essentially plastic and unbounded. The second major defense of a naturalist account of human nature from the anti-naturalist view of inauthenticity is that on such an understanding of human knowledge and nature it is extremely hard to see what account of creativity and transcendence can be sustained. Given that this is a central theme in the humanist and anti-naturalist canon, it poses significant problems for it. Creativity rests upon the idea that we are capable of transforming and challenging existing rules and ideas about aesthetics, social order, ethics, and so on. It imputes a very strong sense of agency along the lines of that which I put forward in Chapter 3, where I defended the rationalist account of agency in Chomsky's work. The idea that human beings are inauthentic seems to imply that our knowledge and being is solely a product of our culture, and as such it is difficult to see what grounds there are for talking about creativity in any meaningful sense of the term. Surely if the culturalist thesis is correct, there are no acts of creativity, only what Chomsky describes as shaping of behavior. Chomsky, 1987 d. p. 146. Why is this the case? Because it is not the conscious act of rational agents who are able to challenge and question the assumptions upon which their art, culture, and politics rest. How can it be if human nature is the infinitely malleable outcome of our cultural history? The only way out of this for the anti-naturalist account is to deny that we are totally inauthentic, and this means bringing back in an account of transcendental human nature and recognizing that there is an important relationship between biology, nature, and culture. Chomsky's account of generative human nature provides a powerful starting point for such an understanding of creativity and agency. 168. The final point to be raised here in defense of a naturalist understanding of human nature and knowledge concerns the issue of the fixity of human identity. For anti-naturalists such as Gray, social identity is open and fluid and not in any sense constrained by factors that are independent of us as individuals. Gray, 1995, p. 4. The radical consequences of this are that it appears to offer us an account of human freedom that is unbounded and almost endlessly transformatory. We can be what we choose to be once we are aware of our true ontological status. There are two main problems with sustaining this argument that connect Chomsky's naturalism and his ideas about libertarian socialism. Following on from what I have said about the plasticity of human nature, the idea that social identity is completely open and fluid overlooks first of all the internal constraints that are a part of the structure of human nature. Simply put, if the culturalist theory is correct, then it has to offer us a substantive answer to Plato's problem, how it is that we acquire knowledge. As I have noted already, the culturalist assumption has little to offer that is a substantive improvement upon other epistemologies that locate the source of human knowledge, identity, and values in experience alone. The second theme that arises here is that of the ways in which social and political identities are fixed. On Gray's assumption, these are as open as any other aspect of human nature. Is this a useful or substantive account of social identity though? If this view is correct, then it would seem to suggest that we could all quite literally be other than we are. Existing social relations have no constraining impact or fixity in terms of how we understand ourselves as agents. Again, this viewpoint oscillates wildly between determinism and voluntarism. On the one hand, we are the meeting point of cultural and historical traditions. On the other hand, we can step outside these and choose or acquire new identities as though these constraints did not exist. There is an incoherence here that it is hard to reconcile. As I have suggested in earlier chapters, Chomsky's work offers us a more sensitive account of questions of structure and agency than is contained in the culturalist paradigm. To illustrate one of the weaknesses in the culturalist account of social identity, it would seem to imply, for example, that in a capitalist society social relations are thoroughly contingent and that, as a consequence, the chairperson of IBM or News International could as easily act as a revolutionary socialist as a capitalist entrepreneur and still remain as chairperson of the corporation. If social identity is thoroughly indeterminate and not constrained and enabled by prevailing forms of social power, then it is hard to see why this could not be the case. The fact that this is so clearly not the case suggests that the idea of indeterminacy of social identity faces substantive problems. Kalko, 1969, pages 15 to 16. By contrast, the approach to human nature and social inquiry which I have drawn from Chomsky's work, and which is a tendency in 169. Contemporary realist social thought, focuses upon the complexity of social order in terms of structures and agency, rules and resources, and the powers of people, ideas and institutions. As I have argued throughout, such an approach to inquiry would appear to be more fruitful precisely because it locates the complexity of social relations whilst avoiding the tendency to fluctuate between extremes of either structuralism or voluntarism, as is the case with the culturalist account offered by Gray. Such a critical social science needs to focus upon the way in which social power and social order is constructed by people and the ways in which it might be transformed to establish more emancipatory societies, but it does not assume that social relations are either irrelevant or unconstraining in terms of people's political and social identities. It is an attempt to stress that the structural and cultural reality of social structures and relations has both a constraining and an enabling effect on how our sense of social and political identity develops and the extent to which we are able to act upon it. What it suggests is that reality does indeed act to constrain the ways in which we might understand ourselves as social and political agents. These realities are not simply states of mind but are substantively grounded in the structure of existing social relations. 2. Communitarianism, incommensurability, and the limits to solidarity. In this section I want to deal with the issues raised by communitarianism as a challenge to naturalist accounts of human nature and the ideas of universality and difference that underpin libertarian socialism. In Rorty's recent and more explicitly communitarian work, he has sought to offer an account of the origins of values and beliefs that are built upon the traditions of specific communities of thought and practice. The model that Rorty offers us is one that is in the tradition of aspects of Wittgenstein and Heidegger's work, and as he has emphasized on various occasions, it tells us that human identity is primarily based around our self-conscious recognition of particular communities and our membership within them. 23. Nonetheless, the crucial aspect of communitarian social and political thought here is that our sense of solidarity is primarily built around an understanding of the community to which we belong. Our political identity shifts from an answer to the question "where do I stand?" to the question "who am I?" The implication of this is that the social glue that holds societies together to the extent that it does is based around the notion that being a member of a contingent community bestows with it not only a range of cultural beliefs but also a sense of political values and identity. It is to say that my community are my politics. At its most extreme it says, if you want to know what I think about politics, you will need to find out where I am from. Furthermore, this 170 sense of political identity is the deepest and most permanent feature of our political life. It is not hard to see why such assumptions raise problems for ideas of solidarity that might enable politics to become a vehicle to transcend major differences between peoples. If the communitarian thesis is correct, then it sets distinct limits to the extent to which we are able to feel solidarity with peoples around the world, and would suggest that the kind of solidarity that lies at the heart of libertarian socialism is untenable. All that we can do, as Rorty has suggested, is attempt to extend and deepen our notion of we and minimize the notion of other, a dichotomy that has been at the heart of social and political conflict. Rorty, 1989, Solidarity. Chomsky's generative human nature and his defense of libertarian socialism offers a useful means by which to challenge these communitarian assumptions. The idea, for example, that our sense of political and social identity and values is formed solely by our particular community allegiance and its own history/genealogy runs into a problem that is implicit in the understanding of the relationship between human nature and culture that I have drawn from Chomsky's work. The notion of community that Rorty develops is difficult to sustain on two grounds. First, because communities have not, by and large, emerged in cultural isolation but are the result of both cultural integration and cultural autonomy. Daniel and Renfrew, 1988, Chapter 5. If this is the case, then these are not clear and distinct communities with absolutely incommensurable values, traditions, and ways of life. On the contrary, they are far more complex in their composition and more open in their parameters. The second point is that the Hegelian aspect of the communitarian tradition tends to melt all forms of social cleavage into a society in which social antagonisms are compromised for some kind of higher good. Thus, class divisions are less important than the fact that we are all British, for example. This is all well and good in theory. Is there anything to suggest, for example, that capitalists have tended to sacrifice the pursuit of profit for the public or even the national good? Capitalists in different states may pursue different approaches to capitalist development, but they all face similar pressures such as the need to secure profits, minimize costs, and dominate market competition. 24. Communitarians may point to East Asian states' American Samoa evidence of a more communitarian model of capitalist democracy, but I doubt very much that they would want to advocate that as the kind of communitarianism that they had in mind for their own societies. The all-inclusive nature of communitarianism is problematic and overlooks the kind of social cleavages and realities that Chomsky has emphasized most thoroughly in his work. Finally, the matter of solidarity itself confronts the libertarian socialist aspiration to solidarity between all oppressed peoples. If Rorty's 171 communitarian account of solidarity is substantive, then it implies that internationalism as an ideal and value is limited and perhaps doomed to failure. There are a number of objections to this account of solidarity and its limitations that I think offer a counter view which is sufficient to keep alive the internationalist values and ideals that are crucial to libertarian socialism. The first concerns the possibility of the autonomy and rationality of human choice, a theme that is explicit in Chomsky's account of human nature and libertarian socialism, Chomsky, 1993b, p. 355. Ultimately, the communitarian account of the acquisition of knowledge and values denies that we have any substantive autonomy in terms of our choice of political values and beliefs, as the community in which we are situated is also the boundary of our politico-ethical development. This seems to me so obviously false that it begs the question, is this what communitarians really mean? There is no doubt that figures from Burke and Hume onwards have focused upon the centrality of tradition, custom, and prejudice in human affairs and, in its most sophisticated modern variant, Oakeshott has sought to defend communitarianism from what he sees as the abstract tyranny of rationalists who would wipe away everything that a particular people hold dear in search of the fulfillment of a blueprint of utopia. So how does libertarian socialism deal with the criticism about the ontological primacy of culture, custom, and community? Two things sustain the libertarian socialist case here, both of which are significant features of Chomsky's work. As I said before, it is false to argue that solidarity is primarily an outcome of community, and there are good grounds for suggesting otherwise. Chomsky's political writings are filled with accounts of the hideous abuses of Western state power in modernity, but less obviously perhaps, and less highlighted, is the fact that they are also filled with the opposite. They are filled with snapshots of peoples who have struggled against it and who have established international solidarity in defense of peoples they have never met and whose cultures they have never directly experienced. They are filled with passing accounts of the myriad forms which this international solidarity with oppressed peoples takes, from human rights groups, to workers' groups, to environmentalists, religious organizations, and so on. What is the motivation for the dedication of these disparate peoples if not some form of solidarity that recognizes that there are forms of injustice and values that are universal? That wrongdoings by states and corporations, for example, must be opposed wherever they occur and whomsoever they are perpetrated against. While these groups are not an expression of libertarian socialism in practice, they do illustrate the fact that the communitarian account of solidarity and identity is of partial use only in understanding political principles, action, and identity. 172. To illustrate this point further, I will bring in a figure that Rorty and Chomsky share in common, George Orwell, from whom they have both drawn substantially at times. It is of some significance, perhaps, that on the whole, Rorty focuses his attention most fully on 1984, while Chomsky lauds Homage to Catalonia as Orwell's best work. There is no getting away from the fact that Homage to Catalonia is nothing if it is not a testimony to the solidarity and internationalism of a range of socialists and anarchists that do not, by and large, appear in Rorty's work. Orwell's account of his experiences fighting in Spain illustrates both the possibilities and the limitations of internationalism and solidarity, with the book veering between optimism and despair. What comes across in Orwell's account and countless other stories that might be used is that these tendencies in human history do more than enough, I would argue, to sustain the idea that solidarity and internationalism are possible and recurring aspects of human history. The strength of Chomsky's libertarian socialist defense of solidarity and internationalism lies precisely in its claim that to counter the sources of social and political conflict we have to look not only to our immediate territory and institutions but to increasingly global forms of social power. Chomsky, 1995. By extension, it would seem equally clear that although some values and cultural practices are incommensurable in the manner that Rorty suggests, it is far from obvious that all are. Indeed, if this were the case, it would be difficult to explain the very things that I have been describing here, the commitment to internationalism and solidarity that transcends state or community boundaries. The evidence of internationalism that has been presented here and which can be located in many other aspects of history is at least as persuasive of the fact that our generative human nature does indeed bestow certain common or universal qualities and values among us. Cultural and communitarian critics may counter that, if this is the case, then why do we not all act on these assumptions? If solidarity and empathy with oppressed peoples is deeper than a particular cultural tradition, then why does it not prevail in general? Again, Chomsky's political writings are a good source of information to rebut this criticism, as they provide us with accounts of people who have made gestures of great heroism to defend or stand by weak and oppressed peoples at the risk of suffering horrendous dangers to their own lives. It is not at all hard to understand why more people do not make such stands when the consequences are often as terrible as they are. The question I would ask in reply to those who doubt the possibility of solidarity as internationalism is, why does anyone make such stands at all given the terrible conditions and consequences such actions often face? To return to Orwell's account of the Spanish Civil War, why would people volunteer to fight in an army that was so under-equipped and under-trained that they were 173. Frequently as much a threat to their own troops as they were to their fascist enemies? The examples that abound in Chomsky's work of the ways in which ordinary people show everyday acts of solidarity, internationalism, and serious political and ethical commitment towards oppressed people suggests very strongly that the onus really lies upon the communitarian and culturalist critics to answer the question as to why as many people act in this way. It is this aspect of human history that provides the most compelling grounds for defending the idea of solidarity as internationalism. This chapter has established the grounds for understanding the relationship between solidarity and diversity that is a key aspect of Chomsky's ideas about both human nature and libertarian socialism. Conclusions: Overcoming Descartes and Orwell's Problems. The view of Chomsky's work that I have presented in this book is an attempt on my part to explore the implications of a range of themes he raises about power, knowledge, and human nature in the context of wider issues of social and political thought. What I have tried to establish are the grounds that Chomsky's work gives us for defending a naturalist approach to social inquiry that is sensitive to many of the problems facing it that have been raised in recent years in social and political thought. At the same time, I have also sought to clarify the way in which Chomsky's work has implications for both empirical and normative research and the way in which we should understand the links between them in social inquiry. To this end, the aims of the book are to render coherent what I take to be Chomsky's contribution to these debates. More specifically, Chomsky's work suggests that we have reasonable grounds for rejecting the idea that both Descartes and Orwell's problems are irresolvable dilemmas of modernity. What I have termed as Chomsky's generative account of human nature says that human nature endows us with the means to act as critical agents, however much social and political pressure encourages us to do the opposite. Beyond this, Chomsky argues that the exchange of knowledge is not necessarily the kind of power/knowledge relationship that has become axiomatic assumption in strands of postmodern and post-structuralist thought. As I have argued, the exchange of knowledge can be mutually beneficial and enlightening, and the aspiration of libertarian socialism is in part to ensure that the social conditions are established whereby this would be more readily possible for all. As a consequence of this, Chomsky's ideas about libertarian socialism are an important restatement of the kind of social order that he feels would dissolve. 174. Many of the grounds that generate both Descartes and Orwell's problems, the social divisions caused by inequalities of social power, the political and economic institutions that centralize power, coercion, and authority over society, the exploitative nature of social relations that include class, gender, and ethnicity. None of this means that libertarian socialism equates to a utopia in which all problems and sources of social conflict would dissolve. Instead, the aim of libertarian socialism is to offer us ideas about and support for the kind of social order in which the fundamental sources of conflict that currently exist are removed. The driving idea behind Chomsky's libertarian socialist thought is that there is no end goal towards which social theory should be directed, merely the continuous and open search for more liberated forms of social organization. The critical and prescriptive ideas in Chomsky's work that I have outlined in this book serve as a strong reminder of these possibilities.